Chapter 2051. Black Armored Armies Camp. The finals of the fighting competition were about to begin. As the strongest battalion in the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion naturally became the champions of the arena. More accurately, it was the A Battalion's 2nd Battalion who became the defending team of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, the defending team would be at a disadvantage if they had to face all the challenges from the other teams. However, if they wanted to be the champion, they would have to defeat all their opponents. Only then would they be worthy of the title. The A Battalion was the strongest among the 5 battalions. Not only did they want the competition to be transparent, they also wanted to win fair and square. They wanted to win so that everyone would be convinced. Hence, the A Battalion's 2nd team took the initiative to be the ringmaster. As for why they didn't let the A Battalion's 1st team be the ringmaster, they had their own selfish motives. After all, they were all from the same battalion. The A Battalion's 2nd team felt that they were not as strong as the A Battalion's 1st team, so they willingly led the charge to deplete the strength of the other teams and help the A Battalion's 1st team to be the champion. The A Battalion's 2nd team will be the ringmaster. Which team is willing to go up on stage to challenge? After Li Zixuan announced the start of the finals, the referee saw the B Battalion's 2nd team going up on stage to be the ringmaster. He shouted to the other 4 teams below the stage. The A Battalion's 1st team was naturally indifferent. After all, the reason why the A Battalion's 2nd team was the first to be the ringmaster was to help them deplete the strength of the other teams. On the E Battalion's side, Cheng Chumo was eager to give it a try. He thought that even if they couldn't beat the A Battalion's 1st team, they could still beat the A Battalion's 2nd team. Just as the eager Cheng Chumo was about to encourage Shen Mu to lead them up the stage to challenge the ringmaster, someone from the D Battalion's 1st team stood up and said, "The D Battalion's 1st team is willing to challenge." After saying that, that person glanced at Shen Mu, then led a few of his team members to the stage to call out the generals. Shen Mu also glanced in that direction. Their gazes met for a moment in the air before they both quickly looked away. Cheng Chumo sighed and said, "Alas. I was just thinking of asking old Shen to lead us up to challenge. I didn't expect the D Battalion's brothers to beat us to it." Shen Mu's lips curled into a smile as he said meaningfully, "Chumo, don't be so ungrateful. The brothers from the 1st team of the D Battalion want to help us probe the 2nd team of the A Battalion and do us a favor. Let's just observe from below. When we go on stage later, we won't be so unprepared." The A Battalion, D Battalion and V Battalion were the 1st battalions to accept Li Zixuan's new drill, so these battalions had a sense of camaraderie. However, because they were all new recruits, the D Battalion and V Battalion were usually closer to each other. Now that the fighting competition had entered the finals, only one team from the D Battalion had entered the finals. And in front of them were the 2 mountains of the A Battalion. Knowing that they had no chance of winning the championship, it was completely reasonable for them to be the first to go up the stage to challenge the ringmaster and do a favor for the V Battalion. Help us probe the real situation? Cheng Chumo subconsciously thought about it. After a while, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He just stood quietly beside Shen Mu, waiting for the competition between the 2 teams to officially begin. Chapter 2052. The 3rd round, Geng Diaming, the leader of Team A, versus Du Guangshan, the leader of Team D. In terms of strength, Geng Diaming was at the middle stage of Qi transforming stage while Du Guangshan was at the early stage of Qi transforming stage. From the perspective of victory and defeat, Team A Camp 2 had already won 2 matches in a row. This round's win or loss didn't affect the overall situation. However, Team D Camp 1 was different. They had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would be directly eliminated. They would end their journey in this combat tournament with a 5th place result. Therefore, Geng Diaming had less psychological pressure during the match and could perform more stably. But when the 2 of them really started fighting, the audience below the stage realized that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After exchanging more than 20 blows, there was still no clear victor. Gosh, where did this Du Guangshan come from? He's actually so fierce? Below the stage, Cheng Chumo's eyes were wide open as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't know Du Guangshan before, but he had heard of Geng Diaming. He knew that Geng Diaming was one of the capable generals under Zhang Shigui of Team A and had already reached the middle stage of Qi transforming stage. He had also been in the army for more than 10 years and was part of the earliest batch of people in the Black Armored Army. He could be said to be a veteran of hundreds of battles. Cheng Chumo initially thought that this match would end early like the previous 2, but he didn't expect that Du Guangshan wasn't a simple character either. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position during the process of exchanging blows with Gung Diaming even suffered a small loss twice due to carelessness. This Du Guangshan was originally a lieutenant in the Right Martial Marquis Guard. It's said that he trained in external martial arts since young. His fists and legs are as hard as rocks. Moreover, his internal martial arts aren't weak either. It can be said that he cultivates both internal and external martial arts. He's extremely brave on the battlefield and had also achieved many military merits back then. It's not fair. This person loves to drink and alcohol is prohibited in the army. He once messed up matters due to drinking and violated military rules. He was almost beheaded, but General Yuchi cherished talent and personally pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Only then was his life spared. However, he was also demoted from his military position and is no longer in an important position. Shenmu, who was standing beside Ching Chumo, opened his mouth to explain. This fellow was like an all-knowing man in Jianghu. He actually knew everything about Du Guangshan's background. It had to be said that Shenmu was really qualified to be the captain of the first team of the Wu Battalion. Before the start of the competition, he had already done a background check on all the potential opponents. Regardless of whether the first team of the Wu Battalion could obtain the first place or not, just Shenmu's serious attitude was impeccable. So this guy also has external martial arts. No wonder Gung Diaming didn't dare to take his moves head-on. Hearing Shenmu's words, Ching Chumo's words. At this time he also Yuchi's I remember now. I've heard my father mention this person before. It's almost the same as what elder brother Shin just said. He's of of the martial guard of. Yuchi Jingdo was already conferred the title of the Right Martial Marquis Guard General in the 9th year of Wuda. Du Guangshan was one of Yuchi Jingdo's troublemakers. Yuchi Jingdo would naturally have a deep impression of him. It's not surprising that Yuchi Baolin had heard about Du Guangshan from his father. Shenmu smiled. Following that, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "This round, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Team B. Who knows, they might even be able to turn the tables." Chapter 2053. If we win, we'll be domineering, but if we lose, we won't lose face. Cheng Chumo's reasoning sounded simple and clear, but it was also the truest portrayal of his straightforward personality. Most of the men in the army had straightforward personalities, and there were quite a number of people who thought like Cheng Chumo. Wang Ron was the first to stand up in support. "I agree with Chumo's opinion. Old Shin, we can't place too much importance on the rankings." Ken Junli also said that he doesn't expect us to get first place, as long as we can learn from the battles and improve ourselves. If we want to improve ourselves, we must have a direct battle with the strongest A Battalion first team. Let the brothers of the second team go up and fight with the A Battalion first team. Even if we win in the end, it won't be glorious. Yuchi Baolin also nodded, yes. My dad said before, when you're afraid of your opponent before the battle even starts, you've already lost. Big brother Shin, we definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. Cheng Chumo asked curiously, Baolin, your dad actually said something of such standard? Baolin rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and said exasperatedly, "Of course." Everyone was amused by these two clowns. Shinmu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you all want to fight in the next round, then I have nothing to stop you. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a villain? In the next round, our team will fight in the arena. First eliminate the A Battalion second team, then fight the A Battalion first team. Let's fight with vigor." In the army, who didn't have some hot-bloodedness? Previously, when Shinmu made such a decision, it wasn't because he was narrow-minded. The main reason was that he had to consider the final ranking of the entire team. He only had so much military power in his hands. As the team leader, every step he took he had to be meticulous. That was why he wanted to let the E Battalion second team go up first, to deplete the A Battalion's strength. But seeing that Cheng Chumo and the rest strongly objected to it, and each of their words made sense, Shinmu's blood was boiling. At this time he could only say, F***K the ranking. They wanted to fight with the A Battalion first team fair and square. If they won, they would be domineering, and if they lost, they wouldn't lose face. Of course, it wasn't that the first team of the E Battalion had no chance of winning. The reason why Shinmu agreed so readily, other than being hot-blooded, was because he believed that the first team of the E Battalion had an advantage over the first team of the A Battalion in some aspects. Firstly, the stamina of the members of Team 1 of the E Battalion was much stronger. In the preliminary round, Team 1 of the E Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the C Battalion with only 3 weaker members. And in the knockout round, Team 1 of the E Battalion was up against Team 1 of the B Battalion. Only Ching Chumo was able to fight for one round before Li Er came and personally declared the loss of all the remaining matches for the B Battalion. Team 1 of the E Battalion was able to take advantage of Ching Chumo and decide the victory with just one round. That was to say, from the preliminary round to the final round, the E Battalion first team only went through 4 rounds of small matches. And in these 4 rounds, the strongest members of their team were conserving their strength and didn't go up for battle. This kind of advantage was something that the A Battalion didn't have. Secondly, although the 5 members of the A Battalion first team were strong, but most of the opponents were veterans who had been in the army for more than 10 years. The veterans did have an absolute advantage in terms of battle experience, but in terms of physical potential and stamina, they definitely couldn't be compared to the youngsters like Ching Chumo, Yuchi Baolin and Wang Rong. In addition to the previous few rounds of matches, when it came to the real battle, as long as Ching Chumo and the rest could hold their ground in the early stages and slow down the pace of the match, they might have a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 2054. First round. Wang Rong, you're up. Make sure to end this quickly. In the first round of the second round of the competition, Shenmu saw that the second team of the A Battalion had sent out Wang Jianting, who was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. With a thought, he directly sent out his strongest combat power, Wang Rong. Wang Rong had advanced to the middle stage of Qi transforming many years ago. Although he wasn't as young and strong as Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he had the advantage in terms of pure Qi and battle experience. Relying on the difference in cultivation level and battle experience, Shenmu believed that Wang Rong would be able to end the first round quickly. In addition, Team E would be facing their strongest opponent soon, Team A of the 1st Battalion. Making use of this small match with almost no suspense, it would be a good way for Wang Rong to warm up. After all, Shenmu didn't send Wang Rong on stage in the previous 2 matches in order to let him conserve his energy. After resting for so long, my hands are already itching. Younger brother Shen, just watch. Hearing that Shenmu wanted him to be the first to go on stage, Wang Rong couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed his sandbag-sized fist and said to Shenmu, then walked impatiently to the center of the stage and stood in front of Wang Jianting. Team E of the 1st Battalion, first round. Team A of the 1st Battalion, Wang Jianting against Team E of the 1st Battalion, Wang Rong. Match start. Following the referee's shout, the match officially started. Speaking of which, this Wang Jianting was the only member of Team A of the 2nd Battalion who didn't go on stage in the previous match. As there wasn't much rest between each round, Wang Jianting should be the member with the best physical condition in Team A of the 2nd Battalion. Just that his personal ability was a far cry from Wang Rong's. Not only was Wang Rong's cultivation level much higher than Wang Jianting's, due to his daily training, his physical fitness was also better than Wang Jianting's. Hence, when the two of them started fighting, facing Wang Rong's ferocious attacks, Wang Jianting was already unable to withstand it. After 5 moves, Wang Jianting was already showing signs of defeat. This was also when Wang Rong intentionally held back some of his strength. Otherwise, according to Shenmu's intention of ending the match quickly, he would have seriously injured Wang Jianting in those 5 moves. Wang Rong's moves became more and more urgent, faster and faster. Wang Jianting could only retreat while desperately blocking. Finally, he could no longer retreat because he had already retreated to the edge of the stage. At this moment, Wang Rong's fierce and domineering punch came whistling over. Wang Jianting, who was already panting from exhaustion, didn't want to receive Wang Rong's punch, so he directly jumped off the stage. When he landed, he said, "I admit defeat." Wang Rong cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Wang Rong is victorious in the first round of the battle. The referee immediately announced the result, and the Wu Battalion naturally let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Soon, the second round of the competition was about to begin. In this round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wanted to send out a person first. Shenmu pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoming, you go up for this round. The opponent is very likely to send out Wu Hao this time. You try to be like Wang Rong and end the match quickly." Wu Hao was the second strongest member of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, an expert of the intermediate stage of the Qi transforming stage. In the last round of the competition, he used only 10 moves to defeat Xn Wanlu of Team 1 of the D Battalion. Other than Wang Jianting, who had just lost, Wu Hao was the member of Team 2 of the A Battalion who used the least physical strength. Hence, Shenmu thought that if Team 2 of the A Battalion wanted to win this round, it was very likely that they would send out Wu Hao. Chapter 2055. We've won 2 matches in a row, and we've defeated the 2 strongest members of the battalion. Among the remaining 3, although their martial arts aren't bad, especially their leader Gung Diaming, but these three people have suffered great losses in the last round of the competition. Therefore, in this third round we still have a good chance of winning. Near the back of the stage, Shen Mu first patted Xiao Ming, who had just won the previous round, and then said to Cheng Chumo and the rest. Cheng Chumo excitedly waved his fist, then patted his chest and laughed. Hee hee. Since it is like this, old Shen, let me go up for the next round. My hands are itching from watching from the back. Quickly let me go up for a round, I guarantee that I will win. Wang Rong couldn't help but ridicule. Hey! Chuamo, you've just fought with Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. If you go up next, can you handle it? We still have to fight the A Battalion first team later. Cheng Chumo couldn't stand people looking down on him in terms of martial arts. Hearing this, he raised his chin and said with dissatisfaction, Old Wang, are you looking down on me? Just like the previous round with Yuan Deshang, with my physical strength, I can fight 10 rounds in a day without a problem. I am the same as Bao Lin, still young and have good physical strength. Unlike you, old Wang, who is old and will start to pant after 2 rounds. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Wang Rong was just casually making fun of Cheng Chumo, but he didn't think that Cheng Chumo didn't know the concept of respecting the old and cherishing the young, and actually used this as an opening to make fun of him. Wang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he wouldn't get angry with Cheng Chumo just because of a few words. They were all brothers in the same battalion and would see each other frequently. After so many days of getting along, they were already very familiar with each other. This kind of joke was no longer harmful to the big picture. Third round, who from the A Battalion 2nd team will fight? At this moment, the referee walked in front of the 5 members of the 2nd team of the 1st Battalion and asked. As the leader of the 2nd platoon of the battalion, Gung Diaming couldn't help but frown at this moment. To be honest, including him, the remaining 3 members on their side had already expended quite a bit of energy in the previous match. Moreover, he had also suffered quite a bit of injuries from the previous match with Du Guangshan. In the previous round he had sent out the 2nd best in condition, Wu Hao, in hopes that Wu Hao would be able to turn the situation around. Only then would there be a need to continue the match and there would be a possibility of victory. But in the end, things didn't go as he wished and Wu Hao still lost. They had lost 2 rounds consecutively and were only left with 3 crippled soldiers. Gung Diaming turned his head and looked at Team 1 of the Wu Battalion who was standing not far away from them. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked at the referee in front of him again. He said, There's no need to fight the 3rd round. Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admits defeat. From Gung Diaming's point of view, with the current strength of the 2 teams, there was indeed no need for Team 2 of the 1st Battalion to continue the match. They would lose without a doubt. The only effect of continuing the match would be to further expend the stamina of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. But Team 1 of the Wu Battalion had chosen to fight in this round instead of letting Team 2 of the Wu Battalion wear down the strength of Team 2 of the 1st Battalion. They were upright, 1st team. If Gung Diaming still wanted to continue the match even though he knew that he would lose and use this to expend the strength of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion to the greatest extent, wouldn't that be a little too despicable? This kind of thing, Gung Diaming couldn't do it. So instead of forcefully continuing the match, it would be better to just admit defeat and let Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion have a fair and upright battle between the strong. Chapter 2056. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion has won the challenge and become the new champion. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. With Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admitting defeat, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this moment, only Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, and Team 1 of the Wu Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the Wu Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end? Of course, this, on the surface, was only the original impression left by the Black Armored Army during the competition between the 5 battalions when the Black Armored Army was first expanded. At that time, the Wu Battalion was ranked last not because the soldiers in the Wu Battalion weren't strong enough. It was because they didn't know each other at that time and thus couldn't cooperate in the competition. It wasn't because they were weak. In fact, the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, no matter if they were new recruits or old veterans, were all selected carefully. It could be said that there were no weak soldiers in the Black Armored Army. As long as the training method was suitable and there was a rope twister, who had enough prestige, every battalion in the Black Armored Army could become a powerful force. The current Wu Battalion was a living example. Hey. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion is willing to challenge the challenge. As expected by Shinmu and the others, as soon as the referee finished speaking, a man with a white face, black beard, medium build, and about 30 to 40 years old led 4 soldiers out of the crowd. As he shouted loudly, he directly leaped up and leaped onto the general appointment platform. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. This was the strongest on the surface Team 1 of the 1st Battalion in the Black Armored Army. From the preliminary round to the final round, the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat. They were the hottest contenders for the title of champion of this year's fighting competition. That was why the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat since the start of the competition. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team Leader Jianghu, a Qi transforming stage expert. Like Field Officer Zhang of the 1st Battalion, he is also a senior figure in the Black Armored Army. He has been through hundreds of battles and his strength is extremely terrifying. The few of us can't win against him. Whoever meets him later, just admit defeat. But I heard that in all the previous matches, Jianghu didn't fight. On the side of the first team of the 5th Battalion, Shinmu began to explain to the few people beside him when he saw the 5 members of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion enter the arena. Cheng Chimo's little face darkened and he couldn't help but complain, "Why is he on the stage? Isn't this bullying?" Team 1 of the Wu Battalion won the challenge and became the new champion. Is there any other team who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. After the second team of the A Battalion admitted defeat, the first team of the E Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this time, only the first team of the A Battalion and the second team of the E Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the E Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end? Chapter 2057. First round, who from Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will fight? On the stage, after both teams had taken their positions, the referee looked at Shinmu and asked in a deep voice. Now that the Wu Battalion was the champion of the arena, they would naturally be the first to send out a person for the first round. At this time, Shinmu already had an idea in his mind. Hearing the referee's question, he raised his head and said calmly, "First round, Cheng Chimo will fight." Although Cheng Chimo's previous words might have been exaggerated, it was still the first round after all. No one knew who the opponent would send out to fight. On his side, sending out Cheng Chimo, who was neither the strongest nor the weakest member, to test the opponent's strength seemed like a good choice. It would be best if he won, but if he unfortunately lost, then Cheng Chimo would have depleted one of the stronger members of the opponent's strength. Of course, the most important thing was that Cheng Chimo didn't fight at all in the previous round of attacking the arena. He had gotten sufficient rest and now was the time when he was full of energy. If Cheng Chimo went up to fight with Yuan Deshang, plus the magical Taiji fist that Cheng Chimo displayed in the previous battle, Shinmu felt that Cheng Chimo still had a chance to win. The prerequisite was that the opponent's strength wasn't particularly strong. "Hey, old Shin, just you wait and see." After hearing Shinmu's words, Cheng Chimo laughed and patted Shinmu's shoulder. Then he couldn't wait to stand up and walk towards the center of the stage. Seeing Cheng Chimo walk towards the center of the stage with confidence, the referee couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Because he knew Cheng Chimo's strength, he didn't think that Cheng Chimo could win this first round. However, this referee didn't say anything to dampen Cheng Chimo's enthusiasm. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. He said loudly, "Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will send out Cheng Chimo. Who from Team 1 of the 1st Battalion will send out?" Actually, even without him saying, Jianghu and the rest of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion already knew that Team 1 of the Wu Battalion would send out Cheng Chimo. Because before he came over, Cheng Chimo had already walked to the center of the stage and posed as if he was about to fight. Even an idiot could see that this guy was going to be the first one to fight. Cheng Chimo? Ah. Jianghu didn't reply to the referee immediately. Instead, he chuckled and looked towards Cheng Chimo, who was in the center of the stage. His gaze carried a hint of playfulness and scrutiny. Feeling Jianghu's gaze, Cheng Chimo instantly quivered. He hurriedly turned his head and looked towards Jianghu's direction. He saw that Jianghu was sizing him up with malicious intentions. Cough cough, at least from Cheng Chimo's point of view, Jianghu's gaze was malicious. In that instant he cursed in his heart. Could it be that this old man wants to personally go up and spar with this young master? This won't do. Isn't this bullying me? Thinking of this, without waiting for Di Zhangsun to decide who to send out for Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, Cheng Chumo hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Zhangsun, you can't go up personally and bully the weak. If my father knew, he would definitely block your doorstep and laugh at you for 3 days and 3 nights." This guy's voice was extremely loud. Almost all the soldiers standing in the first few rows below the stage heard him. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but let out a wave of good-natured laughter. Li Er, who was below the stage, saw Cheng Chumo fooling around. He was both angry and amused. However, he didn't say anything to stop him. Because from his point of view, if Di Zhangsun were to personally go up and fight with Cheng Chumo, it would really be bullying Cheng Chumo. After all, the difference in strength and combat experience between the two of them was extremely obvious. On the other hand, Di Zhangsun's face twitched slightly. Speaking of which, he really did have the intention to personally go up and fight with Cheng Chumo. Of course, this was under the premise that he would suppress his own level to the same level as Cheng Chumo. After all, Cheng Chumo was the son of his former comrade, Cheng Chumo. Moreover, he heard that Cheng Chumo used a mysterious fist technique called Taiji to defeat Yuan Deshang, who was in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. Therefore, Di Zhangsun couldn't help but become more interested in Cheng Chumo. However, when Cheng Chumo shouted at the top of his voice just now, he immediately suppressed the thought of going up personally. It wasn't because he was worried that the soldiers in the army would laugh at him for bullying the weak. It was because Li Er was also in the army camp today, so he couldn't go overboard. Moreover, if he really went up to fight with Cheng Chumo, when Cheng Chumo heard about this, he might just block his doorstep like what Cheng Chumo said. Although he had been in the army camp recently and didn't return home, he still had his family. He didn't want that shameless old man, Cheng Chumo, to disturb his family. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Di Zhangsun took a deep breath and turned to a soldier beside him and said, "Lin Feng, you go up and fight with Lu Guigong's son. Remember, don't be careless. That kid has a very strange fist technique. He even just defeated Yuan Deshang from the 2nd Battalion. Captain, don't worry. I will not tarnish the reputation of the A Battalion." The soldier named Lin Feng stepped forward and turned to Di Zhangsun with cupped fists. Di Zhangsun nodded slightly. Lin Feng straightened his body and followed the referee to the center of the arena. The first round of the A Battalion's arena challenge, Team 1 Cheng Chumo from the V Battalion versus Team 1 Lin Feng from the A Battalion. Match begin. Following the referee's loud shout, the atmosphere on and off the arena instantly became solemn. Cheng Chumo and Lin Feng cupped their fists towards each other and then started to stare at each other with a guarded expression, waiting for each other to make a move. Logically speaking, Lin Feng's ability was higher than Cheng Chumo's. Under normal circumstances, he should be the first to make a move. However, the words that Di Zhangsun had told him just now made him wary of Cheng Chumo. At this moment, he didn't want to make a move recklessly. Although the first to make a move would be able to seize the upper hand, at the same time, it would also expose his own weakness to the opponent. The two of them stared at each other silently, looking for the best angle and timing to make a move. The usually cheeky Cheng Chumo also became serious at this moment. From Lin Feng's footwork and firm lower body, as well as the aura that was emitted from his body, he could clearly feel that this person in front of him was a tough opponent. The two of them stared at each other like this for a while. Neither of them chose to make the first move. The black armored army soldiers below the arena were getting impatient and couldn't help but start to discuss in private. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that there was no point in continuing to waste time like this. Moreover, his ability was already higher than Cheng Chumo's. If this continued, even if he won in the end, it wouldn't look good. Hence, in the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly moved. Both of his legs kicked off and his entire body was like a cheetah exploding with all its strength. He pounced towards Cheng Chumo like lightning. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist and mixed with Gang Qi, flew towards Cheng Chumo's abdomen. Chapter 2058. Fast. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Cheng Chumo only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. Dodge. Cheng Chumo shook his head, and the first thing he did was to nip this idea in the bud. If he had to dodge the first move, how embarrassing would that be? Whether or not he could win, he would only know after trying. And to him, the Lin Feng in front of him was not so strong that he could not defeat him. In a split second, Cheng Chumo quickly made a decision. He roared loudly, and his eyes were wide open in anger. If it wasn't for the military armor he was wearing, one could even see that the veins on his arms were popping out. Facing Lin Feng's violent and overbearing punch, Ching Chimo gathered all the chi in his body into his right arm, and then his sandbag-sized fist fiercely collided with Lin Feng's right fist. Bang! The collision of the two bodies of flesh and blood actually produced a huge muffled sound at this moment. This was a pure collision of strength. Ching Chimo and Lin Feng were both sent flying by the huge rebounding force of the fist. Lin Feng retreated 7 to 8 steps before stabilizing his body, while Ching Chimo retreated 10 steps. Obviously, in terms of strength, Ching Chimo was a notch weaker. But for him to only retreat 2 to 3 steps in a head-on collision with Lin Feng was already not easy. This was also because he had a strong foundation in martial arts, and his strength was greater than ordinary people from a young age. Otherwise, he would not have been able to receive Lin Feng's punch head-on. As expected of the first team of the 1st Battalion, you are indeed strong. The strong opponent did not make Ching Chimo feel fear. On the contrary, it aroused his bloodlust. His eyes lit up, flashing with eagerness, and then he looked at Lin Feng opposite him and said, "As the son of General Cheng, you are not weak either." Lin Feng frowned. He probably did not expect that Ching Chimo, who was only at the initial stage of chi refining, would have such great strength. After replying Ching Chimo indifferently, he kicked off with both feet and actually took the initiative to attack Ching Chimo again. After the test just now, although Ching Chimo's true strength was slightly out of his expectations, he still felt that everything was within his control. He believed that as long as he could deal with it calmly and steadily, he would be able to win. This time Lin Feng's attack speed was as fast as before. On the other side, Ching Chimo was not to be outdone, and the two of them very quickly collided again. This time, Lin Feng did not use his fists to meet Ching Chimo's fists head-on like before. Previously he did that to test Ching Chimo's ability, but now he only had one goal in mind, and that was to defeat his opponent. Ping ping ping. Lin Feng's punches were very fast. Both his fists were swinging at lightning speed, and his punches were as dense as raindrops, greeting Ching Chimo's chest, face, nose, stomach and other body parts like lightning. Facing such a fast punching speed, Ching Chimo had no time to counterattack. He could only try his best to use his own fists and arms to block. The fists collided, and the stage once again emitted a series of ping 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 sounds. In a short few breaths, Lin Feng had already thrown out over 30 punches. The speed of his punches was so fast that Ching Chimo could be said to have never seen it before. Obviously, Lin Feng should have specially trained in fist techniques. The wind from his punches was nimble and swift. Once it was launched, the attack would be continuous, making it impossible to guard against. Although Ching Chimo tried his best to block, unfortunately he was still hit by a few punches. Fortunately, those punches did not hit any vital parts. Moreover, because Lin Feng's punches were so fast, the time it took to accumulate power was short. Therefore, those punches did not cause too much damage to Ching Chimo's body. If he had used all his strength like the first punch, it was estimated that one punch on Ching Chimo's body would have been enough to beat Ching Chimo to the ground. However, even so, Ching Chimo, who had taken a few punches, still felt a little uncomfortable. There was even some blood in his chest. Ching Chimo knew that he could not let Lin Feng continue attacking like this. He turned his fists into claws a few times, wanting to pull Lin Feng into his arms. Cough cough. The main purpose of pulling Lin Feng into his arms was to use close combat techniques to restrict his opponent's mobility and make Lin Feng completely lose his advantage in speed. However, Ching Chimo tried a few times and found that this Lin Feng in front of him was as slippery as a loach. It was impossible to catch him. Obviously, Lin Feng also understood his own advantages and disadvantages. He did not want to engage in close combat with Ching Chimo. He only wanted to use quick punches to injure Ching Chimo and make him lose his ability to fight. In this combat tournament, Ching Chimo had fought a total of 3 times and met 3 opponents. The first was Lu Bin of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion. Ching Chimo easily defeated him with his strength. The second was Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. His strength was much higher than Ching Chimo's by a large margin. However, Yuan Deshang had some misgivings and held back in the competition. Moreover, he also underestimated Ching Chimo's strength. In the end, he was defeated by Ching Chimo. The third was the current Lin Feng. To Ching Chimo, Lin Feng was the most difficult opponent he had met in this combat tournament. This was a person who was obviously very strong, but was also overly cautious. This made it difficult for Ching Chimo to find a good opportunity to win. If this continued, Ching Chimo would lose without a doubt. He had to make a change. He was not willing to lose the competition just like this. Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng's swift uppercut penetrated Ching Chimo's defense net, and ruthlessly smashed into Ching Chimo's cheek. Cheng Chimo's neck was uncontrollably tilted to the right. His entire body almost fell to the ground due to inertia. Cheng Chimo could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time his head was buzzing. He could not hear the sounds of the outside world clearly. He could only hear his own heavy breathing. For no reason, some words that Li Zishuan had said to him suddenly echoed in Cheng Chimo's mind. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength. Moreover, Taoism emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Chimo, your brute force is occupying the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using force. Chimo, if you become a deserter today, you will lose the opportunity to become a strong person. Uncle Cheng is a hero without equal. Are you willing to live under his shadow for the rest of your life and be a second-generation rich kid who only knows how to eat and wait for death? No, I can't lose. Suddenly, a strong belief burst forth in Cheng Chimo's heart. He shook his somewhat dizzy head and his eyes regained clarity. Moreover, his eyes were filled with a strong desire for victory. Previously, he had promised Shenmu that he would get their team off to a good start. Although this promise was a lot of bragging, he was serious now. He really wanted to win this competition. He wanted to use this competition to prove himself. Chapter 2059. Black Armored Army's Drill Ground. Below the ring, everyone from the Wu Battalion held their breaths nervously when they saw that Cheng Chimo had been hit on the side of his face. Although Lin Feng had hit Cheng Chimo a few times before, those were not vital points. However, Lin Feng's punch was aimed directly at the upper side of Cheng Chimo's face, which was close to his earlobe. That was the most vital part of his body. As long as this punch was strong enough, not only could it injure Cheng Chimo, it could even kill Cheng Chimo directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's punch was controlled. This punch only made Cheng Chimo spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, this made the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, especially Shenmu and the other members of the Wu Battalion, worried for Cheng Chimo. If it was said that Shenmu and the others still had hope that Cheng Chimo would win at the beginning, then now almost no one had any hope anymore. This was because Cheng Chimo was in a disadvantageous position in the ring. Moreover, he had suffered some serious internal injuries. If the fight continued, his defeat was basically set in stone. Cheng Chimo's martial arts has indeed improved since he came to the Black Armored Army. However, he has been lazy for too long. There is still a huge gap between his strength and the top fighters in the army. Li Er commented lightly at this time. After knowing that Li Zishuan had already sent a top fighter to Taiyuan to protect Li Tai, Li Er's mentality had become quite relaxed. It was rare that he was in the mood to watch the Black Armored Army's battle seriously. Li Zishuan had been staring at Cheng Chimo for a while without blinking. Hearing this, he said softly, "Your Majesty, do you think that Cheng Chimo will definitely lose this round? I think that it is still too early to say who will win or lose." Oh. Li Er's eyes flashed. He was about to ask Li Zishuan why he said that. Duan Zhishuan and Qiu Xinggong who were beside him also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. At this time, Li Zishuan suddenly said, "Your Majesty, look, Chimo is about to fight back." Everyone quickly turned back to look at the ring again. On the ring, Lin Feng, who had landed a punch on Cheng Chimo's cheek, did not stop there. Instead, he followed up with another punch, throwing another punch at Cheng Chimo's chest. Cheng Chimo, whose head had been knocked to the side by the punch, suddenly turned his head and met Cheng Chimo's eyes. Lin Feng could not help but be stunned. It was a pair of stubborn, deep, dignified and somewhat cold eyes. If this kind of gaze appeared on Duan Zhishuan, Qin Xiong or other iron-blooded generals, it would not be strange at all. However, when it appeared on Cheng Chimo, who had always been frivolous, it was very out of place. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, it made him look somewhat cold-blooded and ferocious. Even Lin Feng, who was attacking Cheng Chimo, could not help but be stunned for a moment. Lin Feng was stunned, but Cheng Chimo would not be stunned. In a flash, he directly took advantage of the situation. Lin Feng's reaction was also very fast. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly wanted to retreat. This was because, from the beginning to the end, he did not want to fight Cheng Chimo in close combat. However, that slight moment of distraction still affected Lin Feng's speed. As he retreated, Cheng Chimo stretched out his left hand like lightning and directly wrapped it around Lin Feng's right fist, which had not been retracted in time. At the same time, he poured more than half of his body's qi into his left arm. His left hand was like an iron clamp, firmly clamping down on Lin Feng's right fist. Lin Feng frowned and secretly cursed. This was because, once Cheng Chimo dragged him in front of him and engaged in close combat, his advantage in speed would be gone. Therefore Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his qi and quickly retreated. He desperately wanted to break free from Cheng Chimo's grip. At the same time he also swung his left fist and smashed it toward Cheng Chimo's chest. One attack and one defense, using attack as defense. This transformation and coordination between attack and defense fully demonstrated Lin Feng's rich combat experience. However, this time, his previous experience seemed to have been used in the wrong place. Lin Feng saw Cheng Chimo's mouth curl into a sneer. Then Cheng Chimo actually turned a blind eye to Lin Feng's left fist. Chapter 2060. This sudden, unforeseen event, in the ring made everyone's heart tremble. Just a moment ago, almost everyone thought that the outcome was already decided and Cheng Chimo would lose without a doubt. But in the next moment, Lin Feng was actually pushed to the edge of the ring by Cheng Chimo, almost being pushed out of the ring directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and used all his strength to stop the car in time, or else he would be the first contestant in this combat tournament to be pushed out of the ring and be defeated. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at the ring. His eyes revealed a different kind of expression. Shen Mu and the other members of the E Battalion all widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and surprise. They did not think that Cheng Chimo, who was at a disadvantage, could suddenly reverse the situation, and even almost win. But in the next moment, the surprise on their faces instantly turned into anxiety, because on the ring, Lin Feng steadied himself and waved his left fist, launching a counterattack towards Cheng Chimo. Lin Feng, who had steadied himself, was finally able to mobilize most of the qi in his body to attack. So this punch of his was not only fast, it was also ferocious. The huge fist was mixed with violent qi, whistling towards Cheng Chimo's right lower abdomen. This location was easy to hurt and injure but not easy to kill. Previously, when Cheng Chimo was pushing Lin Feng back, he could use his body to take Lin Feng's punch, but now Lin Feng's punch was concentrated with 90% of his strength. Cheng Chimo absolutely did not dare to use his body to take it head-on. If this punch landed solidly on his abdomen, not only would he be sent flying, he would also be severely injured. Facing this ferocious and overbearing punch, Cheng Chimo first retreated slightly, then extended his right hand forward to meet Lin Feng's left fist. It was as if he already knew that Lin Feng would retaliate with a punch. He even knew the timing, angle, position, and strength of the punch. Then he accurately reached out his right hand and wrapped it around Lin Feng's left fist. Following the direction of Lin Feng's left fist, he guided Lin Feng's left fist to attack his lower right abdomen. Therefore, Cheng Chimo's action of reaching out his hand was the most appropriate word to describe it as welcoming. It was as if he was welcoming a friend who had come from afar into his house, afraid that the other party did not know the way. This was the borrowing force of Tai Chi. At the same time, it was also Cheng Chimo's move, inviting you into the trap. At the same time, Cheng Chimo turned his body slightly so that Lin Feng's punch would not hit him. Of course, throughout the whole process, his left hand was firmly clamped on Lin Feng's right fist. Seeing that his left hand was about to fall into Cheng Chimo's evil claws, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He quickly pulled his hand back, but this time he learned, and did not use too much strength to pull back. After all, he was almost pushed out of the ring by Cheng Chimo when he tried to pull back with all his strength. Feeling that Lin Feng did not use too much strength to pull back, Cheng Chimo did not choose to borrow force, to push Lin Feng out of the ring like last time. Instead, he quickly released Lin Feng's left and right sides, then turned his palm into a fist and attacked Lin Feng's chest. At this time, Lin Feng's right hand was clamped by Cheng Chimo, and his left hand was in the process of retreating. Facing Cheng Chimo's attack, he did not have the ability and time to defend, borrowing force to dodge, turning defense into offense. It had to be said that Cheng Chimo's timing was indeed perfect. This set of combination punches was also very ingenious. With a bang, Cheng Chimo's punch landed solidly on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng only felt pain in his chest, and then there was a sweet taste in his throat. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body could not help but retreat because of this punch. It was only because Cheng Chimo was still clamping on his right hand that he did not retreat immediately. On the other hand, Cheng Chimo was also mischievous. He took the opportunity to let go of Lin Feng's clamped right hand. Without Cheng Chimo's clamping, Lin Feng's whole body was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably retreating backward. Lin Feng could not help but feel that things were not going well. He hurriedly channeled qi into his legs again, trying to stabilize his body as soon as possible. However, Cheng Chimo was not willing to let go of this great opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's unstable body and staggering backward, he took advantage of the opportunity and rushed forward. Both of his fists were aimed at the side of Lin Feng's face and chin. This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship's bow was met with a headwind. Lin Feng, who had just been punched in the chest, had not yet regained his balance. Now he had to face 2 more ferocious punches from Cheng Chumo. Moreover, compared to the beginning of the fight, Cheng Chumo's punches were now faster. The angle and timing of his punches were also more ingenious, making it difficult for Lin Feng to effectively block them in the first place. After the vicious beating, just now, Cheng Chumo seemed to have evolved. Bang, bang. In the nick of time, Lin Feng quickly withdrew both of his hands. At this time he did not have time to raise his fists to block Cheng Chumo's 2 fists. He only had time to block the side of his face and chin with his palms. Cheng Chumo's 2 punches that were aimed at his left face and chin whistled through the air and landed on both of his palms. Although on the surface Lin Feng's palms blocked Cheng Chumo's 2 fists. However, how could he block Cheng Chumo's 2 ferocious punches with his 2 palms that he had stretched out in a hurry? When Lin Feng's palms came into contact with Cheng Chumo's fists, he suddenly felt a huge force hit him. His 2 palms were pushed by this huge force and fiercely hit the side of his face and chin. Lin Feng felt a burning pain on the side of his face and chin, but at this moment he could not care less. He had to change, he had to turn the situation around or he would lose without a doubt. At this critical moment, Lin Feng borrowed the strength of Cheng Chumo's 2 fists to soar into the air. He directly did a backflip, but at the same time, both of his feet were aimed at Cheng Chumo's face. In the face of Lin Feng's 2 kicks, Cheng Chumo had no choice but to use his hands to block and retreat slightly. Lin Feng finally landed steadily, but when he landed, he found that he was once again standing at the edge of the ring. I admit that I have indeed underestimated you, but from now on, I will not be merciful. Looking behind him, Lin Feng turned his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Cheng Chumo and said word by word. Just now, Cheng Chumo's 2 punches had already caused him to suffer a serious internal injury. Up until now he was also a little angry. At the beginning of the match, he did not use his full strength because his strength was higher than Cheng Chumo's. In addition, Cheng Chumo was Cheng Chumo's son, and there was also Li Er watching below the ring. He was afraid that if he used his full strength from the start, he would seriously injure Cheng Chumo. But now that he was injured, he had to use his full strength next. Chapter 2061. A true master will never underestimate his opponent. On the stage when Lin Feng said, "From now on, I won't be lenient," Cheng Chumo coldly snorted and said these words in a flat tone that was not flat at all. If this were any other day, hearing such a philosophical statement from Cheng Chumo's mouth would definitely cause everyone to feel very uncomfortable. But ever since Cheng Chumo's awakening, his entire aura had changed, and these words were very much in line with his current temperament, so no one felt the slightest bit uncomfortable. Lin Feng couldn't help but be enraged. What did he mean by, "A true master will never underestimate his opponent"? Did it mean that he didn't deserve to be called a master? And listening to Cheng Chumo's words, it was as if he was purposely finding excuses for his previous loss when he said that he didn't use his full strength. This was a blatant humiliation. How could Lin Feng endure it? At that moment, Lin Feng didn't care that Cheng Chumo was Cheng Yaojin's son, nor did he care that Li Er was watching the battle below the stage. He roared angrily and the aura of the middle stage of Qi transforming stage exploded. Even the aura on his body had a faint tendency of breaking through to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. He was actually about to break through from the middle stage of Qi transforming stage to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. It turned out that in the previous battle, he really didn't use his full strength. When Shenmu and the other members of the E Battalion felt the powerful aura from Lin Feng's body, their faces couldn't help but change. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Feng to have held back his strength earlier. And at this moment, Lin Feng's legs kicked off and his entire person disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Cheng Chumo's head. Fast. Just based on speed alone, Lin Feng's current speed was at least 30% faster than before. Don't underestimate this 30% increase. In an evenly matched battle, a mere 10% increase in strength could be the key to victory, not to mention 30%. After awakening, Cheng Chumo's reaction wasn't slow. When Lin Feng leaped above his head and punched towards his face, he had already raised his head and crossed his arms in front of his face to block with all his might. Because it was already too late to retreat, the only thing they could do was to resist with all their might. Bang bang bang. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would not just throw a punch, but a series of dazzling consecutive punches? Cheng Chumo only felt a piercing pain in the wrist that was covering his face. Then this pain was like a storm densely attacking him. This was Lin Feng's quick punch. Once his fist was formed, it was like a storm, continuous and unending. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking down from above. It could be said that he was unforgiving. The power of his fists was also stronger than before. Cheng Chumo, who had been fighting with Lin Feng for half a day, knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight like this. He quickly retreated while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That's right, defending all the time was not Cheng Chumo's style. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat his opponent. Moreover, Lin Feng was currently in midair. After a round of quick punch, he could be said to be powerless. As long as Cheng Chumo could withstand Lin Feng's quick punch and wait for Lin Feng to change his strength, it would be the best time for him to counterattack. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that he could not leverage his strength in midair. He planned to severely injure Cheng Chumo in this round of quick punch to secure victory. He did not believe that Cheng Chumo could escape unscathed from this round of quick punch. This was a win-or-die style of fighting. Lin Feng's punches were faster, fiercer, and more cunning than the last. Moreover, his fists not only landed on Cheng Chumo's crossed wrists in front of his face, but also on Cheng Chumo's head and the side of his face that was not blocked. Bang! Cheng Chumo, who took a punch to the cheek, could not help but tilt his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He groaned, ignoring the pain on his face, and turned his head back at lightning speed. His eyes focused, and the arm that was blocking his face had already moved away. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lin Feng, who was in midair. Cough cough. Of course, he did not want to kill his opponent with his eyes. He focused all his attention on the direction and angle of Lin Feng's next punch. In fact, Cheng Chumo, who had already fought with Lin Feng for dozens of rounds, had a basic understanding of Lin Feng's punches and moves. This was the time for him to verify if what he knew was correct. He wanted to predict the landing point of Lin Feng's next punch based on his posture. Cheng Chumo had more or less heard of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that Li Zixuan had taught to Dugu Xian. The reason why the 9 strategies beyond the swords was so powerful was not only because of its indomitable will and its lack of defense, but also because of its ability to take advantage of the opponent's opportunity. The moment the opponent made a move, you could predict the angle of attack and where the opponent would attack. You would then have ample time to attack the opponent's exposed flaws in the move, and in the end, you would naturally be invincible. After the first punch landed on Cheng Chumo's cheek, Lin Feng did not stop. His other fist went straight for Cheng Chumo's face. However, at this moment in Cheng Chumo's eyes, Lin Feng's punch seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see every movement of Lin Feng's punch. He could even see the wrinkles on Lin Feng's sleeves as his arms moved. Just when Lin Feng's right fist was less than 3 inches away, Cheng Chumo made his move. He concentrated all the chi in his body on his right arm and reached out his left hand at lightning speed. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or due to Cheng Chumo's ingenious calculation, but his left hand and Lin Feng's right fist unexpectedly met in midair. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He had a bad feeling about this. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from his right fist. In addition, he was throwing a punch forward at this time. The huge pulling force was completely following the direction of his punch, trying to pull him down from midair. Under the combined force of the two forces, Lin Feng, who was in midair, was suddenly pulled down effortlessly from midair like a weightless kite. Based on the way he was falling, Lin Feng would land face first on the ground. If that happened, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Bang! Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly stretched out his left hand to support himself on the ground. Of course, with his entire body falling at such a fast speed, it was impossible for one hand to support his entire body. If he forced himself to support himself, his wrist might be broken by the huge downward momentum. He only wanted to use his left hand to support himself on the ground for a moment to cushion his fall so that he wouldn't hit the ground so hard. Just as Lin Feng was about to hit the ground, Cheng Chumo also let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. He then watched as Lin Feng landed on the ground, rolled, and quickly stood up again. Cheng Chumo did not take advantage of the moment when Lin Feng landed to attack. This was because Lin Feng was not Yuan Deshang. When dealing with Yuan Deshang, Cheng Chumo could do whatever he wanted. However, Lin Feng was a person who acted according to the rules. He could not disregard martial arts ethics. Good movement. Cheng Chumo could not help but praise when he saw Lin Feng quickly stand up and get into a defensive posture after falling to the ground. Don't be so happy too early. Cheng Chumo praised from the bottom of his heart. He was not being sarcastic. However, Lin Feng had just said some harsh words. Now that he was in such a sorry state, Cheng Chumo felt a little embarrassed. He could not help but let out a cold snort. Then he pushed off with both feet and took advantage of the situation to launch another attack on Cheng Chumo. This time, Lin Feng did not dare to launch an aerial battle. He only dared to attack from the ground. The scene from the very beginning of the match was finally happening again. Lin Feng swung his fists rapidly. His punches were as dense as raindrops. They were like lightning greeting Cheng Chumo's chest, face, nose, stomach and other parts of his body. Fast. This was Lin Feng's fast punches. At the beginning of the match, Lin Feng had used a round of fast punches to beat Cheng Chumo until he could not catch his breath. Now Lin Feng's strength was fully unleashed. His punches were faster and more ferocious than before. However, the current Cheng Chumo could not be compared to before. After experiencing the violent beating from before, he knew Lin Feng's punches like the back of his hand. In addition, he had just successfully predicted the direction of Lin Feng's punches and accurately pulled Lin Feng down from the air. This greatly increased his confidence in his prediction. At this moment, although Lin Feng's punches were actually faster than before in Cheng Chumo's eyes, they were slower than before. This was because he had already seen through Lin Feng's punches. Lin Feng punched like lightning. Cheng Chumo stretched out his palm like lightning. Every time his palm landed, it was just slightly above Lin Feng's punches. Every time Lin Feng punched out, Cheng Chumo accurately caught his wrist. Under the guidance of Cheng Chumo's palm, Lin Feng's punches became soft and powerless. Cheng Chumo was actually neutralizing the strength of Lin Feng's punches. Borrowing strength to fight strength, turning strength into formlessness. This was Tai Chi. In the past, Li Zixuan had told Cheng Chumo that his brute force occupied the yang of Tai Chi. What he lacked was the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, this was the trick of using strength. Now that Cheng Chumo had grasped the trick of using strength, he could borrow strength at any time, anywhere, borrow strength to fight strength and turn strength into formlessness. The audience below the stage was stunned. Li Er could not hide the shock on his face. Cheng Chumo was able to neutralize Lin Feng's punches invisibly. Of course, he knew that Cheng Chumo was using Tai Chi. Li Er knew a little about Tai Chi, not to mention that Li Zixuan had taught Tai Chi to all the teachers and students during the military training at Yanhuang College. Even in the harem, Empress Jiangsun and Chang'e often practiced Tai Chi to strengthen their bodies. But wasn't Tai Chi supposed to be slow? How did Cheng Chumo achieve this series of rapid Tai Chi moves? In contrast to Li Er's shock, Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This kid was finally enlightened. If Cheng Yaojin could see this scene, he would no longer have to worry about the lack of a successor for the Cheng family. On the stage, Lin Feng was unusually sullen. He knew that every punch he threw was very strong, but every punch felt like it was hitting cotton. Moreover, Cheng Chumo seemed to have seen through his punches. His rapid succession of punches could no longer land on Cheng Chumo. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already thrown out more than 40 punches, but none of them landed on Cheng Chumo. While he felt that the chi in his body was running out, he also felt mentally tired. Anyone who threw more than 40 punches without landing a hit would feel mentally tired. At this moment, Cheng Chumo grabbed Lin Feng's fist before he could retract it. Then he bent his body and threw him over his shoulder. Lin Feng, who was running out of chi, was shocked. However, he did not have time to react. He was thrown over the shoulder by Cheng Chumo and fell to the ground. The sharp pain from his butt and back made it difficult for him to stand up for a while. I admit defeat. Even though he was very unwilling, Lin Feng began to open his mouth to admit defeat. 1st Battalion first round, 5th Battalion 1st Battalion. Cheng Chumo wins. The referee was slightly stunned. After he recovered, he immediately announced, "Oh, he won. Damn. Chumo actually won." As soon as the referee's voice fell, Shinmu and the others who were at the corner of the stage couldn't help but cheer. They went up and surrounded Cheng Chumo in the middle and hugged him tightly. The cheers quickly spread to the audience below the stage. The soldiers of the Wu Battalion all shouted at the top of their lungs. Cheng Chumo defeated the strong with the weak. This battle was simply too beautiful. Cheng Chumo patted his teammates' shoulders one by one. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Zixuan, who was below the stage. Seeing the latter looking at him with a smile, Cheng Chumo's lips moved slightly. Using a voice that only he could hear, he said, "Thank you, little Xian." After this fight, he seemed to have awakened, and seemed to have matured. Chapter 2062. Captain. Brothers, I'm sorry I've embarrassed our 1st Battalion Team 1. As the victorious side, Cheng Chumo's side was naturally filled with joy and cheers, but as the defeated side, the 1st Battalion Team 1 was completely silent. After Lin Feng stood up from the ground, his expression was gloomy and his mood was complicated as he walked over to the 1st Battalion Team 1 members. He cupped his fist and said to Jianghu and the others with a face full of shame. The few of them were speechless, obviously they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Jianghu took a step forward, patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Don't say such discouraging words, it's normal to have wins and losses in a competition. Cheng Chimo does have some ability, if I wasn't afraid of others saying I'm bullying the weak, I would have gone up and exchanged a few moves with him. You were a bit impatient just now but you can't be blamed. Cheng Chimo must have had a breakthrough just now or he suddenly realized something." Jianghu was worthy of being a veteran, who had been in the army for many years and had rich battle experience. He could see the changes in Cheng Chimo at a glance, and he was also quite interested in the magical method of neutralizing strength that Cheng Chimo displayed just now. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, he really wanted to bring Cheng Chimo up to the stage and fight him personally. Hearing Jianghu's high evaluation of Cheng Chimo, Lin Feng felt a bit better in his heart. After all, no matter if it was realm strength or experience in the army, Jianghu surpassed them by a large margin. Even he looked at Cheng Chimo in a different light, which meant that Cheng Chimo was indeed very strong, and at the same time, it also meant that Lin Feng's loss just now wasn't unjust. Borrowing strength and neutralizing strength, turning defeat into victory. This kid from the Qing family has really been enlightened. I have a whole new level of respect for him. Below the stage, Li Er also came back to his senses at this time, looking at Cheng Chimo who was surrounded by people on the stage, and said with a face full of emotion. After sighing, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan and couldn't help but say, "You really got it right, brat. Could it be that you already knew that Cheng Chimo could defeat Lin Feng?" Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Before this, Cheng Chimo and Lin Feng had never fought each other. I don't know how to calculate, so how can I know that Chimo will win? There are winners and losers in every competition. I was just lucky and guessed correctly. You're still hiding things from me, kid. Speaking of which, you're from the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. How do I know you don't know how to calculate?" How could Li Er not hear Li Zishuan's words? He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded jokingly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I'm a Taoist priest in this life, a Taoist priest isn't the same as a fraud. Who says that a Taoist priest must know how to predict the future? Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't speak, Li Er recalled the situation in the ring and couldn't help but ask, "Just now, Cheng Chimo defeated Lin Feng in the ring with Tai Chi, right?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, "Most of it. In fact, strictly speaking, Cheng Chimo was able to defeat Lin Feng not purely by relying on Tai Chi. A large part of the reason was that he had figured out Lin Feng's martial arts when he was being beaten at the beginning. It could also be understood that this guy had an epiphany in the ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to counter Lin Feng's fast punches and turn the force invisible. This was Cheng Chimo's own luck, and it could only be found by chance. Tai Chi. This Tai Chi seems to contain the truth of Taoism. It must be the condensation of your master's life's work, but you taught it to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. How can the head of the Celestial Master Path forgive you?" Li Er frowned and couldn't help but ask. He had heard of Tai Chi before and had seen people practice it, but he didn't take the slow punches seriously. Today was his first time witnessing the power of Tai Chi in actual combat. Cheng Chimo's brilliant performance in the ring had completely subverted Li Er's understanding of Tai Chi. It turned out that Tai Chi wasn't a slow and powerless punching technique. It could be fast or slow and it could borrow force to fight force. It could turn force invisible and it could defeat the strong with the weak. This made Li Er's attitude towards Tai Chi become more serious. However, he subconsciously thought that this exquisite and peerless fist technique came from spiritual master Ling Su. After all, Li Zishuan was still too young. No one would think that he could create his own martial arts, let alone such an exquisite and peerless martial art. Your Majesty thinks too much. Tai Chi isn't the technique of the Celestial Master Path. Moreover, when my master was alive, he often told me that the foundation of martial arts is to strengthen the body. Since ancient times, it was because of the bigoted views of the various sects that countless martial arts in the Central Plains were lost. Good Kung Fu should be carried forward. Practitioners of Kung Fu are also inheritors of Kung Fu. My master once warned me not to cherish Kung Fu. As long as it's someone with a pure character, I can pass on Kung Fu to him and strengthen his body. In my opinion, the teachers and students of Yanhuang College are all people with a pure character. Therefore, I taught Tai Chi to them before. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and spoke without thinking. His words didn't admit that Tai Chi was created by spiritual master Ling Su, but he also didn't deny it. It was an ambiguous answer. Even if Li Er knew the truth later, he couldn't do anything to him. Of course, the main meaning of these words was to show spiritual master Ling Su's noble sentiments and broad mind. As for whether spiritual master Ling Su had said these words, presumably no one other than him would know, and there would be no way to investigate. When Duan Zhishuan heard Li Zishuan's words, his face couldn't help but be filled with respect. Looking at his appearance, he most likely believed Li Zishuan's nonsense. Li Er frowned again. It wasn't the first day he knew Li Zishuan, so he subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan's words must be mixed with a lot of exaggeration. However, there were some things that he couldn't say without evidence. He could only settle for the next best thing and change the topic. But Tai Chi is so powerful, yet you so casually taught it to so many people. Even though most of the teachers and students in Yanhuang College are pure people, no one can guarantee that there are no black sheep among them. If they use the kung fu you taught to do evil everywhere as their master, it will be difficult for you to absolve yourself from the blame. It was said that heroes used martial arts to break the rules. After seeing the power of Tai Chi from Cheng Chimo today, Li Er couldn't help but worry about Li Zishuan's move of teaching Tai Chi to all the teachers and students of the academy. He was worried that these students would become unstable factors that would affect the stability of the Tang Empire after they left the academy. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about this. The main purpose of teaching Tai Chi to the teachers and students of the academy is to strengthen their bodies, not to make them invincible in martial arts. Besides, even if I wanted to, it's impossible. I only taught them moves and routines, but Tai Chi focuses on the meaning and not the form. Only people like Chumo who have a unique or deep understanding of Tai Chi can increase their strength because of Tai Chi. It's rare for 1 in 1,000 people to be able to understand the meaning of Tai Chi. Moreover, these kinds of people were usually not vicious and evil people. Besides, when the Tang Empire clears the strong enemies around and the country becomes more and more stable, those martial arts masters will have to abide by the law no matter how strong they are. Otherwise, under the pursuit of the imperial court, they will die. Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times there has never been such a saying." Hearing this, Li Er thought about it seriously and finally nodded and said, "What you said just now is not without reason. I didn't expect you to see it more clearly than I do." In fact, Li Zishuan's last sentence, "Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times, there has never been such a saying," made him feel the same way. As long as the Tang Empire was strong enough, the people could live and work in peace. Who would have nothing better to do than to rebel? "Your Majesty praises me too much, I dare not," Li Zishuan hurriedly said. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and said, "All right. I won't pursue this matter anymore. You brat, don't pretend to be innocent. Continue to watch the competition. I want to see how far the V battalion that you took over can go." Chapter 2063. As the champion, with the exceptional performance of their team member Cheng Chumo, the first team of the Wu battalion managed to retain their position as the champion in the first round. But this wasn't the end. If they wanted to obtain the first place in this competition, they still had to win 2 more rounds. But it was easier said than done. Facing opponents whose overall strength was much higher than theirs, it was extremely difficult for them to win 2 more rounds. The first victory was already a thing of the past. Next, they would have to face opponents who were even stronger. "Jianghu, you're up next. Try your best to win, but it doesn't matter even if you lose. Coincidentally, my hands are also itching." The second round of the competition was about to begin. As the attacking team, the first team of the 1st Battalion had to send out a person first. Dijang Sun turned his head and said to a middle-aged soldier with a medium build who was about 30 years old. His "coincidentally, my hands are also itching" sentence had a hidden meaning. If the soldier named Tian Wu lost this round, then the first team of the 1st Battalion would have lost 2 rounds in a row. If the first team of the 1st Battalion wanted to win, they would have to win 3 rounds in a row. Then, as the captain of the first team of the 1st Battalion, he would have to go up this time no matter what. "Captain, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to win this round." Tian Wu's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He bowed and cupped his fist towards Dijang Sun. As if to cheer Tian Wu on, the rest of the soldiers also voiced out their agreement at this time. With old Tian going out, there is no suspense in this round. There is no one on the other side who can beat old Tian. This time there is no need for the captain to make a move. That's right. Old Tian is not only in the middle stage of Qi transforming stage, his speed is also one of the best in our battalion. Even if Cheng Chumo is a miracle in the first team of the Wu battalion, I don't believe that they can create a second miracle. Although the first team of the 1st Battalion lost the first round, but after experiencing the initial shock, the members of the Wu Battalion quickly adjusted their mentality. Now they were still full of confidence for the next round. Of course, the main source of their confidence came from their strength. The members on their side were all stronger than the first team of the Wu Battalion. Lin Feng's defeat was just an accident. Now that the A Battalion first team had decided on their candidates, the problem came to the E Battalion first team. Shen Mu frowned and analyzed. Tianwu is also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. His strength is on par with Lin Feng's from before, but according to rumors he is especially skilled in Qinggong. In terms of speed, there are almost no one in the entire A Battalion who can beat him. Therefore his overall strength should be able to rank second in the 1st Battalion, above Lin Feng. Jianghu sent out Tianwu this round. If we don't send out someone stronger than him, I reckon we won't have any hope of winning this round. In reality, Shenmu's analysis was not wrong at all. Tianwu was indeed the second strongest expert in the 1st Battalion. Jianghu had sent Tianwu out this round because he wanted to force out the trump card of the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion. Hearing this, Wang Rong took the initiative to volunteer. Let me go this round. As long as I go, we will have a glimmer of hope of winning this round. At the very beginning, Shenmu had already analyzed with everyone. Facing the 1st Battalion of the A Battalion, the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion had to secure victory in the first 4 or even the first 3 rounds. Otherwise, if they dragged it out until Jianghu went up, they would lose without a doubt, without any chance of winning. Therefore, in these first few rounds, to the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion, every round's victory was important. They couldn't afford to lose even a single small point. Hearing Wang Rong volunteering himself, Shenmu still had a frown on his face. Because Wang Rong was the strongest person in their team. If Wang Rong went up this round, it would increase their chances of winning by a lot, but at the same time, it would also deplete one of their trump cards. Of course, the most important thing was that in terms of strength, Wang Rong was also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. He wasn't much stronger than Tianwu. Moreover, Tianwu had the advantage of speed. In other words, even if Wang Rong went up this round, he might not necessarily win. If he lost, then not only would the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion have lost the competition, they would also have depleted one of their strongest trump cards. There was basically no need for them to fight in the following rounds. Therefore, at this moment, Shenmu was already considering whether to give up this round. After all, if Wang Rong went up, the risks would outweigh the benefits. Captain Shen, let me go up this round. Right at this moment, a straightforward voice rang out beside Wang Rong's ear. Moreover, the tone was filled with determination and even a hint of stubbornness. Was Yuqi Baolin. Seeing Shenmu turn his head, Yuqi Baolin swallowed his saliva and continued, Big brother Wang just went up during the previous round. He definitely hasn't rested well yet. Let me go up this round. Although that Tianwu is very strong, but if I use all my strength I will definitely be able to win against him. Captain Shen, you have to believe me. At this moment, Yuqi Baolin volunteering himself made Shenmu's eyes light up. He asked with some surprise, Oh? Could it be that you didn't use all your strength before, Baolin? From the beginning of this combat competition until now, Yuqi Baolin had actually only gone up once. It was during the first round of the preliminary round, when he was up against the leader of the 4th Battalion of the C Battalion, Xiang Peng. From the looks of it, Xiang Peng was a middle-stage Qi transforming expert, while Baolin was only in the initial stage. However, in that match, Baolin had made a huge upset. With his initial stage Qi transforming strength, he had defeated the middle stage Qi transforming Xiang Peng, completing the first miracle of the week, defeating the strong in this combat competition. Now that Yuqi Baolin had volunteered again, and even claimed that he hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, this made Shenmu feel a trace of unexpected joy. This was because although Tianwu and Xiang Peng were both in the middle stage Qi transforming strength, Tianwu was obviously stronger than Xiang Peng. Just based on the precedent of Baolin defeating Xiang Peng, it didn't mean that Baolin could also defeat Tianwu. However, if Yuqi Baolin hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, then it would be another explanation. Perhaps Yuqi Baolin could create an even bigger miracle this time. When I was fighting with Xiang Peng earlier, I felt that I hadn't reached my limit yet. Faced with Shenmu's questioning gaze, Yuqi Baolin nodded firmly and said, Old Shen, let Baolin go. I believe that he can definitely do it. Cheng Chumo, who was standing to the side, used his fist to punch Yuqi Baolin's chest, then turned his head to smile at Shenmu. As Baolin's sworn brother, Cheng Chumo naturally had to stand up and support him at this time. Besides, Ching Chimo also had a lot of faith in Baolin's strength. After all, Baolin was able to take several blows from Wuxia and survive. Alright. Then for this round Baolin will go. Shen Mu was already tempted, and seeing that Ching Chimo also stood up to support Baolin, he instantly made up his mind and spoke decisively. Chapter 2064. 1st Battalion Team 1 Second Round. 1st Battalion Team 1, Tianwu, versus 5th Battalion Team 1 Yuchi Baolin. After both sides had decided on their candidates, along with the loud shout of the referee, the second round of the battle officially began. Tianwu and Yuchi Baolin both came to the center of the arena and stood facing each other. The two of them stared at each other silently for a moment. Tianwu said indifferently, "General Yuchi is a hero and I admire you the most. However, in a martial arts competition on the arena, you should go all out. Today, I will not show you mercy just because you are General Yuchi's son." In Tianwu's eyes, Yuchi Baolin was merely an early-stage Qi transformation weakling. Although he had heard that Baolin had unexpectedly defeated Xiang Peng, who was at the middle-stage Qi transformation, Tianwu still didn't put Baolin in his eyes. This was because he could easily defeat Xiang Peng within 10 moves even though they were both at the middle-stage Qi transformation. Yuchi Baolin's victory over Xiang Peng wasn't enough to make Tianwu wary. He was even a little disappointed when he saw that Yuchi Baolin from the 1st Battalion was not going to fight him. He felt that even if he won, there was nothing to be happy about. After hearing Tianwu's words, the usually mild-tempered Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. He said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" It was obvious that Baolin, who rarely got angry, was furious at this moment. Like Ching Chimo, Baolin didn't want to be a second-generation heir, who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't want people to call him Yuchi Jingda's son whenever they talked about him. This label seemed glorious, but sometimes it made him feel suffocated. Therefore, after seeing Li Zixuan's powerful individual strength and feeling Li Zixuan's extraordinary charisma, he chose to follow Li Zixuan to Yanhuang College with Ching Chimo and come to the Black Armored Army's camp together. He wanted to become stronger and more outstanding under Li Zixuan's guidance. This way, when people mentioned the name Yuchi Baolin, they would think of him first and not Yuchi Jingda's son. To a certain extent, Tianwu's words had hit Yuchi Baolin's sore spot. "Hey, good lad. He did have some temperament. That's right. Take this." Hearing the anger in Yuchi Baolin's words, Tianwu wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and took the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yuchi Baolin. At that moment, Yuchi Baolin had no time to react. He could only watch as a palm imprinted itself on the lower part of his chest. Bam! Yuchi Baolin heard a dull thud from his chest. Immediately after, he felt a huge force coming at him. His body flew backward involuntarily, and he fell heavily to the ground. Quick! It was too fast. Although Lin Feng, who fought against Ching Chimo in the last match, was also known for his speed, this Tianwu in front of him was more than 30% faster than Lin Feng. Yuchi Baolin was just a little careless. He didn't even see the other party's figure clearly, and he was hit by the other party's palm? What kind of speed was that? If someone else took over Yuchi Baolin's position now, they would probably feel a deep sense of despair. After all, how could they fight a match like this when they couldn't even see the other party's figure clearly? Shen Mu, Ching Chimo, and the other members of the 5th Battalion, who were watching the match from the back of the arena, couldn't help but look stunned when they saw that Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tianwu's palm at the beginning of the match. After all, just a moment ago, Yuchi Baolin was still swearing to everyone that he would definitely win this match. But the reality was that Yuchi Baolin was completely at a disadvantage the moment he entered the arena. Moreover, Tianwu's palm seemed to have injured Yuchi Baolin quite a bit. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Yuchi Baolin, who had fallen to the ground, quickly stood up from the ground. It didn't look like what everyone thought. Tianwu's palm just now didn't cause much damage to him. How is this possible? Seeing Yuchi Baolin stand up from the ground as if nothing had happened, Tianwu, who had thought that the outcome of the match was already decided, widened his eyes in shock. He stared at Yuchi Baolin in disbelief. He knew his own situation very well. He was very clear in his heart how much strength he had used in that palm strike. Previously, he had used 40% of his true Qi to display the light body technique, and then the remaining 60% of his true Qi was all concentrated in his palm. But he still showed some mercy, and slightly avoided the position of Yuchi Baolin's heart. After all, he didn't really want to kill someone. Even so, he was confident that this palm strike would definitely be able to injure Yuchi Baolin severely. So after his successful strike, he didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stayed where he was and waited for the referee to announce the result of the match. This was the battle strategy he had just formulated to deal with Yuchi Baolin. Because Yuchi Baolin was only at the early stage of chi refining, only by defeating him in one move could he maximize the morale of the team and display his strength to everyone. But the final result was far beyond his expectations. Yuchi Baolin actually stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Actually, Yuchi Baolin's current situation wasn't as good as Tianwu had thought. When Tianwu's palm struck his chest just now, he felt a surge of chi and blood, and a strong urge to vomit blood. At the crucial moment, Yuchi Baolin hurriedly activated his family's mental cultivation method with all his might and forcefully swallowed the blood that had already reached his throat. This was because he knew that once he spat out this mouthful of congested blood, it would be equivalent to him losing all his strength. If he wanted to defeat Tianwu in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He couldn't lose this match and he didn't want to lose. Previously, Cheng Chimo had defeated Lin Feng, who was a stronger opponent than him. This had given Yuchi Baolin a strong stimulus. As Li Zixuan's student and follower, Cheng Chimo was his best friend. Seeing that his good friend's strength was improving, Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind. He also wanted to prove his strength, and even more so, he wanted to prove that he was useful to this team. Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind Li Zixuan, Cheng Chimo, and his small team. This was the stubbornness in the depths of Yuchi Baolin's heart. He had never told anyone that he wanted to do it silently and achieve it. So in this round, he had volunteered to fight because he wanted to achieve his heart's desire by defeating the stronger Tianwu. In fact, he had lied to Shinmu earlier. He wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Tianwu. After all, he and Tianwu had never fought before. The reason why he was so certain was that he wanted to obtain this opportunity to prove himself. Chapter 2065. Baolin, do your best. Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tianwu's attack. Although he quickly stood up again, it was inevitable that his morale would be affected. At this moment, Cheng Chimo, who was standing at the edge of the ring, waved his fist and shouted at Baolin, "Do your best." In modern times, this was a very common phrase. However, in this era, only people from Yanhuang College understood the meaning of this phrase. As expected, when Shinmu and the others heard Cheng Chimo's words, they were stunned. Baolin, who was in the middle of the ring, trembled. He did not turn his head to look at Cheng Chimo. Instead, he opened his legs slightly and stomped hard on the ground. He took a stable horse stance as if he was rooted in the ring. Then he clenched his fists and took a defensive stance. He then turned to Tianwu and said in a low voice, "Again." His voice was not loud, but his aura was strong. Cheng Chimo's "do your best" made Yuchi Baolin's fighting spirit even stronger. He was determined not to lose this battle. "Very good. Looks like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back from now on." Tianwu took a deep breath and looked at Baolin as he spoke. After saying that, he kicked backward with one foot and charged toward Yuchi Baolin like an arrow released from a bow. He was as fast as lightning as before. Previously, Yuchi Baolin had been sent flying by Tianwu's palm strike mainly because he had been careless and Tianwu's attack had been too sudden. However, this time Baolin had clearly come prepared. From the moment he stood up again, his eyes had been fixed on Tianwu and had not left him for even a moment. Therefore, even though Tianwu's speed was as fast as before, his figure was not as untraceable as before in the eyes of Baolin, who was completely focused on him. Baolin could still capture Tianwu's figure. Whoosh! Tianwu's figure was like lightning as he charged toward Baolin. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it toward Baolin's face. Just as he said, he would not hold back at all this time. Unfortunately, this time Baolin was prepared. When Tianwu's fist was about 3 feet away from Baolin's face, Baolin roared and quickly crossed his arms in front of his face to block the attack. Fist and palm quickly collided. This time, Baolin wasn't sent flying like before. His upper body leaned forward slightly, and his legs were firmly rooted to the ground. However, because Tianwu's punch was too powerful, he couldn't help but slide back for more than 10 feet before he completely neutralized the force of Tianwu's punch. Although the force had been neutralized, a portion of the violent vital chi in Tianwu's fist had unavoidably entered Baolin's meridians. Baolin groaned. It was obvious that the punch had caused him some internal injuries. However, at this moment he couldn't care less about this. Since Tianwu had punched out, it was the time for him to change his strength. It was the best time for him to launch a counterattack. Bao Lin quickly lowered his hands in front of his face. Then, with a roar, he clenched his hands into fists. He gathered all the vital qi in his body and punched both fists toward Tianwu's chest. Tianwu didn't expect Bao Lin to be able to withstand his punch. He also didn't expect Bao Lin to counterattack so quickly. Chapter 2066. Bam Bam Bam. In the arena, Tianwu relied on his advantage in speed to launch round after round of rapid attacks on Yuqi Baolin. His attacks ranged from Yuqi Baolin's head to his shoulders to his chest to his back and then to his abdomen. He covered almost all of Baolin's vital parts. His attacks were different from Lin Feng's. Although Lin Feng's punching style was also fast, he mainly threw many punches at the same spot in an extremely short period of time, making it difficult for his opponent to parry. On the other hand, Tianwu's fast punches relied on his speed advantage and could quickly launch multiple rounds of attacks on different parts of his opponent's body, making it impossible for his opponent to defend against. Therefore, the only thing that could be seen in the ring now was Yuqi Baolin, who was exhausted from dealing with attacks from all sides, and Tianwu's afterimages coming from all directions around him. Of course, one could also hear the sounds of fists colliding with flesh. As the stronger side, Tianwu naturally focused on offense. As for Baolin, as the weaker side, he focused on defense. However, he wasn't purely defending. He was defending and counterattacking because pure defense couldn't win the match. As he defended against Tianwu's attacks, he was also looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, Tianwu's speed was simply too fast. Many of Baolin's counterattacks were dodged by Tianwu. In the middle of the ring, Yuqi Baolin knew very well that this couldn't go on. This was because in the dozen or so rounds he had just exchanged with Tianwu, the damage he had suffered was far greater than the damage he had caused Tianwu. If this went on, even if he was thick-skinned, he would definitely be defeated before Tianwu. He had to make a change. As he was thinking this, Tianwu had already closed in on him with his fists raised. His target was the middle of Baolin's back. When Bao Lin sensed a strong gust of wind coming at him from behind, he quickly gathered his thoughts and turned around to block the attack. However, Tianwu did not act according to common sense. When he saw Bao Lin turn around and assume a defensive stance, Tianwu actually pulled back his fist and bent his body to sweep his leg. He viciously swept his leg at Bao Lin's left calf. Bam! Bao Lin, who was concentrating on defending against the attack from the upper half of his body, did not have the time to change his defense. He was tripped by Tianwu's sweeping leg. His body involuntarily tilted to one side and smashed heavily onto the arena floor. Because Bao Lin had fallen sideways, the left side of his face had also hit the ground hard when he fell. Not only was his body in pain, but his head was also dizzy from the impact. Tianwu's leg sweep had caused him to suffer a rather serious external injury. On top of that, Tianwu's previous attacks on him had also caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he had suffered injuries on top of injuries. He was very tired. He really wanted to lie down and rest for a while. His body's subconscious was telling him, "Give up, admit defeat." But he really couldn't accept it. He was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Because the outcome of this match was very important to the first team of the Wu Battalion. Bao Lin, do your best. Stand up quickly. Bao Lin's fall made the hearts of the first team of the Wu Battalion tighten. Cheng Chimo was also a little anxious as he watched from the side. Tianwu's strength was indeed a little unexpected, but Cheng Chimo still believed that his good brother could defeat his opponent. Therefore he shouted at the top of his voice again. Although Shenmu and the others didn't know what "do your best" meant at first, when they heard Cheng Chimo shout "do your best" again, they could more or less guess the general meaning. Therefore Shenmu also shouted at the top of his voice, "Bao Lin, do your best." Wang Rong and Xiao Ming looked at each other and followed suit. They shouted behind Shenmu, "Bao Lin, do your best." The four of them shouted in unison, so much so that even the soldiers of the Black Armored Army watching from below the arena could hear the "do your best" from their side. Li Er, Duan Jixuan, Qiu Xingong and the others looked at Shenmu and the others with some surprise. Then Li Er looked away and asked Li Zixuan beside him, "What does 'do your best' mean? Is this a new phrase from Yanhuang College?" Although he was the dean of Yanhuang College in name, Li Er didn't go to the college often. Therefore, he didn't know about some of the new phrases that were circulating among the students of the college. Li Zixuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, 'do your best' is a kind of encouragement and cheering. In the past, when the students of the college were playing football, they would often use 'do your best' to cheer on their teammates. Li Er nodded and didn't say anything else. Because Yuchi Baolin, who was in the arena, used his hands to support himself on the ground and stood up shakily again. He really didn't admit defeat. Cheng Chumo, Shinmu, and the others' cheers made Baolin's heart surge and ignited a stronger fighting spirit in his chest. He didn't want to lose the match, he didn't want to embarrass the E Battalion, and he didn't want Cheng Chumo and Li Zishuan to look down on him. Although he knew that even if he lost the match, Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo wouldn't look down on him, he knew that if he continued to be friends with two people with such outstanding abilities, it would be easy for him to fall behind. He didn't want to fall behind, so he stood up again and wanted to win this match. Baolin stood up shakily. Although he felt pain all over his body as if he was about to fall apart, especially the pain coming from his calf and left cheek, Baolin's fighting spirit was surging at this moment. Again? Looking at Tianwu, who was 30 feet away from him, Yuchi Baolin roared with determination. At the same time, the Yuchi family's inherited cultivation technique within his body was already operating at full force. True Qi rapidly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing the injuries on his body to obtain a certain degree of recovery. Of course, this recovery only temporarily alleviated the pain and did not completely heal his injuries. It belonged to the category of treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. But this was enough for Yuchi Baolin. Good lad. Facing such a tenacious Baolin, Tianwu couldn't help but praise him. Whether it was the previous Cheng Chumo or the current Baolin, they weren't as useless as the other second-generation masters in the capital. At least these two lads didn't embarrass the great Tang's family of generals. Although he admired Baolin, Tianwu wouldn't go easy on him because he knew that in a martial arts competition, one had to go all out to show respect to one's opponent. To him, Yuchi Baolin was definitely an opponent worthy of respect. Tianwu's right foot kicked backward and he disappeared once more. A moment later he appeared to the right of Baolin, a pair of massive fists smashing toward Baolin's right cheek. The same speed, the same method of attack, but the current Baolin was different from before. Chapter 2067. Ah! Tianwu threw a punch at Baolin's face. When the distance between them was less than 10 feet, Yuchi Baolin suddenly roared and leaped into the air. This time he didn't intend to defend passively like before. He was going to take the initiative to attack. At this moment Tianwu's fist had already formed, and his fist was about to hit Baolin. At this moment, it was too late for him to change his move. He could only watch as Baolin leaped up and flew towards him. Tianwu's fist, which was originally aimed at Baolin's face, was now only able to hit Baolin's chest because Baolin had leaped up. Although that was the case, Tianwu believed that the final outcome would be similar. The chest, like the face, was a weak part of the human body. If this punch landed, Yuchi Baolin would definitely suffer. Tianwu didn't understand why Baolin didn't stay in his original position to defend. Instead, he leaped into the air and took the initiative to meet his fist. Didn't Baolin know that this would hurt him even more? After all, he couldn't use force in the air. Defending would only become more difficult. But Tianwu soon understood Baolin's intention. Baolin, who was in the air, didn't care about the punch coming at his chest. He didn't even take a defensive stance. Instead, he raised his right fist and smashed it toward Tianwu's left cheek. Tianwu was stunned and then shocked. This was just a duel. He didn't expect Baolin to risk his life with him. That's right. Baolin's attack style, which didn't defend, meant that he was going to risk his life with him. The result of their punch was likely to be a lose-lose situation. Tianwu wanted to retreat or take a defensive stance, but it was obviously too late. The timing of Yuchi Baolin's attack was very precise. When Tianwu was less than 10 feet away from him, he leaped up and attacked. The distance between the two was very short to begin with. In addition, Yuchi Baolin was the one who initiated the attack this time, causing both of them to rush towards each other at a very fast speed. At this time it was too late to change tactics. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided in midair. Bam! Bam! Almost at the same time, Tianwu's fist landed on Baolin's chest, and Baolin's fist landed on the left side of Tianwu's face. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Most of the spectators below the stage only saw Tianwu's figure flash in front of Baolin. Then Baolin leaped up to meet the attack. Following that, both of them were sent flying. As for the dangers involved, only Baolin and Tianwu, the two parties involved, had a deep understanding of it. Baolin, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest, was pushed back by the inertia after he landed on the ground. Baolin's blood and qi were in turmoil in his chest. He even felt that his ribs had almost been broken by Tianwu's punch. Although there was a sharp pain in his chest, Bao Lin did not make a sound. He once again circulated his family's heart technique with all his might to alleviate the injury in his chest. On the other side, Tianwu didn't have it easy either. After taking a punch to the cheek, he was sent flying diagonally. After staggering for about 10 steps, Tianwu knelt on one knee and used his hand to support himself on the ground. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Tui. After stabilizing himself, Tianwu turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood also contained 2 teeth. Bao Lin's punch had not been merciful at all. It had actually knocked out his left front tooth. Tianwu could not help but feel a burning pain on his face. It was not entirely because of Bao Lin's punch, but also because he felt ashamed. He was an expert in the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. In the Black Armored Army, even if he met an opponent of the same level, he could easily defeat them with his speed advantage. Yuchi Bao Lin was just a newbie in the early stage of the Qi transformation stage. Before the start of the competition, almost everyone, including Tianwu, thought that he would be able to end the battle quickly and easily defeat Yuchi Bao Lin. But now more than 10 rounds had passed. Not only had he not won, but his teeth had also been knocked out by Yuchi Bao Lin. This was a great humiliation. Ah, brat, you forced me to do this. Tianwu stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly stood up and roared. At the same time, his eyes were fixed in Bao Lin's direction. He was angry. Anyone would be angry if they were punched in the face, let alone when they were punched in the face by someone who was far weaker than them. Tianwu was even angrier because he had not been able to defeat Bao Lin. Even if he won now, he would not feel proud. As if he had sensed Tianwu's anger, Bao Lin straightened his body and fearlessly met Tianwu's angry gaze. He knew that Tianwu was angry. What came next was bound to be a tough battle. Even though his body was in a very bad condition, Bao Lin still raised his guard and waited for Tianwu's next attack. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. After fighting with Tianwu for more than 10 rounds, Bao Lin not only knew his own strengths and weaknesses, but he also knew Tianwu's strengths and weaknesses. Compared to Tianwu, Bao Lin had the advantage of being young and vigorous and having thick skin. However, in terms of true Qi quantity and speed, he was far inferior to Tianwu. Therefore, from the beginning of the fight until now, Bao Lin had rarely taken the initiative to attack. This was because if he did, Tianwu could completely rely on his speed and movement to dodge his attack. It was very likely that Bao Lin would fight for a long time without even touching Tianwu's clothes. Therefore, Bao Lin usually waited for Tianwu to attack before passively defending or counterattacking. The punch that he had used to hit Tianwu just now was to use his body to block Tianwu's attack. He wanted to use his advantage of having thick skin to exchange injuries with Tianwu. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, this was the only way Bao Lin could hurt Tianwu. Of course, the key to this method was the timing of the attack. The reason Bao Lin's punch could hit Tianwu just now was that he had grasped the timing very well. He had only suddenly given up on defending and attacked when Tianwu was about to get close to him. At that time, Tianwu had no time to change his move or dodge. Umph. Tianwu snorted coldly. His feet moved slightly, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he launched an attack in Bao Lin's direction again. Soon, Tianwu's fist appeared within 10 feet of Bao Lin. Bao Lin gritted his teeth and took the initiative to move forward, wanting to use the same move to punch Tianwu again. However, Tianwu, who had suffered a loss once, was obviously prepared. He withdrew his fist at lightning speed, turned his feet slightly and dodged Bao Lin's punch to the side. Then in a flash he appeared behind Bao Lin. Chapter 2068. After suffering a small setback, Tianwu had learned his lesson. This time, when he flashed in front of Bao Lin and threw a punch, it was obviously a feint. He had only used 30% of his strength when he threw the punch. When he saw that Bao Lin was about to use the same method as before to take the initiative to attack and trade injury for injury, Tianwu pulled back his fist, turned around, and appeared behind Bao Lin in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Tianwu also understood Bao Lin's intention to trade injury for injury. Although he believed that even if he were to trade injury for injury, Yuchi Bao Lin would definitely fall before him in the end, he wasn't willing to trade injury for injury with Bao Lin. Because if he did that, even if he won in the end, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, Tianwu decided to change his strategy. He no longer wanted to go head-to-head with Bao Lin. Instead, he wanted to make full use of his advantage and speed to quickly defeat Yuchi Bao Lin and end this match that should have ended a long time ago. From the looks of it now, his new strategy should be working. Tianwu, who had dodged to Bao Lin's back, mercilessly used his elbow to strike Bao Lin's left shoulder blade. If this hit connected, Bao Lin's left arm would not be able to exert any strength for a short period of time. The moment Tianwu changed his move midway, Bao Lin knew that he was in trouble. Compared to the punch just now, he had indeed moved a little too early this time. Tianwu's punch hadn't been fully formed yet, and he was already in a hurry to attack. As a result, he didn't have time to react to Tianwu's feint at all. After all, speed was Tianwu's forte. And Bao Lin would definitely pay the price for his carelessness this time. However, there were both heavy and light consequences. Knowing that he couldn't avoid getting injured this time, Bao Lin still hoped that his injury would be lighter. Or rather, he didn't want Tianwu's elbow strike to hit a vital part of his body. Although Bao Lin didn't have time to change his move to counterattack in the nick of time, he was still able to push off the ground with both feet before Tianwu's attack landed. This way, not only could he avoid Tianwu's elbow strike landing on his shoulder blade, but he could also give himself more speed to move forward and minimize the force of Tianwu's elbow strike. Bam! Bao Lin only had time to jump less than a foot before Tianwu's elbow smashed into his back. However, even so, it was enough. It was precisely because he had jumped a foot that the elbow that was supposed to smash into his shoulder blade had smashed into the area below his shoulder blade instead. Moreover, this crucial jump allowed him to gain a forward speed, reducing the strength of Tianwu's elbow strike by about 20%. Having suffered a heavy blow to his back, Bao Lin's body involuntarily fell forward. However, in the process of his body falling forward, Bao Lin managed to twist his body slightly. He reached out his right hand and firmly grabbed Tianwu's arm. Tianwu wanted to struggle free, but Bao Lin was still in midair. He kicked Tianwu in the stomach, and with the huge rebound force in his body falling forward, Bao Lin could no longer hold onto Tianwu's arm. He was sent flying backward. However, it was also fortunate that he had turned slightly, so when he landed on the ground, his face was not facing down. Otherwise, his face would definitely be covered in blood. Chapter 2069. In the arena. Tianwu's fists landed on Bao Lin's chest, abdomen, waist, back and other body parts like raindrops. Furthermore, every punch was infused with inner strength. Bao Lin felt waves of intense pain coming from all over his body. Furthermore, the inner true qi in Tianwu's fists seeped into his meridians, causing his inner breathing to become chaotic. With external injuries and internal injuries, Bao Lin finally could not hold it in any longer and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Tianwu saw that Bao Lin was already heavily injured, so he knocked Bao Lin to the ground with a palm strike. Then he retreated slightly and stopped attacking. After all, this was just a martial arts competition. He didn't want to take Bao Lin's life. Besides, he had used all his strength in the round of attacks against Bao Lin just now and had used up a lot of true qi. Even if he had a lot of inner force, he couldn't maintain such a high-intensity attack for long. Now that Bao Lin was vomiting blood and lying injured on the ground, there was only one path left for him: to admit defeat. Bam! Tianwu didn't deliberately hold back his strength in his last attack. Bao Lin was sent flying backward by this palm strike and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. This fall made the already injured Bao Lin even more injured. He even felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Even moving his fingers was difficult, let alone standing up again. Seeing this, the referee and Tianwu both thought that Bao Lin was going to admit defeat. However, they waited for a while and didn't hear any movement from Bao Lin. So, the referee walked over to Bao Lin and asked seriously, "Bao Lin, do you want to admit defeat?" Bao Lin lay on the ground and didn't move. His eyes were looking straight up at the sky as if he didn't hear the referee's question. At this moment, many images flashed through Bao Lin's mind. There was the image of when he first entered the mathematics school and studied under Li Zixuan. There was the image of Li Zixuan waving his arms and shouting on the field when Yanhuang College opened last year. There was also the image of when Li Zixuan taught him and Qingchumo Taiji Fist at the academy. There was also the image of Wu Jie attacking Yunshan at night and him and the academy's teachers and students risking their lives to protect Yanhuang College. At this moment, Bao Lin suddenly realized that he had experienced so many things in the past year. He loved Yunshan deeply and wanted to become stronger under Li Zixuan's guidance and Qingchumo's company. He knew that he wasn't as talented as Li Zixuan and Qingchumo. That was why he had been training hard since he joined the Black Armored Army. He worked harder than anyone else because he didn't want to fall behind. Besides, this time he and Qingchumo had joined the Black Armored Army not only to protect Li Zixuan, but also to serve the country on behalf of the academy's teachers and students. He hadn't even entered the battlefield yet, but he was already falling behind. How could he accept that? He couldn't lose this battle. Not only was he afraid of letting down his brothers in the E Battalion, but he also didn't want to embarrass Yanhuang College. Yuchi Baolin, do you want to admit defeat? Seeing that Baolin still didn't move, the referee raised his voice and asked again. If Baolin didn't have his eyes on his pillow and his chest still rising and falling, the referee would have thought that he had fainted from his injuries. Baolin still didn't move. Yuchi. The referee paused and was about to ask one last time before announcing the result of the battle. But just as he opened his mouth, Baolin's lips suddenly moved. I haven't lost yet. I won't admit defeat. Chapter 2070. Is Baolin about to break through? At the back of the arena, the members of the Wu Battalion also noticed the change in Baolin's condition. Shenmu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Cheng Chimo's mouth was also agape in shock. His eyes were fixed on Baolin. Then he said enviously, F***CK. I finally caught up with Baolin after so much effort. Who knew that this kid was about to break through again? In terms of martial arts talent, Cheng Chimo was indeed slightly better than Yuchi Baolin. However, this guy was too lazy. Before entering Yanhuang College, Cheng Chimo's martial arts realm had always been hovering around the mid-stage of the body refining realm. Because of this, his father, Qing Yaojin, had often scolded his son for being a good-for-nothing and a disgrace to the Tang dynasty's family of generals. Later, Cheng Chimo entered Yanhuang College. In order to improve Cheng Chimo's strength, Qing Yaojin often came to the college to serve as the military training instructor and personally train Cheng Chimo. Later, the bearded man accidentally joined Yanhuang College and became the martial arts instructor of the college. He also became Cheng Chimo's half-master. In the end, after going through that tough military training and the bearded man's meticulous training, Cheng Chimo's martial arts realm finally improved by leaps and bounds. He reached the Qi transformation realm and caught up with Yuchi Baolin, who was also a second-generation general. Qing Yaojin was finally slightly satisfied. Cheng Chimo thought that after catching up with Baolin in terms of martial arts, he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief and relax for a long time. However, now that Baolin had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, the beautiful vision in his heart was clearly about to be shattered. The kid from the Jingda clan has always been honest. To have such strength at such a young age, this is really unexpected. Below the arena, Li Er could also see Baolin's current situation. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Li Zishuan retracted his gaze from the arena. His expression was thoughtful. After a moment of silence he said, although Baolin's comprehension is a little lacking, he excels in his diligence. Whether it's during normal times or recently in the military camp, he has always been more hardworking than others. As the saying goes, diligence makes up for stupidity. This child's unexpected breakthrough today can be considered as a result of his hard work. I'm not too surprised. Hearing that, Li Er smiled and said, You're right. This brat's stubbornness takes after Jingda. Duan Jishuan chuckled and echoed, Ha! For Baolin to have such strength was the fortune of the great Tang's family of generals. This means that brother Yuchi has a successor, and also means that my great Tang's family of generals also has a successor in the future. This old man congratulates your majesty. Li Er laughed heartily. Qiu Xingong, who was at the side, forced a smile, but his old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Speaking of which, in today's combat competition, his 2nd battalion had suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose soldiers and generals, but because of Li Er's punishment, not a single team had made it to the finals. Thus, they had become the battalion with the worst results among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. He was afraid that after today, the 2nd battalion would become the laughingstock of the other battalions. That was not all. Qiu Xingong could only blame himself for his bad luck. Who asked him to meet with Li Er's gun muzzle? What made Qiu Xingong feel the most vexed was that he had originally thought that the battle with the A battalion in the finals would cause the most damage to the experts of the Wu battalion. This would also be beneficial for the battle between the 2nd battalion and the Wu battalion 2 days later. But, facing the strongest team of the A battalion, Cheng Chimo had defeated Lin Feng and didn't suffer any serious injuries. Now Yuchi Baolin, who had been severely injured by Tian Wu and couldn't get up, had unexpectedly broken through during the battle. The breakthrough of a martial artist's realm would not only increase their strength, it would also heal some of the internal and external injuries of the body. This meant that after this battle, Yuchi Baolin only needed to rest for 1 or 2 days and it wouldn't affect his ability to participate in the military competition 2 days later. And at that time, Baolin's strength would be 1 level higher than before. It could also be considered as increasing the combat power of the Wu battalion. Therefore, Qiu Xingong didn't have the mood to be happy about Bao Lin's breakthrough. It was already good enough that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Chapter 2071. In the second round of the competition, Tianwu had been the one taking the initiative to attack, while Bao Lin had been defending passively. Bao Lin would only attack Tianwu if he could find a good opportunity while defending. If he couldn't find a good opportunity, he could only take a beating. But now that Bao Lin had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm by chance, Bao Lin was no longer weaker than Tianwu in terms of strength. In addition, Tianwu had exhausted most of his true Qi in order to defeat Bao Lin, while Bao Lin had just broken through and his aura was at its peak. Under these circumstances, the scales of victory were gradually tipping towards Bao Lin's side. Tianwu frowned when he saw Bao Lin taking the initiative to attack. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he cautiously chose to defend first. He placed his left palm behind his right palm and met Bao Lin's left fist. Bam! The fist and palm collided in the air, producing a dull sound. Tianwu was very glad that he had chosen a conservative strategy. Bao Lin's punch was much stronger than he had imagined. And it was also very fast. If he had rushed to attack Bao Lin and chosen to attack, he would have been seriously injured by Bao Lin's punch. Bao Lin was already very strong. Now that he had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had more than doubled. How could Tianwu, who had already used up most of his strength, withstand Bao Lin's powerful punch? He was forced back more than 10 steps by Bao Lin's punch before he could stabilize himself. This was the difference in strength brought about by one small stage. Bao Lin, who had broken through, was simply too strong. Tianwu had a bad feeling. He wondered if he would lose this round. If that happened, he would really become the laughingstock of the entire 1st Battalion. He couldn't lose, especially not to Bao Lin, who had just joined the Black Armored Army as a rookie. Tianwu gritted his teeth and shook his slightly numb wrist. He took a deep breath and stomped his feet. His entire body was like a ray of light as he sped towards the Bao Lin's location. Bao Lin's strength was no longer weaker than his. In fact, Bao Lin was even stronger than him in some aspects. Tianwu felt that his only advantage was his speed. He had to use his speed advantage to attack and quickly injure Bao Lin. Only then would he have a chance of winning. If he stayed put and defended passively, he would definitely lose. After all, in terms of strength and defense, he was no match for Bao Lin. Seeing Tianwu take the initiative to attack, Bao Lin wasn't afraid. After all, his current strength was no longer the same as before. It wouldn't be so easy for Tianwu to injure him again. Bao Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Tianwu's figure. He secretly circulated his true Qi, preparing to defend and counterattack at any moment. Even though more than half of his true Qi had been consumed, Tianwu's speed was still very fast. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived 3 meters in front of Bao Lin. However, he didn't attack directly. Instead, he moved slightly and flashed once more. In the next moment, 4 Tianwus appeared around Bao Lin. Moreover, these 4 Tianwus actually used the same move to attack Bao Lin. Phantom. Previously, when Tianwu's figure moved too quickly, people would often see a series of afterimages. However, this phenomenon could no longer be called an afterimage. It was an illusion that could attack people. Chapter 2072. In the arena of the Black Armored Army's camp, Tianwu, who had been sent flying, retreated a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. He was kneeling on one knee and his right arm was hanging limply. He looked like he had no strength left. He was about to raise his head when he felt something sweet in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What he couldn't understand was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his ultimate trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tianwu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue Tianwu, because Tianwu had always treated him with respect during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to take advantage of this opportunity to heavily injure Tianwu. He lifted his feet and walked towards Tianwu at a leisurely pace. He wanted to pull Tianwu up from the ground. "How did you find me?" A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tianwu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was about to reach out to him. This was the biggest question in his mind. Even if he had lost the competition, he had to figure it out. Bao Lin was slightly taken aback by Tianwu's question. He scratched his head subconsciously and replied, Although your movements are very powerful, and each of your phantoms looks very real, I can't feel any murderous aura from the other phantoms. I can't say it's murderous aura, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Anyway, I just feel that you're more alive than the other three phantoms. Bao Lin's words were without rhyme or reason. Others might not know what he was talking about, but Tianwu got what Bao Lin was trying to say. His expression changed slightly and his body trembled. After being stunned for a moment, Tianwu muttered to himself in a daze, "That's right. I'm more alive than the phantoms. Alive, ha. So that's how it is. I get it now." Tianwu's dazed eyes gradually became clear. He was about to stand up, but Bao Lin quickly squatted down, grabbed his arm and pulled him up from the ground. In the Black Armored Army's camp on the arena, Tianwu, who had been sent flying, retreated more than 10 steps before he finally stabilized himself. At this moment he was kneeling on one knee with his right arm hanging down naturally. He looked like he had no strength left. Just as he was about to raise his head, he suddenly felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What puzzled him even more was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tianwu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't seize the opportunity to attack him. Because Tianwu had always treated Bao Lin courteously during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to seize this opportunity to heavily injure Tianwu. He lifted his foot and walked unhurriedly in the direction where Tianwu was. He wanted to pull the ladder up from the ground. How did you find me? A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tianwu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was standing in front of him and was about to reach out his hand. Chapter 2073. Bao Lin's unexpected victory gave the other members of the Wu battalion a great boost of morale. Everyone gathered together and celebrated for a long time. At this time the referee walked towards them. Shenmu was facing the direction where he could see the referee walking over. He quickly said to everyone, "Let's go." "Alright." Bao Lin's victory over Tianwu is worth celebrating, but don't forget that this match is a best-of-5 match system. We have only won 2 matches so far. We need to win one more match to be considered successful. Shenmu paused for a moment, glancing at Ching Chumo and Bao Lin, then continued, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. At first, I felt that we were already satisfied to be able to enter the finals. Because I knew that the few teams standing in front of us, especially the first team of the 1st Battalion, were much stronger than us. It was impossible for us to get the first place. However, Chumo and Bao Lin relied on their unyielding willpower to win 2 matches for our team. Now, if I still aim to enter the finals, how can I be worthy of Chumo and Bao Lin's sacrifice? So, brothers, we only have one goal now, and that is to get first place. Although Team I is strong, we only need to win one more match to defeat them." Hearing Shenmu's words, Wang Rong and Xiaoming both got excited. They waved their fists and said in unison, "That's right. We must get first place." The referee walked over at this time. He looked at Shenmu and asked, "Captain Shen, who from your team will go up for this round?" This was the 3rd round. According to the round, it was Team I Wu Camp's turn to send out a member first. Hearing this, Wang Rong looked at Shenmu and volunteered, "Captain Shen, let me go up for the next round." Logically speaking, he should be the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. Previously, Chumo and Bao Lin had won 2 matches in a row, which gave Wang Rong a lot of motivation and confidence. He felt that if Chumo and Bao Lin could do it, then he would be able to do it as well. And just now, Shenmu had said that as long as they won one more match, then they would be considered to have successfully defended their position. And as the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion on the surface, he had also received a lot of care in the previous matches, so he didn't participate much in the matches, which allowed him to preserve his strength. Now was the time for him to contribute to his team. Shenmu hadn't spoken when Xiaoming retorted, "No. Let me do it. If the other party sees old Wang beside us, Dijang Sun will definitely take action personally." Dijang Sun, this name was the most insurmountable mountain in their hearts. Although Wang Rong was the strongest person on their side, if he were to go up against Dijang Sun, he would not have the slightest chance of victory. Wang Rong frowned and said, "Impossible. In all the previous matches, Dijang Sun had never made a move. It's only the 3rd round now and it's not the last round yet. How can he make an exception and fight?" Obviously Wang Rong knew that he couldn't beat Di Sun, but he didn't think that Di Sun would make an exception in the third round. Wouldn't that be breaking the rule of bullying the weak? As an expert in the military, how could Di Sun not have this bit of pride? Xiao Ming retorted again, just because he didn't attack before doesn't mean that he won't attack now. Now that they've lost 2 matches in a row, and the players they sent out for those 2 matches weren't weak. Now that you're on the field, how could Di Sun not make a move? If he still doesn't make a move, their team will be directly eliminated. Chapter 2074. Captain. They have sent Wang Rong, who is going up on our side. On the other side. After seeing Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak. Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with that Wang Rong. A tanned middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Di Sun. Although he was the same as Wang Rong and was also in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage, he was confident that he could beat Wang Rong. Needless to say, the soldiers of the A camp were all very confident. Di Sun frowned and didn't speak. At this moment, the referee had already walked in front of them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going up on your side?" Di Sun pursed his lips and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "I'll go up." What? After saying this, the few members of the A camp and the referee were all shocked. After all, in the previous few rounds of the competition, Di Sun had never gone up on stage. Why would he personally go up on stage in the third round this time? Di Sun didn't care about the shocked attitude of the crowd. He casually moved his arms and sighed, "Hey. Watching the few of you fight so many rounds below, my hands have been itching for a long time. Now that our side has lost 2 rounds in a row, I can't continue to watch from the sidelines. Or else if we lose another round, our team will be directly eliminated." Ah, that's good too. Now I finally have the chance to go up on stage and no one will say that I'm bullying the weak. At the end of his speech, Di Sun actually started laughing heartily. It seems like in his heart he completely didn't take the first 2 rounds of the A camp's first team's loss seriously. He was even a little glad that Lin Feng and Tianwu failed. Because of this he, a Qi transforming advanced stage expert, could finally legitimately go up the stage to compete, and he wouldn't be accused of bullying the weak. After all, he is a Qi transforming stage expert, there are very few people in the army who can match him. Only those middle and high-ranking generals who have experienced hundreds of battles can fight with him. Captain? They have sent Wang Rong, who's going up on our side. On the other side. After the A camp saw Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak. Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with Wang Rong. A tanned middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Di Sun. Although he and Wang Rong were both at the middle stage of Qi condensation, he was confident that he could defeat Wang Rong. It had to be said that the soldiers of the A battalion were all very confident. Di Sun frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, the referee walked up to them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going to fight on your side?" Di Sun pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll go." What? When those words were spoken, the members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Sun had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Sun had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Di Sun had said the same words. Chapter 2075. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Di Sun spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Di Sun was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash he charged towards Di Sun. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He simply used his body as a weapon, and used the mountain lean to slam into Di Sun's waist. Di Sun narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Di Sun frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaim, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he planned to take Wang Rong's move head-on, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now he was actually pushed back several steps by Wang Rong's move. This showed that Wang Rong indeed had some strength. Wang Rong didn't know what Di Zhangsun was thinking. When he heard Di Zhangsun's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Di Zhangsun was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in the mountain lean. But Di Zhangsun only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. When Di Zhangsun said, "Not bad," at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Di Zhangsun was being sarcastic. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Di Zhangsun spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Di Zhangsun was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash he charged towards Di Zhangsun. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He only used his body as a weapon, and used the mountain lean to slam into Di Zhangsun's waist. Di Zhangsun narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Di Zhangsun frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaimed, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he decided to take on Wang Rong's attack, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now he was forced to take a few steps back by Wang Rong's attack. This showed that Wang Rong was indeed quite strong. Wang Rong didn't know what Di Zhangsun was thinking. Anyway, after hearing Di Zhangsun's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Di Zhangsun was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in the mountain lean. But Di Zhangsun only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. Hearing Di Zhangsun say "not bad" at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Di Zhangsun was being sarcastic. Chapter 2076. Di Zhangsun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength, and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th battalions. Therefore, from the start, this match could only be considered as a normal exchange of martial arts, and not a duel where one gave their all. Wang Rong wouldn't be like Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, who didn't care about anything on the stage. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would still try his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he still reserved a portion of his strength for defense, to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was because of this reason that Di Zhangsun didn't feel satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong wasn't as interesting as fighting with Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin. At least Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin would give their all and exchange injuries with him, while Wang Rong wouldn't. But even so, Di Zhangsun still didn't cause any serious injuries to Wang Rong, and when the match was set, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice. 1st Battalion First Team, 3rd round, Di Zhangsun wins. The referee's hearing was good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he hurriedly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round, at least it wasn't out of my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you will have to fight with me again. Di Zhangsun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength, and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th battalions. Therefore, from the very beginning, this competition could only be regarded as a normal exchange of pointers in martial arts, and not an all-out duel. Wang Rong would not be like Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, who were fearless in the ring. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would do his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he would also reserve a portion of his strength for defense to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was precisely because of this reason that Di Zhangsun was not satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong was not as interesting as fighting with Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin would go all out and trade injuries with him, but Wang Rong would not. Even so, Jianghu Sun didn't go overboard and didn't inflict any serious injuries on Wang Rong. Moreover, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice when victory was certain. 1st Battalion 1st Team, 3rd round, Jianghu Sun wins. The referee's hearing was pretty good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he quickly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round is finally within my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you will have to fight with me again. Jianghu Sun indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face. Chapter 2077. Before the start of the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected that it would be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would take away the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 matches in a row, with a huge advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the 1st Team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously. The process of this match was really full of twists and turns, causing the spectating soldiers to feel a wave of emotions. A match that required 3 wins out of 5 matches had now become a deciding match. In the last match, the captains of both teams didn't even need to consider who to send out, because there was only 1 member left from each team that hadn't gone up yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted out, "The 5th round of the A Battalion's challenge, the 1st Team of the A Battalion Han Chang versus the 1st Team of the E Battalion Shenmu. Match begin." Han Chang was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shenmu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. His strength was weaker than Han Chang, but Shenmu was good at adapting and strategizing, so there might be a miracle. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the strong in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chang and Shenmu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the 1st Team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the 1st Team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the 1st Team of the E Battalion in the first few matches, but in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the 1st Team of the A Battalion to go up, Han Chang actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the 1st Team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the 1st Team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughingstock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely couldn't lose this match. Before the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected it to be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would directly take down the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 rounds in a row, with a limitless advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the 1st Team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously. The process of this competition was really full of twists and turns, causing the hearts of the spectating soldiers to rise and fall. A best-of-5 match had now become a deciding game. In the last game, the captains of both teams did not need to consider who to send out, because there was only 1 player left from each team who had not appeared yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted, "Let's go!" The 5th round of the A Camp's challenge, Team 1 Han Chang of the A Camp versus Team 1 Shenmu of the E Camp. Begin. Han Chang was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shenmu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. In terms of strength, he was weaker than Han Chang. But Shenmu was good at adapting and strategizing, so a miracle might happen. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the stronger team in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chang and Shenmu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the 1st Team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the 1st Team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the 1st Team of the E Battalion in the first few matches. But in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the 1st Team of the A Battalion to appear, Han Chang actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the 1st Team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the 1st Team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughingstock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely could not lose this match. Chapter 2078. Shenmu was not related to Li Zixuan in any way, and he was not a student of Yanhuang College. Hence, he had never seen Taiji Fist before today, let alone know how to use it. However, after watching Cheng Chumo fight against Lin Feng, Shenmu had learned how to leverage his opponent's strength. Of course, he only learned how to leverage. In this aspect, he was definitely not as good as Cheng Chumo. However, even if he only learned a little, it was enough to deal with Han Chang in front of him. At that moment, Shenmu was forced to the edge of the ring. If he took half a step back, he would fall out of the ring. How could Han Chang miss such a good opportunity? He channeled all the true chi in his body into his right arm and fiercely smashed it towards Shenmu's chest. He was confident that even Shenmu at his peak would not be able to withstand this punch, not to mention that Shenmu was injured and his true chi was almost depleted. The final result was that Shenmu would very likely be directly blasted out of the arena by this punch. At that time, he would win the match and become the hero of the A Battalion's glory. Thinking of this, Han Chang's face flushed with excitement. Looking at his fist moving forward, getting closer and closer to Shenmu's chest, he could almost see Shenmu falling out of the ring. But at that moment, something strange happened. Facing Han Chang's fierce and overbearing punch, Shenmu's eyes focused. He stretched out his hands like lightning and met Han Chang's fist. In fact, from the beginning, Han Chang's punching speed was not particularly fast in Shenmu's eyes. Shenmu could keep up with Han Chang's speed, but he could not block Han Chang's moves because Han Chang's strength was too strong. Now, although Han Chang's fist was very close to Shenmu, Shenmu could reach out before Han Chang's fist arrived. Shenmu was not related to Li Zixuan in any way, and he was not a student of Yanhuang College. So, before today he had never seen Taiji Fist, let alone know how to use it. However, after watching Cheng Chumo fight against Lin Feng, Shenmu had learned how to leverage his opponent's strength. Of course, he only learned how to leverage. On this point, he was definitely not as good as Cheng Chumo. But even if he only learned a little, it was enough to deal with Han Chang in front of him. At that moment, Shenmu was forced to the edge of the ring. If he took another half a step back, he would fall out of the ring. How could Han Chang miss such a good opportunity? He poured all his true chi into his right arm and punched toward Shenmu's chest. He was confident that even if Shenmu in his peak condition, he would not be able to withstand this punch, not to mention that Shenmu was injured and had his true chi was almost depleted. In the end, Shenmu was to fall out of the ring punched. By then he would become the hero, to the A Battalions, this. But at that moment there was a sudden change. In the face of Han Chang's ferocious and overbearing punch, Shenmu's eyes narrowed. He stretched out both his hands at lightning speed to meet Han Chang's fist. In fact, from the beginning, the speed of Han Chang's punches was not particularly fast in Shenmu's eyes. Shenmu could keep up with Han Chang's speed, but he could not withstand Han Chang's moves because Han Chang's strength was too strong. Now, although Han Chang's fist was very close to Shenmu, Shenmu was able to reach out before Han Chang's fist arrived. Chapter 2079. Shenmu and Han Chang were both judged to have failed, which meant that the first team of the E Battalion and the first team of the A Battalion would be eliminated at the same time. The second team of the E Battalion that hadn't had a chance to fight had won without a fight and became the champion of this combat tournament. This kind of result couldn't be described as unexpected anymore. Before the start of the finals, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. I have no objections. Facing Duan Zixuan's judgment, Shenmu was the first to reply. From his point of view, although this result was out of his expectation, it was still something he could accept. After all, the members of the second team of the 5th Battalion were also members of the 5th Battalion. No matter which team won first place, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion would share in the glory. Speaking of which, if he didn't die together with Han Chang, then the final result might be different. Because after they were eliminated, Team 1 would become the new champion of the arena. At that time, even if all the members of Team 1 were injured, Team 2 would have no chance of winning. If that was the case, the champion of the competition would be Team 1 of Team 1. Therefore, Shenmu naturally had no objections to Duan Zixuan's judgment. But Han Chang had an objection. He clearly remembered that he landed on the ground one step later than Shenmu. He didn't think too much about it and subconsciously thought that Shenmu would fly out of the arena before him. Just as he was about to refute, someone spoke first. We have no objections. It was Di Zhangsun. He saw that Han Chang was slightly unconvinced and even wanted to refute. He quickly spoke first and glanced at Han Chang with a meaningful look. We have no objections. Seeing that Di Zhangsun jumped out to support Duan Zixuan's judgment and even gave him a meaningful look, Han Chang still faced Duan Zixuan's direction and bowed. Good. If that's the case, then this fighting competition will end here. First place, Team 2, Team 1 and Team 2 are tied for second place. Fourth place, Team 2, Team 2, Team 4, Team 1, Team 4. The top 5 teams will receive their rewards from Army Constable Lee according to the reward rules that were set in advance. As for the teams that didn't get a good ranking, I hope that you will work harder and make persistent efforts in the following training. Shin Mu and Han Chang were both judged to have failed, which meant that the first team of the E Battalion and the first team of the A Battalion would be eliminated at the same time. The second team of the E Battalion that hadn't had a chance to fight had won without a fight and became the champion of this combat tournament. This kind of result could no longer be described as unexpected. Before the start of the finals, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. I have no objections. Faced with Duan Jishuan's judgment, Shinmu was the first to reply with cupped fists. From his point of view, although this result was out of his expectation, it was still something he could accept. After all, the members of the second team of the 5th Battalion were also members of the 5th Battalion. No matter which team won first place, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion would share in the glory. Speaking of which, if he hadn't perished together with Han Chang, the final outcome might have been different. Because after they were eliminated, the first team of the A Battalion would become the new champion of the arena. At that time, even if the members of the first team of the A Battalion were all injured, the second team of the V Battalion would have no chance of winning. In that case, the champion of the competition would be the first team of the A Battalion. Therefore, Shinmu naturally didn't have any objections to Duan Jishuan's judgment. But Han Chang had an objection. He clearly remembered that he had landed on the ground one step later than Shinmu. He didn't think too much about it and subconsciously thought that Shinmu would definitely fly out of the arena before him. Just as he was about to refute, someone else spoke first. We have no objections. Chapter 2080. Boss Shai, I was the one who landed later. Why did we get eliminated together with the first team of the Wu Battalion? Almost all the top 5 teams in the fighting competition were celebrating, except for the first team of the A Battalion. They entered the competition with the mentality of fighting for the first place. But in the end they only got second place. Facing this result, they naturally didn't have the mood to celebrate. The few of them came to the side of the drill ground. Han Chang finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. Dijang's son turned his head and looked at Han Chang. Then he said unhappily, "Why haven't you improved? No matter if it's on or off the ring after so many years, you haven't improved at all." Hearing this, Han Chang couldn't help but be confused. He asked doubtfully, "Boss Shai, what do you mean by this?" Dijang's son looked away and replied indifferently, "Humph? What can it mean? In the ring, Shinmu's strength was obviously not as good as yours. But you were too anxious to succeed, causing you to lose control at the crucial moment. After you landed on the ring, you didn't even know who was the first to leave the ring. Who told you that the one who landed later must be the one who flew out later? You're a bystander, but I saw it clearly. Not only did Shinmu not fly out of the ring before you, he even flew out later than you. If we really want to look deeper, the winner of the last match will be the first team of the E Battalion. The only team that will be eliminated will be us." What? Shinmu flew out of the ring later than me? How is that possible? Hearing this, Han Chang widened his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. At this time Tianwu said, "Hey, Han Chang, you don't even trust old Zhai's judgment. Who else can you trust? Since old Zhai said so, then Shinmu must have flown out of the ring later than you." "Boss Shai, I was the one who landed later. Why did we get eliminated together with the first team of the E Battalion?" Almost all the top 5 teams in the fighting competition were celebrating, except for the first team of the A Battalion. Because they entered the competition with the mentality of fighting for the first place. But in the end they only got second place. Facing this result, they naturally didn't have the mood to celebrate. The few of them came to the side of the drill ground. This time Han Chang finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. Dijang's son turned his head and glanced at Han Chang, then said angrily, "Why haven't you grown up yet? No matter if it's on or off the stage, he hasn't improved at all after so many years." When Han Chang heard that, he could not help but be confused. He asked doubtfully, "Boss Shai, what do you mean by this?" Dijang's son shifted his gaze elsewhere and replied indifferently, "Humph? What meaning could there be? In the arena, Shinmu's strength was obviously inferior to yours, but you were in a hurry to succeed, causing you to be unable to control your strength at the crucial moment. After you fell off the arena, you didn't even know who was the first to leave the arena. Who told you that those who landed later would definitely fly out of the ring later? You're a bystander, but I saw it clearly from the side. Not only did Shinmu not fly out of the stage before you, He even flew out a moment later than you. If we really want to get to the bottom of this, the winner of the last match will be the first team of the Wu Battalion, and only our team will be eliminated. What? Shenmu flew out of the arena a moment later than me? How is that possible? Hearing this, Han Chang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. At this time Tianwu opened his mouth and said, "Hey! Han Chang, you don't even trust old Zhai's judgment. Who else can you trust? Since old Zhai said so, then Shenmu must have flown out of the arena a moment later than you." Chapter 2081. Suddenly hearing that Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition 2 days later, Qiu Xingong was stunned. He stood there in a daze. It was said that the military competition 2 days later was what he relied on the most to topple Li Zishuan. But now Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition. This was asking for Qiu Xingong's old life. Qiu Xingong stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing how to respond to Li Er's words. Seeing that Qiu Xingong didn't reply for a long time, Li Er couldn't help but frown as a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. Actually, canceling the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion 2 days later was a chance for Qiu Xingong to redeem himself. If Qiu Xingong still didn't take the overall situation into consideration and didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he would be too disappointed. "Your Majesty is wise, this old subject will follow your orders." Noticing the displeasure in Li Er's eyes, Qiu Xingong instantly recalled the warning Li Er gave him in the morning. He instantly shivered and hurriedly cupped his fist and replied. Even though he was extremely unwilling, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to agree with Li Er's suggestion. The punishment Li Er gave to the 2nd Battalion in today's military competition was already a warning to him. At this time, if he still disobeyed Li Er, his good days would be coming to an end. Qiu Xingong, who had been in the imperial court for many years, still had this bit of political awareness. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zishuan's voice of objection sounded from the side. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this is inappropriate." Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "What? What else do you have in mind?" Suddenly hearing that Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition 2 days later, Qiu Xingong was stunned. He stood there in a daze. It was said that the military competition 2 days later was what he relied on the most to topple Li Zishuan. But now Li Er wanted to cancel the military competition. This was asking for Qiu Xingong's old life. Qiu Xingong stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing how to respond to Li Er's words. Seeing that Qiu Xingong didn't reply for a long time, Li Er couldn't help but frown and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. Actually, canceling the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion 2 days later was a chance for Qiu Xingong to redeem himself. If Qiu Xingong still didn't take the overall situation into consideration and didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he would be too disappointed. "Your Majesty is wise, this old subject will follow your orders." Noticing the displeasure in Li Er's eyes, Qiu Xingong instantly recalled the warning Li Er gave him in the morning. He instantly shivered and hurriedly cupped his fist and replied. No matter how unwilling he was, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to agree with Li Er's suggestion. The punishment Li Er gave to the 2nd Battalion in the military competition today was already a warning to him. At this time, if he still disobeyed Li Er, his good days would be coming to an end. Qiu Xingong, who had been in the imperial court for many years, still had this bit of political awareness. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zishuan's voice of objection sounded from the side. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this is inappropriate." Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "What? What else do you have in mind?" Chapter 2082. Li Zishuan had never led an army before, but Li Zishuan had. Furthermore, he was more experienced than most of the generals in the imperial court. Thus, while Li Zishuan might not be able to see the superiority of the new drill code, Old Man Song could see it clearly. However, since Li Zishuan insisted on pushing for the competition between the 2 battalions, Old Man Song could not say much. After all, there were only 2 days left before the competition. It would be good to let Qiu Xingong give up completely through this competition. However, Old Li had also prepared a backup plan for Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong in advance. That was, even if the Wu battalion lost in the military competition, they couldn't completely abolish the new drill in the Black Armored Army. At most, they could make some improvements on the existing foundation, but they couldn't completely abolish it. Obviously, Li Er had realized that the old drill code was already outdated in the face of new equipment. The new drill code was obviously more efficient and more reasonable. Your Majesty, are we going back to the palace? After leaving the Black Armored Army's camp, Zhao Song saw that Li Er was in a good mood and asked softly. No one knew better than Zhao Song the reason why Li Er had left the palace today. He knew that other than watching the martial arts competition, Li Er had another reason for coming to the Black Armored Army. Zhao Song thought that Li Er would have lunch in the camp before leaving. However, the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army ended a little early. If they were to return to the palace at this time, Empress Jiangsun would definitely look for Li Er. Thus, Zhao Song could not make up his mind and could only ask. Li Er smiled and said, "Of course we're going back to the palace. Let's go." After saying that, Li Er flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk out. Li Zishuan had never led an army before, but Li Er had. Furthermore, he had more experience than most of the generals in the imperial court. Thus, while Li Zishuan might not be able to see the superiority of the new drill code, Old Man Song, as an expert, could see it clearly. However, since Li Zishuan insisted on pushing forward the competition between the two battalions, he couldn't say anything. After all, there were only 2 days left before the competition. It would be good for Qiu Xingong to give up completely through this competition. However, Old Li had also prepared a backup plan for Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong in advance. That was, even if the Wu battalion lost in the military competition, they couldn't completely abolish the new drill in the Black Armored Army. At most, they could make some improvements on the existing foundation, but they couldn't completely abolish it. Obviously, Li Er had realized that in the face of new equipment, the old drill manuals were already outdated. The new drill manuals were obviously more efficient and more reasonable. Your Majesty, are we returning to the palace? After leaving the Black Armored Army's camp, Zhao Song saw that Li Er was in a good mood and asked softly. No one knew better than Zhao Song the reason why Li Er left the palace today. He knew that other than watching the martial arts competition, Li Er had another reason for coming to the Black Armored Army, to hide from the Empress. Zhao Song thought that Li Er would have lunch in the camp before leaving. However, the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army ended a little early today. If they were to return to the palace at this time, Empress Jiangsun would definitely come looking for Li Er. Thus, Zhao Song couldn't make up his mind and could only ask. Li Er smiled and said, "Of course we're returning to the palace. Let's go." After saying that, Li Er flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk out. Chapter 2083. Reporting to Your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. Within the Nijing Hall, a palace maid hurriedly ran in and bowed to Empress Jiangsun, who was reclining on the couch. Behind Empress Jiangsun stood a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a pink dress. She was currently using a pair of spotlessly white fists to carefully massage Empress Jiangsun's shoulders. This young girl was Princess Jianghu. This morning, when she came to pay respects to Empress Jiangsun, she saw that the worry on Empress Jiangsun's face was difficult to conceal. Thus, she asked Empress Jiangsun if something had happened that made her unhappy. Empress Jiangsun did not want her beloved daughter to worry. Moreover, the matter regarding Li Tai was only a guess in her heart. The matter had not yet been completely confirmed. As a result, she only said that she did not rest well last night and did not tell Chang'e the truth. Chang'e's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see that her mother was concealing something from her. However, since Empress Jiangsun was unwilling to speak the truth, she could not force her. She could only superficially believe Empress Jiangsun's excuse. However, Chang'e did not leave. She was careful. Using the excuse that she had not spoken with Imperial Mother for many days, she stayed behind to accompany Imperial Mother. What? His Imperial Majesty has returned? Empress Jiangsun, who was quietly reclining on the couch, immediately sat up in shock. She stood up, looked at the palace maid and hurriedly asked, "Where is His Imperial Majesty now?" Seeing that Empress Jiangsun had such an intense reaction upon hearing that Li Tai had returned to the palace, Chang'e could not help but feel curious. Her eyes suspiciously looked at Empress Jiangsun's back, a pensive expression on her face. Hearing the anxiety in Empress Jiangsun's voice, the palace maid promptly replied, "Reporting to Your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has just entered the Gate of Heaven Influence. It seems that he is going to the Hall of Sweet Nectar." This servant saw that His Imperial Majesty had returned to the palace and hurried back to report. As for where His Imperial Majesty is now, this servant does not know. This palace maid was not monitoring the Emperor's movements. In fact, under normal circumstances, Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to do so. However, this was what Empress Jiangsun had instructed her to do. She did not dare to disobey. Reporting to your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. In the Lijiang Hall, a palace maid hurriedly ran in and bowed to Empress Jiangsun, who was reclining on the couch. Behind Empress Jiangsun stood a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a pink dress. She was currently using a pair of spotlessly white fists to carefully massage Empress Jiangsun's shoulders. This young girl was Princess Jianghu. When she came to pay respects to Empress Jiangsun this morning, she saw that the worry between Empress Jiangsun's brows was difficult to hide. She asked Empress Jiangsun if there was something that made her unhappy. Empress Jiangsun didn't want her beloved daughter to worry. Besides, the matter of Li Tai was only a guess in her heart. The matter hadn't been completely confirmed, so she only said that she didn't rest well last night and didn't tell Zhangla the truth. Chengle's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see that her mother was hiding something from her. However, since Empress Jiangsun was unwilling to tell the truth, she couldn't force her. She could only believe Empress Jiangsun's excuse on the surface. However, Changle didn't leave. She was careful. She made an excuse that, I haven't talked to my mother for many days. I want to stay and accompany my mother. She stayed. What? His Imperial Majesty has returned? Empress Jiangsun, who was quietly reclining on the couch, immediately sat up in shock upon hearing this. She stood up, looked at the young palace maid and hurriedly asked, Where is His Imperial Majesty now? Seeing that Empress Jiangsun had such an intense reaction upon hearing that Li Tai had returned to the palace, Changle couldn't help but feel curious. Her eyes suspiciously looked at Empress Jiangsun's back, a pensive expression on her face. Hearing the anxiety in Empress Jiangsun's voice, the young palace maid hurriedly replied, Reporting to your Imperial Highness, His Imperial Majesty has just entered the Gate of Heaven Influence. It seems that he is going to the Hall of Sweet Nectar. This servant saw His Imperial Majesty return to the palace and hurried back to report. As for where His Imperial Majesty is now, this servant doesn't know. Chapter 2084. In the Nijing Hall, Changle originally wanted to stay and listen to what had happened to make Empress Jiangsun so anxious. However, she didn't expect Li Er to rudely order her to leave as soon as he arrived. Even though Changle was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to openly disobey Li Er. She could only curl her lips in displeasure. After bowing to Li Er, she turned and left the hall. Your Majesty, can you tell me what happened last night? Changle left the palace and the door was closed again. Empress Jiangsun could not wait to ask. Last night, she and Li Er were already asleep, but Zhao Song came in a hurry, saying that there was urgent news. Li Er went out to talk to Zhao Song alone for a while before returning to the room. She asked Li Er what had happened, but Li Er only said that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then he said that he was sleepy and fell asleep. Although Li Er said so, her woman's intuition told her that things were not so simple. However, Li Er was already asleep and she could not continue to ask. She could only wait until this morning. In the morning, when she asked again, Li Er told her that he would give her an answer after the morning court. She sat quietly in the Lijiang Palace, waiting for Li Er's answer. Who knew that Li Er would sneak out of the palace after the morning court? Faced with Li Er's shameless behavior, Empress Jiangsun was both angry and worried. The more Li Er avoided her, the more it meant that what had happened last night was too important. Moreover, it was very likely that it was news about her son, Li Tai. That was why Li Er was unwilling to tell her. Your Highness, you. At this moment, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the palace. After Changle left the palace, she did not go far immediately. Instead, she squatted outside the door and secretly eavesdropped. In the Nijing Hall, Changle originally wanted to stay and listen to what had happened to make Empress Jiangsun so anxious. However, she didn't expect Li Er to rudely order her to leave as soon as he arrived. Even though Changle was extremely unwilling, she didn't dare to openly disobey Li Er. She could only curl her lips in displeasure. After bowing to Li Er, she turned and left the hall. Your Majesty, can you tell me what happened last night? Empress Jiangsun asked impatiently as soon as Changle left the hall and the door was closed. Last night, she and Li Er had already fallen asleep, but Zhao Song had rushed over, saying that he had urgent news. Li Er had gone out to speak to Zhao Song alone for a while before returning to the room. She had asked Li Er what had happened, but Li Er had only said that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then he had given the excuse of being tired and fell asleep. Although Li Er said so, her woman's intuition told her that things were definitely not that simple. However, Li Er had already fallen asleep, so she could not continue to ask. She could only wait until this morning with a nervous heart. When she asked again in the morning, Li Er told her that he would definitely give her an answer after the morning court. She sat quietly in Li Zheng Palace, waiting for Li Er's reply. But who would have thought that after the morning court session, Li would directly slip out of the palace? In the face of Li Er's shameless behavior, Empress Jiangsun was both angry and worried. The more Li Er avoided her, the more it meant that what had happened last night was too important. Moreover, it was very likely to be news about her son, Li Tai. Therefore, Li Er had been unwilling to tell her clearly. "Your Highness, if you do this." At this moment, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the palace. After Chang'e had left the palace, she did not immediately go far. Instead, she squatted outside the door and secretly eavesdropped. Chapter 2085. Your Highness, you can't enter. His Highness the Crown Prince is handling official business. Outside the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Chang'e walked briskly into the main hall. The eunuch at the door hurriedly stepped forward to stop her with a troubled expression. "I want to see Brother Crown Prince. Get out of the way." Chang'e was still fuming after being chased away by Li Er from the Regent Hall. How could she tolerate someone stopping her from coming to the Eastern Palace to see Li Qingqian? She immediately rebuked the eunuch. Although she was angry, Chang'e still restrained herself and didn't say anything too extreme. It had to be said that this young lady's upbringing was really good. Even if she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't bully her servants. If it were any other unruly princess, they would be so angry that they would stretch out their legs to kick the eunuch. The eunuch didn't dare to get close to or touch this great aunt. He was forced back by Chang'e and said with a troubled expression, "But His Highness ordered, all of you leave. Let Chang'e in." At this moment, Li Qingqian's voice came from inside the hall. The eunuch felt as if he had heard a heavenly voice and was pardoned. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the hall, then turned to Chang'e and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please." Chang'e raised her chin and snorted discontentedly at the little attendant. Then she lifted her skirt and quickly ran into the hall. Inside the room, Li Qingqian was sitting in front of a desk and writing something with a brush. In front of him was a large stack of small booklets. Seeing Chang'e walk in, Li Qingqian looked up and smiled. He greeted, "Chang'e, you're here?" Brother Crown Prince is getting more and more arrogant. Only today did Chang'e find out that I have to report in advance to see Brother Crown Prince? Chang'e snorted and walked towards Li Qingqian while complaining in dissatisfaction. Li Qingqian shook his head and laughed. "Others have to report when they come in. Of course, you don't have to report when you come in, Chang'e. It's my fault for not disciplining them well. I'll definitely explain it to them later. Your Highness, you can't enter. His Highness the Crown Prince is handling official business." Outside the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Chang'e was about to walk briskly into the main hall when the eunuch at the door hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "This consort wants to see Big Brother Crown Prince. Get out of the way." Having just been chased away by Li Er from the Nijing Palace, Chang'e was still fuming. Now that she had come to the Eastern Palace to see Li Qingqian, how could she endure it? He immediately scolded the eunuch angrily. However, even though she was angry, Chang'e still restrained herself and didn't say anything extreme. It had to be said that this little girl's upbringing was really good. Even if she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't bully her servants. If it was any other unruly princess, she would have been so angry that she would have stretched out her leg to kick him. The chamberlain didn't dare to get close to or touch the lady in front of him. He was forced to retreat by Chang'e. With a troubled expression he said, "But His Highness ordered, all of you back down. Let Chang'e in." At this moment, Li Qingqian's voice came from inside the hall. When the eunuch heard this, it was as if he had heard heavenly music and was pardoned. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the hall, then turned to Chang'e and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please." Chang'e raised her chin and snorted discontentedly at the little attendant. Then she lifted her skirt and quickly ran into the hall. Inside the room, Li Qingqian was sitting in front of a desk and writing something with a brush. In front of him was a large stack of booklets. Seeing Chang'e walk in, Li Qingqian raised his head and smiled. He greeted, "Chang'e, you're here?" Chapter 2086. Brother Crown Prince. What's wrong? Did you think of something? In front of the desk, Li Qingqian's complexion suddenly changed. Just a moment ago the sky was clear and boundless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Chang Lu was shocked by Li Qingqian's sudden change and couldn't help asking. After a few moments of silence, Li Qingqian sternly said, During the morning court session, Minister of War Li Jing reported to Imperial Father that the soldiers who recently arrived in Chang, and should have been soldiers from Bing Province, but Taiyuan City has been sealed for the last few days, and no one has been able to enter or leave. Thus, the soldiers from Bing Province might not be able to reach Chang, and in the next few days. Taiyuan City is sealed? Why would Taiyuan be sealed? Chengel asked curiously when he heard that. Taiyuan was the place where the Li clan had raised its army. After Li Yuan seized the world, he had established Chang, and as his capital, but Taiyuan was still the most prosperous city in the north of the Great Tang. When Li Qingqian said that Taiyuan had been sealed, Chengel's first reaction was naturally curiosity and confusion. Li Qingqian turned to his sister and reminded her. The hundreds of officials in the morning court were all shocked by this news, but Imperial Father told them that a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City several days ago and that he had already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City has been under martial law for the last few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers of Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an. But Chengel, don't forget that Qin Ke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to build a telegraph relay station. Based on their normal speed, they should be in Taiyuan right now. There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? Brother Qin Ke is also in Taiyuan. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that something might have happened to Brother Qin Ke? Chengel was not stupid. On the contrary, she was extremely quick-witted, and she quickly understood what Li Qingqian was saying and covered her mouth in shock. Li Qingqian put down his brush and solemnly stood up, his hands held behind his back. I actually hope that my guess is wrong. Qin Ke is not only shouldering the hopes of the teachers and students of the academy, he is also shouldering the heavy responsibility of ensuring the communications of the Great Tang's northern expedition. Nothing can happen to him. Brother Crown Prince. What's wrong? Did you think of something? In front of the desk, Li Qingqian's complexion suddenly changed. Just a moment ago the sky was clear and boundless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Chang Lu was shocked by Li Qingqian's sudden change and couldn't help but ask. Li Qingqian was silent for a moment and then said in a deep voice, during the morning court, Li Jing, the Minister of War, reported a piece of news to Father. The soldiers from all over the country who have recently arrived in Chang, and should have come from Bing Province. However, the city gates of Taiyuan City have been closed for the past few days and no one has been able to enter or leave. Therefore, I'm afraid that the soldiers from Bing Province will not be able to arrive in Chang, and in the next few days. Taiyuan sealed? Why would Taiyuan be sealed? Chengel asked curiously when he heard that. Taiyuan was the place where the Li family rose. Back then the Li family had raised their troops from Taiyuan. After Li Yuan had seized the world, although he had set the capital at Chang, and Taiyuan was still the most prosperous city in the north of the Tang Empire. Hearing Li Qingqian say that Taiyuan had been sealed, Chengel's first reaction was naturally curiosity and confusion. Li Qingqian turned to his sister and reminded her. The hundreds of officials in the morning court were also shocked when they heard this news, but Father told them that a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City several days ago and that he had already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City has been under martial law for the past few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers of Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an. But Chengel, don't forget that Qin Ke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to build a telegraph relay station. Based on their normal speed, they should be in Taiyuan right now. There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? Brother Qin Ke is also in Taiyuan. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that something might have happened to Brother Qin Ke? Chengel was not stupid at all. On the contrary, she was extremely quick-witted, and she quickly understood Li Qingqian's words and covered her mouth in shock. Li Qingqian put down his brush and solemnly stood up, his hands behind his back. I actually hope that my guess is wrong and that Qin Ke isn't just shouldering the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Chapter 2087. Qingqian, how did you know that something had happened to Qin Ke? In the Nijing Palace, Li Er told Empress Jiangsun the news he had brought back from the Black Armored Army's camp. After hearing this, Empress Jiangsun relaxed slightly. Just as Li Er was about to leave, Li Qingqian and Chengel arrived together. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, Li Qingqian asked him if something had happened to Li Tai in Taiyuan. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Only a few people in Chang, and knew that Li Tai had been kidnapped by Turkic spies. Because Li Er had ordered for the news to be strictly sealed, Li Er was rather surprised to hear this from Li Qingqian. I don't dare to deceive Imperial Father. This son heard from Chang'e that Imperial Mother was in a bad mood today and was filled with worry. Combined with the news Duke Wei presented during the morning court session, this son deduced that something might have happened to Qing Ke in Taiyuan. Worried, this son came to seek an answer from Imperial Father. Li Qingqian cupped his hands and replied. Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Qingqian and asked thoughtfully, If something happened to Qing Ke, what would you do? If nothing happened to Qing Ke, what would you do? This was a small test he had for Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian said solemnly, this son naturally hopes that Qing Ke is safe, but if something happens to Qing Ke, this son and Qing Ke are brothers. If something happens to Qing Ke, this son will do his best to help Qing Ke escape. Li Qingqian's words were sincere and his gaze was firm. Even when he met Li Er's scrutinizing gaze, he showed no fear. Seeing this, Li Er inwardly nodded. He knew that Li Qingqian's words were sincere and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The relationship between these brothers was finally on the right track. Qingqian, how did you know something happened to Qing Ke? In the Lijing Palace, Li Er reported the news he had brought back from the Black Armored Army's camp to Empress Jiangsun. After hearing this, Empress Jiangsun relaxed slightly. Just as Li Er was about to leave, Li Qingqian and Chang'e arrived together. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, Li Qingqian asked if something had happened to Li Tai in Taiyuan. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask Li Qingqian. Only a few people in Chang, and knew that Li Tai had been kidnapped by Turkic spies. Because Li Er had ordered the news to be strictly sealed, Li Er was rather surprised to hear these words from Li Qingqian. I dare not lie to you, father. I heard from Chang'e that mother was in a bad mood today and was full of worries. Combined with the news presented by Duke Wei during the morning court, I speculated that something might have happened to Qing Ke in Taiyuan. Worried, I came here to seek an answer from you, father. Li Qingqian cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Qingqian and asked thoughtfully, What will you do if something happens to Qing Ke? What will you do if nothing happens to Qing Ke? This was a small test he had for Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian said solemnly, Your son naturally hopes that Qing Ke is safe, but if something happens to Qing Ke, your son and Qing Ke are blood brothers. If something happens to Qing Ke, your son will do everything in his power to help Qing Ke escape. Li Qingqian's words were sincere and his eyes were resolute. Even when he met Li Er's scrutinizing gaze, he showed no fear. Seeing this, Li Er inwardly nodded. He knew that Li Qingqian's words were sincere and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. The relationship between these brothers was finally on the right track. Chapter 2088. Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to make some good wine and dishes. This old man wants to have a good drink at noon. Duke Lu's mansion, Qing Yaojin was dressed in military attire. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he shouted loudly. This old man was born with a loud voice. Coupled with the fact that his voice was infused with internal energy, it was not only the entire Duke Lu's mansion, but also the other mansions near the Duke Lu's mansion could hear the old man's loud roar. Qing Yaojin's wife, Madame Sun, was enjoying the cool air in the backyard at this moment. After hearing Qing Yaojin's crazy roar, Madame Sun helplessly rolled her eyes. Then she stood up with an angry face and walked towards the front yard. She cursed bitterly, Old thing, what are you doing in the middle of the day? Let the neighbors see the Qing family's joke again. After a while, Madame Sun came to the front hall with an ashen face. Qing Yaojin had already taken off his helmet and armor with the help of the servants. He was sitting at the head of the table and drinking a mouthful of herbal tea. When he saw Madame Sun come in, he quickly put down the teacup and laughed. Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare good wine and dishes. There's good news and it's great news. This old man wants to celebrate. Madame Sun was originally a little unhappy because Qing Yaojin went crazy for no reason. Now that she heard Qing Yaojin say there was great news, she couldn't help but wonder, great news? What great news? At this time, Qing Yaojin kept her in suspense. He said to Madame Sun, Hey, Madam, first ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. It's best to make a pot of immortal intoxication. We'll talk about it later while eating. Madame Sun didn't buy the old demon's words at all. She rolled her eyes and said, Knowing that you're coming back for lunch, the kitchen has already prepared the food. We can start eating in a while. But immortal intoxication, don't even think about it. Recently, you've been in charge of the training of the soldiers in the army. Drinking is prohibited in the army. Do you think a woman like me doesn't know this? Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. This old man wants to have a good drink at noon. Duke Lu's mansion. Qing Yaojin was dressed in martial attire. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he shouted at the top of his voice. This old man was born with a loud voice. Coupled with the fact that his voice was infused with internal energy, it was not only the entire Duke Lu's mansion, but also the other mansions near the Duke Lu's mansion could hear the old man's loud roar. Qing Yaojin's wife, Madame Sun, was currently enjoying the cool air in the backyard. After hearing Qing Yaojin's crazy roar, Madame Sun helplessly rolled her eyes. Then she stood up with an angry expression and walked towards the front yard. She cursed hatefully, "Old thing, why are you acting crazy in the middle of the day? The neighbors are laughing at the Cheng family again." Not long after, Sun Shi came to the front hall with an ashen face. Qing Yaojin had already removed his helmet and armor with the help of the servants. He was sitting at the head of the table, wolfing down a mouthful of herbal tea. Seeing Sun Shi come in, he quickly put down the teacup and laughed. "Ah! Madam, quickly ask the kitchen to prepare good wine and dishes. There's good news and it's great news. This old man wants to celebrate." Madame Sun was originally unhappy because Qing Yaojin went crazy for no reason. Now that she heard Qing Yaojin say there was great news, she couldn't help but wonder, great news? What great news? At this time, Qing Yaojin kept her in suspense. He said to Madame Sun, "Hey, Madam, first ask the kitchen to prepare some good wine and dishes. It's best to prepare a pot of immortal intoxication." Chapter 2089. Over in Chang, and Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin were displaying their talents in the army, bringing glory to the Cheng and Yuchi clans. Over in Taiyuan City, their good brother Li Tai was still suffering in his cage. Strictly speaking, Li Tai wasn't suffering much. The little fatty was currently feasting at Tongfu Inn. On the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was sitting at a square table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table, all of them emitting a warm aroma. Li Tai sat there alone and ate happily. The surrounding Turkic spies looked at the vegetables in their bowls and then at the fish and meat in front of Li Tai and found it hard to swallow. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating, especially when Li Tai is now their prisoner. They are in charge of Li Tai's life and death. But the reality is Li Tai doesn't look like a prisoner at all. He eats better than all of them and he sleeps better than all of them at night. Second brother Qin, why do you think boss is accommodating this Prince of Wei? Right now, we're the ones holding his life in our hands. 2 Turkic spies squatted by the staircase, eating the food in their bowls while staring at the fish and meat on Li Tai's table. At this moment, one of the Turkic spies couldn't help but speak with dissatisfaction. The other one frowned and said, "What do you know? This person in front of us is a lord. Although we've captured him, we still have to serve him carefully. Didn't you hear that when our men attacked the inn last night, this Prince of Wei put a knife to his own neck in order to save his companions? This is a lord who isn't afraid of death. If he's unhappy and commits suicide, won't the soldiers around the inn swarm in and tear us apart? There's such a thing? But isn't this Prince of Wei someone who's been living in the palace for a long time? Why isn't he afraid of death? You're asking me, but who should I ask? But what happened last night is definitely true. That's why boss told us to serve this lord with care. All of our lives, including Lord Wei's, are tied to him." I understand. Over in Chang, and Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin were showing off their talents in the army, bringing glory to the Cheng and Yuchi clans. Over in Taiyuan City, their good brother Li Tai was still suffering in his cage. Strictly speaking, Li Tai wasn't suffering. The little fatty was eating at Tongfu Inn. On the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was seated at a square table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table, all of them emitting a warm aroma. There was fish and meat and Li Tai was happily eating alone. The Turkic spies looked at the vegetables in their bowls and then at the fish and meat in front of Li Tai, finding it hard to swallow. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating, especially when Li Tai was their prisoner and they were in charge of his life and death. But in reality, Li Tai didn't seem like a prisoner at all. He ate better than any of them and slept better than any of them. Second brother Qin, why do you think boss is accommodating this Prince of Wei? Right now, we're the ones holding his life in our hands. 2 Turkic spies were squatting by the stairs, eating the food in their bowls while staring at the fish and meat on Li Tai's table. At this moment, one of the Turkic spies couldn't help but complain. Chapter 2090. Hurry! Hurry up! At noon, on the streets east of Taiyuan City, a group of bailiffs was escorting a dozen carriages of grain to the west. The leader of the bailiffs turned his head and urged the people behind him. These bailiffs weren't from the provincial governor's manor, but from the Jianghu County office in Taiyuan City. Taiyuan was part of Bing Province, and Bing Province had 13 counties under it. Both Jianghu County and Bing Province were in Taiyuan City. In the morning, Wang Liaoyuan had ordered the transfer of 10,000 dan of grain from the official storehouse. All the bailiffs in Taiyuan City had been mobilized, temporarily acting as the grain transport team. After all, 10,000 dan of grain wasn't a small amount. In this era, 1 dan was equivalent to 100 caddies of modern times. 10,000 dan of grain was equivalent to 1 million caddies of grain. Just transporting the grain to the carriages would take a lot of manpower and time, not to mention that the officials at the official storehouse had to make a detailed record of every grain moved out. The soldiers in Taiyuan City were busy guarding the city gates and maintaining order in the city. Thus, the task of transporting the grain could only be left to the bailiffs of the various offices in the city. At noon, under the scorching sun, the bailiffs pushing the grain carriages were all sweating profusely. Some of the weaker ones were already starting to feel weak in the legs and were complaining incessantly. "Leader Wang, can you let us rest for a while? We've already moved 3 times. A bailiff standing slightly in front couldn't help but ask the leader of the bailiffs at this time. That Chief Wang stopped in his tracks, frowned and scolded, "What rest? The provincial governor has ordered that a total of 10,000 dan of grain will be released from the official storehouse. There are 50 to 60 grain stores in the city, big and small. We and the other brothers from the Yamen have to deliver these 10,000 dan of grain to the major grain stores in the city before the sky turns dark. You want to rest after less than 3 trips? At this rate, we won't even be able to finish by tomorrow." The bailiff who spoke first felt embarrassed after being reprimanded by Leader Wang. He defended himself, "But it's already time for dinner and we're all hungry. Leader Wang, you have to let us fill our stomachs first, right? How can we work when we're hungry?" Hearing him say this, the other bailiffs all looked at Leader Wang. Clearly they also wanted to rest and eat. Leader Wang saw this and muttered to himself, "Good. After this trip is done, let's go back and have a meal first. After that, we'll continue." "Okay." Hearing this, the Yamen runners were greatly encouraged. Their tired bodies seemed to be filled with energy again, and their speed suddenly increased by 30%. The transport team is here. The grain transport team is here. When the grain transport team reached Gujiangfang, they were about to turn south when a group of people suddenly rushed out from the opposite alley. There were men and women, old and young. They were all holding cloth bags. When they saw the grain transport team appear, these people instantly became excited and rushed over. "The provincial governor didn't lie to us. They're really opening the granary. Sir, can you sell me 5 buckets of this grain first? Since you're going to ship it to the grain store anyway, why not sell it to us now?" "That's right. Sir, please sell us some of the grain first. My family only has 1 day's worth of food left, and it looks like we're about to run out of food." This group of commoners swarmed forward and instantly surrounded the carriages. The bailiffs of the county government were all on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 2091. You're right. We can't let them transport the grain to the grain stores. Otherwise we'll starve to death. The officials are colluding with the merchants to drive up the price of grain. Taiyuan City will be closed for more than a month. If we can't buy any grain, we'll all starve to death. We can't let these grain be transported to the grain stores. Someone from the crowd surrounding the grain transport team quickly followed suit and shouted. If one were to observe carefully, one would easily notice that these people who were shouting were standing at the back of the crowd. They were all wearing navy blue short shirts made of coarse cloth and headscarves. At first glance, they looked like ordinary people, but their skin was paler and their bodies thinner. Some of them even had scars on their faces or arms. One look and one could tell that they were definitely not ordinary people. This was a premeditated robbery of grain. "We can't let these grain be transported away. We want to buy grain. We want to buy grain. We want grain." As these people fanned the flames in the crowd, the ordinary people who didn't know the truth suddenly became restless. The huge crowd suddenly surged toward the grain carriage. Arrestor Wang and the other county Yamen runners all drew the sabers at their waists as if they were facing a great enemy. "How dare you? All of you, stop right there. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to openly rob the grain transport vehicles of the officials and openly go against the imperial court?" Constable Wang held his sword in front of him. The aura of a martial artist suddenly erupted from his body as he shouted at the restless crowd with a ferocious expression. The sound of the Yamen runners unsheathing their swords and Constable Wang's stern shout made the people who were charging at the front of the crowd freeze involuntarily. At the end of the day, the people of this era had a natural fear of the officials. Unless it was absolutely necessary and they couldn't survive, no one would be willing to go against the officials. Whoosh! Bam! Just then, a stone flew toward Constable Wang from the left. Constable Wang's attention wasn't focused behind him at all, so when he heard the sound, he couldn't react in time. The walnut-sized stone hit the back of Constable Wang's head directly to the left. Constable Wang's vision darkened and he almost fell down. In pain, he subconsciously covered the back of his head with his hand. However, he felt something wet and sticky. When he removed his hand was actually covered in blood. Who is it? Who the hell is throwing stones? Constable Wang was instantly enraged. He turned around and prepared to look for the murderer. A few Yamen runners hurriedly protected Arrestor Wang to prevent him from getting hurt again. The surrounding commoners, especially those who were close by, were even more afraid when they saw that Constable Wang's head was bleeding from the impact. Everyone's hearts were shrouded with thoughts of retreating. But even if they wanted to retreat, there were people who didn't want them to. The county Yamen runner is going to beat someone up. Collusion between officials and merchants. Collusion between officials and merchants. They don't want to give us a chance to live. Hurry up and take the food. My wife and child are still waiting for the rice to be cooked. Someone shouted from the back of the crowd. Not only were they shouting and jeering, they were also taking action. More than a dozen young men in navy blue shirts pushed the people in front of them to squeeze toward the cart. The temporary stalemate was broken in an instant. Some commoners who didn't know the truth in the crowd heard that the Yamen runners were going to commit murder and collude with the grain merchants. They also started to jeer. The crowd surged and shouts rang out everywhere. As for the crowd standing in front, they saw the truth clearly. They knew that the Yamen runners weren't beating anyone up, so they didn't want to snatch the food. However, their bodies were no longer under their control. Under the shoving of the people behind them, they were getting closer and closer to the grain cart step by step. Just like that, the people who didn't know the truth added fuel to the fire. As for those who knew the truth, they didn't have time to say anything. They could only allow themselves to be pushed toward the grain cart by the people behind them. More than a dozen grain carts were quickly engulfed and swallowed by this powerful flood of people. All of you stop. Are you trying to rebel? Constable Wang only had less than 30 Yamen runners with him, but there were hundreds and thousands of commoners around them. Although the Yamen runners had knives in their hands, how could they really brandish their butcher's knives at the defenseless commoners of Taiyuan City? After all, these Yamen runners were basically locals of Taiyuan City. There might even be relatives or neighbors among these commoners. Besides, even if they really dared to brandish their knives, there were hundreds and thousands of commoners in front of them. They might be able to cut down one, but could they cut down hundreds and thousands of them? Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't be able to escape death if the higher-ups investigated the matter. After all, this was an era of peace, not a time of war. The laws of the Great Tang were strict. The imperial court would definitely investigate a vile case like the massacre of commoners by soldiers. At this time, Constable Wang's roars and threats had no effect at all. The commoners in front of them had almost gone crazy. Seeing the sacks of food on the grain cart in front of them and thinking of the rumors in the marketplace that Taiyuan City would be sealed off for at least a month, how could these commoners, who didn't have much food in their homes, not be tempted? Thus, the crowd surged forward while the Yamen runners were forced to retreat. The public's will was like a surging torrent that no one could stop. After seeing someone carry a sack of rice and run away, the rest of the people followed suit. The food on the grain cart became less and less, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Some commoners fought over the food, while others were pushed to the ground and trampled on by the people behind them. Faced with this crazy crowd, Constable Wang and the other Yamen runners were scattered. In this turbulent torrent, they could only go with the flow. Some of the Yamen runners even hid under the grain cart to avoid being crushed or trampled. Faced with this out-of-control situation, they had knives in their hands, but it was of no use. They could only watch helplessly as the food on the grain cart was snatched clean by these crazy commoners. As for the dozen or so youths who had kicked up a fuss at the back of the crowd, they took advantage of the chaos and quietly slipped away. Constable Wang found today's events very strange. In the past, when the commoners of Taiyuan City saw the Yamen runners, they were not as fearful as tigers, but they were always in awe of them. Today, however, this group of commoners actually dared to openly oppose the Yamen runners and even snatch the grain from the official storehouse. This was simply too abnormal. Furthermore, Arrestor Wang had a feeling that someone was secretly pushing these commoners to the point where they had come to snatch the grain. Especially when the bailiffs were in a stalemate with the commoners just now, there were always people behind the crowd who were inciting and spreading rumors. That was why the commoners were so angry. Tsingming Shihong. Don't worry about this for now. Go and catch those people for me. While the commoners were fighting over the grain, the dozen or so youths in navy blue shirts took the opportunity to turn and leave. Constable Wang's eyes were like lightning, and he naturally sensed that something was wrong. He muttered to himself for a moment and guessed that the current situation was very likely instigated by these people. Thus, he hurriedly shouted at the two yamen runners nearby. However, all around them were the commoners who had already fallen into a frenzy. It was very difficult for them to even take a step forward, let alone chase after them. They could only watch as these people disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 2092. Lord Provincial Governor, bad news? Bad news. Constable Feng rushed into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and shouted at Wang Liaoyuan, who was resting on the table with one hand. Last night, the Turkic spies had attacked the courier station, causing Li Tai to be kidnapped. As the provincial governor of Bingzhou, Wang Liaoyuan had been busy until around 3 in the morning before going to bed. He had only slept for 2 hours before going to the courier station to discuss with Li Junxian how to rescue Li Tai. After returning from the courier station, Wang Liaoyuan heard that Taiyuan City was short of food. Thus, he ordered people to put up notices and move 10,000 dan of food from the official storehouse. He had been busy for the entire morning. After eating a careless lunch, Wang Liaoyuan was so tired that he fell asleep sitting down. Constable Feng's shout immediately woke Wang Liaoyuan up from his dream. He quickly stood up and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened? Is there news from His Highness?" Right now, news about Li Tai was what Wang Liaoyuan was most afraid of and also what he hoped to receive. He was afraid because he was afraid that Li Tai had met with misfortune and hoped that Li Tai had been rescued. No. It's the grain carts. Constable Feng ran all the way here. His face was covered in sweat. After saying a few words, he was out of breath. When Wang Liaoyuan heard that it wasn't from Li Tai's side, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also slightly disappointed. He looked at Constable Feng and frowned. What happened to the grain cart? Take a rest first and speak slowly. Constable Feng took 2 deep breaths before saying, "My lord, the bailiffs of the various government offices all went to the official storehouse to move grain according to my lord's orders. However, 3 groups of grain carts were surrounded by commoners near Rongfei Square, Sharon Square and Gujiang Square. Those commoners took advantage of the chaos and stole all the grain in the carts. There were around 500 dan in total." Lord Provincial Governor, bad news? Bad news. Constable Feng hurriedly walked into the back office of the provincial governor's manor and shouted at Wang Liaoyuan, who was resting on the table with one hand. Last night, the Turkic spies had attacked the courier station, resulting in the kidnapping of Li Tai. As the governor of Bingzhou, Wang Liaoyuan had been busy until around the 3-hour period before finally going to bed. After a little more than 2 hours of sleep, he had gone to the courier station to discuss with Li Junxian how to rescue Li Tai. After returning from the inn, Wang Liaoyuan heard that there was a shortage of food in Taiyuan City. Thus, he ordered people to put up notices and took out 10,000 dan of food from the official storehouse. He was busy for the whole morning. After a quick lunch, Wang Liaoyuan fell asleep while sitting down because he couldn't bear the sleepiness. Constable Feng's shout woke Wang Liaoyuan up from his dream. He quickly stood up and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened? Is there news from His Highness' side?" Right now, news about Li Tai was what Wang Liaoyuan was most afraid of and also what he hoped to receive. He was afraid because he was afraid that Li Tai had met with mishap and hoped that Li Tai had been rescued. No. It's the food cart. Constable Feng ran all the way here. His face was covered in sweat. After saying a few words, he was out of breath. When Wang Liaoyuan heard that it wasn't from Li Tai's side, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also slightly disappointed. He looked at Constable Feng and frowned. What happened to the grain cart? Take a rest first and tell me slowly. Only then did he say, "Today the bailiffs of the various government offices went to the official storehouse to take out food according to your orders. However, just now Rongfei Fang and Sharon Fang." Chapter 2093. General Lin Jiang pays respect to Provincial Governor Wang. Lin Jiang walked into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and clasped his fist toward Wang Liaoyuan. "Rise." Wang Liaoyuan raised his right hand and waited for Lin Jiang to stand up straight before he hurriedly asked in a deep voice, "Did General Li send you here for any instructions?" Lin Jiang clasped his fist and replied, "I don't dare to give instructions. The general sent me here to inform Provincial Governor Wang of a piece of news." Although Li Junxian was nominally the highest officer of Taiyuan City, and everyone in the city from the provincial governor to the common people, had to listen to Li Juanxian's orders. The rescue of Li Tai still required Governor Wang's cooperation. Thus Lin Jiang did not dare to be careless. Not only did he maintain the basic etiquette, he even spoke with some courtesy. This was what Li Juanxian had instructed him to do. Wang Liaoyuan perked up and hurriedly said, "Please speak." Lin Jiang didn't speak immediately. He glanced at Sir Wu and Constable Feng in the room. The two tactfully clasped their hands toward Wang Liaoyuan and said, "Provincial Governor, we'll take our leave first." Wang Liaoyuan nodded and the two turned to leave. They even closed the door for Wang Liaoyuan. Lin Jiang finally spoke, "This matter is of great importance and involves a lot of people. The general doesn't wish for the news to be leaked, so I hope Provincial Governor Wang can forgive me." Wang Liaoyuan nodded solemnly and replied, "I understand." Lin Jiang walked up to Wang Liaoyuan. As the provincial governor of a province, Wang Liaoyuan had seen a lot of things. Seeing Lin Jiang approach him, he didn't show any fear. It seemed like he wasn't worried that Lin Jiang would harm him at all. Lin Jiang whispered into Wang Liaoyuan's ear, "Provincial Governor Wang, the general sent me here to inform you that today in the city, General Lin Jiang pays respect to Provincial Governor Wang." Lin Jiang walked into the back office of the provincial governor's residence and clasped his fist toward Wang Liaoyuan. "Rise." Wang Liaoyuan raised his right hand and waited for Lin Jiang to straighten his back before asking impatiently, "Does General Li have any instructions for you to come here?" Lin Jiang cupped his fists and said, "I dare not instruct you. The general sent me here to inform Governor Wang of a piece of news." Although Li Junxian was nominally the highest officer of Taiyuan City and everyone in the city from the provincial governor to the common people had to listen to his orders, the rescue of Li Tai still required Governor Wang's cooperation. Thus Lin Jiang did not dare to be careless. Not only did he maintain the basic etiquette, he even spoke with some courtesy. This was what Li Junxian had told him. Wang Liaoyuan's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly said, "Please speak." Lin Jiang didn't speak immediately. He glanced at Mr. Wu and Constable Feng in the room. The two saw this and cupped their hands at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor, we'll take our leave first." Wang Liaoyuan nodded. The two of them turned around and left, closing the door for Wang Liaoyuan. In the room, Lin Jiang said, "This matter is of great importance and has many implications. The general doesn't wish for the news to be leaked in advance, so I hope Provincial Governor Wang can forgive me." Wang Liaoyuan nodded with a solemn expression. "I understand." Lin Jiang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Wang Liaoyuan. As the provincial governor of a province, Wang Liaoyuan was someone who had seen many storms. Seeing Lin Jiang close in on him, he didn't show any fear. It seemed like he wasn't worried that Lin Jiang would harm him. Lin Jiang whispered into Wang Liaoyuan's ear, "Provincial Governor Wang, the general sent me here to inform you that today in the city." Chapter 2094. My lord, I think we should immediately stop distributing the grain to the grain stores in the city. Instead, we should inform the people that the government will directly sell a certain amount of grain to the people at a fair price near the official warehouse in the city. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Mr. Wu cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan as if he had a well-thought-out plan. "Oh, but there are millions of people in Taiyuan City. Won't it be more difficult for the people to buy grain?" Wang Liaoyuan said with a frown. "Not necessarily." Mr. Wu shook his head and replied, "For the people, there may seem to be fewer places to sell grain in the city, but we can set up many queuing places near the official warehouse to sell grain to the people nearby. Moreover, the government will centralize the supply of grain this time. Naturally, the government can also send bailiffs to maintain order at the scene. The people queuing to buy grain is much more efficient than a swarm of robbing in the grain stores. In addition, we will set a rule that each household can only buy a certain amount of grain. This way it will be fair for all the people in the city. When the people queue, they won't have to worry about running out of grain when it's their turn. Naturally, they won't be impatient and won't rob." It had to be said that Mr. Wu was indeed a good administrator. He saw the main point of the problem. The biggest problem with the grain sales policy in Taiyuan City was that it was not standardized. First, it was not standardized in the queuing. Second, it was not standardized in the distribution. After all, the owners and workers of the grain stores were only responsible for selling the grain. Why would they care about how much each household bought? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because they didn't know how many people each household had. What was even worse was that some grain store owners even took advantage of the convenience and kept a portion of the grain for themselves as gifts. After all, in Taiyuan City now, grain could be considered a hard currency. Now, if the government took back the right of the grain stores to sell the grain and transferred it to the government, the government would be in charge. My lord, I think we should immediately stop distributing the grain to the grain stores in the city. Instead, we should inform the people that the government will directly sell a certain amount of grain to the people at a fair price near the official warehouse in the city. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Mr. Wu cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan as if he had a well-thought-out plan. But Source Peak City has millions of commoners. If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more difficult for the commoners to buy food? Wang Liaoyuan said with a frown. Not necessarily. Mr. Wu shook his head and replied, for the commoners there may seem to be fewer places to sell grain in the city, but we can set up many queuing places near the official warehouse to sell grain to the commoners. Moreover, this time the government will provide grain in a centralized manner. Naturally, the government can also send bailiffs to maintain order at the scene. The commoners will line up to buy grain. It will be much more efficient than swarming in the grain store. In addition, we have to stipulate that each household can only buy a certain amount of food. This way it will be considered fair for all the citizens in the city. When the citizens line up, they won't have to worry about running out of food when it's their turn. Naturally, they won't be impatient and they won't fight for food. It had to be said that this scholar surnamed Wu was indeed a good administrator. He saw the main point of the problem. The biggest problem with the grain sales policy in Source Peak City was that it wasn't standardized. First, the queuing wasn't standardized. Second, the distribution wasn't standardized. After all, the grain store owners and workers were only responsible for selling the grain. Why would they care about how much each household bought? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because they didn't know how many people each household had. Even worse, some grain store owners even took advantage of the convenience and kept a portion of the grain for themselves as gifts. Chapter 2095. Now the people in Taiyuan City are tempted. So far there have been 3 cases of people robbing the officials' grain. The government's plan to use 10,000 dan of grain to pacify the people will soon be shattered. In less than 3 days, the people of Taiyuan City will not be able to hold back and will take the initiative to fight against the government. In the secret chamber of the Kong mansion, a servant came in and whispered a few words to Kong Chu. Kong Chu looked very happy and laughed loudly to everyone in the room. Bossen's move is really smart. Without grain, the government of Taiyuan City will lose the people's support. Under pressure, the government will not continue to seal the city. Kong Songping chimed in with a smile. A stout merchant sitting next to Kong Songping couldn't help but say, when the city gate is opened, we can send people back to the Kong kingdom to inform His Highness of Brother Chang An's death. We can also protest to the Chang An court that the Taiyuan government is harming Brother Chang An. If the Tang court can't give Brother Chang An an explanation, we will let the Tang officials see the power of the Jianghu 9 families. The atmosphere in the room was peaceful and jubilant. These people looked as if they had just won a big battle. Each of them looked proud and high-spirited. It was a sharp contrast to the dispirited and depressed look in the morning when they learned that the Taiyuan government was going to open the warehouse to release grain. And from what they said, the incidents of people robbing the officials' grain in Taiyuan City today were all secretly planned by them. Kong Chu waved his hand and everyone quieted down. After this incident, Kong Chu's prestige and status among the Kong Kingdom's merchants had increased a lot. This time it's our 9 families. Now the people in Taiyuan City are tempted. So far there have been 3 cases of people robbing the officials' grain. The government's plan to use 10,000 dan of grain to pacify the people's support will soon be shattered. In less than 3 days, the people of Taiyuan City will not be able to hold back and will take the initiative to fight against the government. In the secret chamber of the Kong mansion, a servant came in and whispered a few words to Kong Chu. Kong Chu looked very happy and laughed loudly to everyone in the room. Bossen's move is really smart. Without grain, the government of Taiyuan City will lose the people's support. Under pressure, the government will not continue to seal the city. Kong Songping chimed in with a smile. A stout businessman sitting next to Kong Songping couldn't help but say, Once the city gates are opened, we can send someone back to Kong Kingdom to inform His Highness of the grievous news of Brother Chang An's death. We can also protest to the Chang An imperial court about Taiyuan's persecution of Brother Chang An. If the Tang imperial court can't give Brother Chang An an explanation, we'll let the officials of the Tang Empire see the power of the 9 families of Jianghu. The atmosphere in the room was peaceful and cheerful. It was as if these people had just won a great battle. Each of them looked proud and high-spirited. It was a stark contrast to the dispirited and depressed look they had when they learned that the Taiyuan government was going to open the granary to release grain. Moreover, listening to the meaning of their words, the several incidents of the commoners robbing the officials' grain in Taiyuan City were actually all secretly planned by them. Kang Chu gestured with his hand and the crowd quieted down. It had to be said that after this incident, Kang Chu's prestige and status among the merchants of the Kang Kingdom had increased a lot. This time it's our 9 clans. Chapter 2096. The provincial governor has ordered that in order to catch the Turk spies, Taiyuan City will remain closed from today onwards. If the people in the city are short of food, they can go to the official warehouse in the west of the city and queue up to buy food. Each family can only buy 1 jin of food at most. However, the government guarantees that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. In addition, there are people in the city who gathered to rob the official warehouse of food. Considering that most of the people were bewitched, the provincial governor has announced to the whole city that as long as those who participated in the robbery return the stolen food to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion before dark, they will be let bygones be bygones. However, if there are people who secretly hide the stolen food, the government will investigate to the end and punish them severely according to the law of the Tang Empire. I hope that the people who robbed the official grain will behave themselves. If the people who did not participate in the robbery find that there are people around them who participated in the robbery, they can also report to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion. The government will also reward them with some food. While Kang Chu and the other Kang Kingdom merchants were feeling complacent in the secret chamber, the Taiyuan government had also begun to take action. First, the yamen runners of the various yamen offices went to the various checkpoints in the city to post the fresh out of the oven notices and read the latest decision of the provincial governor's mansion to the people. When the people heard this, they were all delighted. This was because the government's guarantee that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price, was undoubtedly a reassurance to the people who were confused and hesitant because of the closure of the city. In this era, the people's requirements for the quality of life were relatively low. As long as the government could guarantee that there was no shortage of food in the city, as long as they could eat rice every day without going hungry, most of the people could accept the temporary closure of the city. The provincial governor has ordered that in order to catch the Turk spies, Taiyuan City will remain closed from today onwards. If the people in the city are short of food, they can go to the official warehouse in the west of the city and queue up to buy food. Each family can only buy 1 jin of food at most. However, the government guarantees that there will be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queue up, they will definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. In addition, there are people who gathered to rob the official warehouse of food today. Considering that most of the people were bewitched, the provincial governor has announced to the whole city that as long as those who participated in the robbery return the stolen food to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion before dark, they will be let bygones be bygones. However, the government will investigate to the end and punish them severely according to the law of the Tang Empire. I hope that the people who robbed the officials' food will behave themselves. If the people who did not participate in the robbery find that there are people around them who participated in the robbery, they can also report to the county yamen or the provincial governor's mansion. The government will also reward them with some food. While Kang Chu and the other Kang Kingdom merchants were feeling complacent in the secret chamber, the Taiyuan government had also begun to take action. First, the yamen runners of the various yamen offices went to the various checkpoints in the city to post the fresh out of the oven notices. They also announced the latest decision of the provincial governor's mansion to the people. When the people heard this, they were all delighted. This was because the government promised that there would be sufficient food supply every day. As long as they queued up, they would definitely be able to buy food at a reasonable price. This was undoubtedly a reassurance to the people who were confused and hesitant because of the closure of the city. In this era, the people's requirements for the quality of life were relatively low. As long as the government could guarantee that there was no shortage of food in the city, as long as they could eat rice every day without going hungry, most of the people could still accept the temporary closure of the city. Chapter 2097. Men. Arrest Huang Yong. Constable Feng ordered decisively when he saw that most of the soldiers behind Huang Yong were frightened. Yes, sir. The 4 or 5 yamen runners beside Constable Feng bowed and accepted the order, then walked towards Huang Yong aggressively. Clang. Huang Yong had been a prefectural soldier in Taiyuan for 6 to 7 years and only got the position of a granary 2 years ago. In Taiyuan he was used to riding roughshod over others. Constable Feng actually dared to order people to arrest him. He couldn't help but be furious. With a clang, he drew the saber at his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. Let's see who dares. This is my territory. Feng, if you want to behave atrociously here, you should know your place first. After that, he shouted to his left and right. This Feng faked the order of the provincial governor. Men, tie this Feng up for me. Yes, sir. The soldiers standing beside Huang Yong looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they bowed and accepted the order. Clang, clang, clang. The bailiffs on Constable Feng's side also drew their weapons. Both sides immediately drew their swords and fell into a state of confrontation. However, in comparison, the people on Constable Feng's side all had stern expressions, while the people behind Huang Yong were mostly hesitant. Clearly, most of the soldiers could still tell right from wrong. It was just that they didn't dare to openly resist because of Huang Yong's usual display of power. Huang Yong, oh Huang Yong. I didn't expect a mere granary to be so powerful. At that moment, a vigorous voice came from behind Constable Feng. The Yamen runners automatically opened up a path. Constable Feng's face lit up when he heard the voice, but Huang Yong's expression changed when he heard the voice. The person who came was Wang Liaoyuan's top aide. Men, arrest Huang Yong. Constable Feng ordered decisively when he saw that most of the soldiers behind Huang Yong were frightened. Yes, sir. The 4 or 5 Yamen runners beside Constable Feng bowed and accepted the order, then walked towards Huang Yong aggressively. Clang. Huang Yong had been a prefectural soldier in Taiyuan for 6 to 7 years. He had only been promoted to the position of a granary 2 years ago. In Taiyuan he was used to riding roughshod over others. Constable Feng actually dared to order people to arrest him. He couldn't help but be furious. With a clang, he pulled out the saber at his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. Let's see who dares. This is my Huang Yong's territory. If you want to behave atrociously here, you should know your place first. After saying that, he shouted to his left and right. This Feng faked the provincial governor's order. Men, tie this Feng faked it for me. Yes. The soldiers standing beside Huang Yong looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they bowed and accepted the order. Clang, clang, clang. The bailiffs on Constable Feng's side also drew their weapons. Both sides immediately drew their swords and fell into a state of confrontation. However, in comparison, the people on Constable Feng's side all looked stern, while the people behind Huang Yong mostly looked hesitant. Clearly, most of the soldiers could still tell right from wrong. It was just that they didn't dare to openly resist because of Huang Yong's usual display of power. Huang Yong, oh Huang Yong. I didn't expect a mere granary to be so powerful. At that moment, a vigorous voice came from behind Constable Feng. The Yamen runners automatically opened up a path. Constable Feng was delighted when he heard the voice, but Huang Yong's expression changed when he heard the voice. The person who came was Wang Liaoyuan's top aide. Chapter 2098. Stop. This is a private residence, you can't go in. In the west of Taiyuan City, outside the main entrance of Kang Chu's residence, the gatekeeper saw Constable Feng leading a group of Yamen runners into the residence aggressively and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Are you blind? Can't you see that we're from the provincial governor's residence? The provincial governor's residence is handling a case. All unrelated personnel should leave. Without waiting for Constable Feng to speak, a Yamen runner beside him stepped forward and said sternly, Pei Xing Duan Wei, take some men and guard the front and back doors of Kang Chu's residence. Without my orders, don't let anyone go. The rest of you follow me in to arrest Kang Chu. Constable Feng didn't want to waste time here. He waved his hand to the left and right and ordered. Yes. The Yamen runners understood. A group of people rushed to the back door of Kang Chu's residence. Another group stayed where they were, and the last group, led by Constable Feng, squeezed the gatekeeper to the side and directly forced their way in. When they walked into Kang Chu's residence, the servants in the residence were so frightened that they retreated to the sides. At this time, a manservant hurriedly ran toward the backyard. Constable Feng's eyes lit up and he chased after him. He said to the Yamen runners behind him, Follow him. Yes. Under the manservant's lead, everyone quickly arrived at the backyard of Kang Chu's residence. Old master, bad news. Bad news. The soldiers have entered the residence. There were 3 small buildings in the backyard of Kang Chu's residence. When Constable Feng and the others entered, they saw the manservant shouting as he ran. However, halfway through shouting, the manservant seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Constable Feng and the other Yamen runners with a face full of fear. Take him down. Constable Feng waved his hand, and two Yamen runners immediately rushed forward and pressed the manservant to the ground. Where is your old master? Constable Feng strode forward and pulled out the saber at his waist with a clang. He placed it on the manservant's neck and asked directly in a loud voice. This is a private residence, you can't go in. In the west of Taiyuan City, outside the main entrance of Kang Chu's residence, the gatekeeper saw Constable Feng and the group of Yamen runners about to barge into the residence aggressively and hurriedly went forward to stop them. You must be blind. Can't you see that we are from the provincial governor's office? The provincial governor's office is handling a case. All unrelated personnel please leave. Without waiting for Constable Feng to speak, one of the Yamen runners beside him stepped forward and spoke sternly. Pei Xing Duan Wei, take some men and guard the front and back doors of the Kang residence. Without my orders no one is allowed to leave. The rest of you follow me to capture Kang Chu. Constable Feng didn't want to waste any more time here. He waved his hand to the left and right as he ordered. Yes. The Yamen runners understood. A group of people rushed to the back door of Kang Manor, another group stayed where they were, and the last group, led by Constable Feng, squeezed the gatehouse to the side and forced their way in. Walking into Kang Manor, the servants in the manor saw such a scene and were so frightened that they all retreated to the sides. At this time, a manservant hurriedly ran towards the rear courtyard. Constable Feng's eyes lit up as he gave chase. He ordered the bailiffs behind him, follow him. Yes. Under the guidance of the manservant, everyone quickly arrived at the rear courtyard of Kang Manor. Master, this is bad. Not good. The soldiers have entered the manor. There were 3 small buildings in the rear courtyard of Kang Manor. When Constable Feng and the others entered, they saw the manservant shouting as he ran. However, halfway through his shouting, the manservant seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Constable Feng and the other Yamen runners with a face full of fear. Take him down. Constable Feng waved his hand, and 2 Yamen runners immediately rushed forward and pinned the manservant to the ground. Where is your master? Constable Feng strode forward and pulled out the saber at his waist with a clang. He placed it on the manservant's neck and asked directly in a loud voice. Chapter 2099. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find Kang Chu. These words were equivalent to telling the bailiffs not to be afraid of damaging things. Even if they had to demolish the house, they had to find Kang Chu. This was basically equivalent to raiding Kang Chu's house. Yes. The bailiffs heard this and their expressions brightened. They cupped their fists and responded. Then they aggressively rushed into the house again. Soon there was a series of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe suddenly said anxiously, how can you do this? My master is only a merchant. How can he incite the people to make trouble? You have no evidence and you are barging into a private house indiscriminately. Are you soldiers or bandits? Constable Feng's face was livid and he did not say anything. Indeed, if it was under normal circumstances they would be in the wrong. Because the government was particular about evidence, it was impossible for them to lead soldiers to raid someone's house based on a piece of paper. But now, faced with Su Xiuhe's questioning, Constable Feng had nothing to say. He could only remain silent for the time being. Wang Liaoyuan had previously given him a strict order to capture all the people on the list before nightfall. Kang Chu was one of the most important people on the list. He was gambling now. He was gambling that the Kang bailiff was not lying. He was gambling that Kang Chu was hiding in the house in front of him. As long as they found Kang Chu, not only could they complete the task given by Wang Liaoyuan, they could also justify their violent actions. There was still the sound of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety. However, the Kang family was a merchant's house after all. It was impossible for them to have many guards like aristocratic families. How could the servants and guards of the Kang family have the ability and courage to go up and obstruct the bailiffs brought by Constable Feng? You barged into a private house first and now, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find Kang Chu. These words were equivalent to telling the bailiffs not to be afraid of damaging things. Even if they had to demolish the house, they had to find Kang Chu. This was basically equivalent to raiding Kang Chu's house. Yes. The bailiffs heard this and their expressions brightened. They cupped their fists and responded. Then they aggressively rushed into the house again. Soon there was a series of bang 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 noises coming from the house. Su Xiuhe immediately said anxiously, how can you all be like this? My master is just a merchant, how could he incite the commoners to cause trouble? You have no evidence and you dare to barge into a private residence indiscriminately. Are you soldiers or bandits? Constable Feng's face was ashen and he didn't say anything. Indeed, under normal circumstances, they would be in the wrong for doing this. This was because the government was very particular about evidence when it came to handling cases. It was impossible for them to directly lead soldiers to raid someone's residence based on a slip of paper. But now, faced with Su Xiuhe's questioning, Constable Feng had nothing to say and could only remain silent for the time being. Wang Liaoyuan had ordered him to capture all the people on the list before nightfall. Kang Chu was one of the most important people on the list. He was betting that the servant from the Kang Manor was not lying. He was betting that Kang Chu was hiding in the house in front of him. As long as they found Kang Chu, not only would they be able to complete the task given by Wang Liaoyuan, but they would also be able to justify their violent actions. There was still the sound of bang 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 in the house. A trace of anxiety flashed in the depth of Su's eyes. However, the Kang Manor was a merchant's house after all. It was impossible for them to have many warriors and guards like the aristocratic families. How could the servants and guards of the Kang Manor have the ability and courage to go up and stop the bailiffs brought by Constable Feng? You barged into a private residence first and now. Chapter 2100. What's the occasion today? Kang Fu, the owner of Yongliang Rice Shop, Kang Shunjin, the owner of Rui Jeweled Ware Shop, Kang Songping, the owner of Huyue Restaurant, Kang De, the owner of Xiangyu Restaurant, Kang Bangang, the owner of Rare Treasure Shop, Kang Yanming, the owner of Jamming Tea House, and Kang Yongqing Grain Shop. I didn't expect that these bosses, who are usually secretive, would all gather here today. Should I say it's a coincidence or is someone plotting something? Not long after, Constable Feng led a group of Yamen runners through the tunnel and arrived at the underground secret room of Kang Manor. They saw that the secret room was brightly lit, and there were more than 10 people gathered there. This group of people was naturally led by Kang Chu. Constable Feng looked at them one by one and immediately found a few familiar faces among them. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but his mouth spoke meaningfully. Kang Chu, Kang Fu, Kang Shunjin, Kang Songping, Kang De, Kang Bangang, Kang Yanming, and Kang Yongqing were all on the list that Wang Liaoyuan gave to Constable Feng. As for the rest of the people, Constable Feng had never seen them before, so he didn't know them. However, these people were all gathered in Kang Chu's house today, so they were most likely with Kang Chu. Some of them might even be on Wang Liaoyuan's list. So it's Constable Feng. Seeing Constable Feng leading the bailiffs in by force, Kang Chu was alarmed, but he forced himself to remain calm. He walked in front of Constable Feng, clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Due to the recent turmoil in the city, I specially invited all my friends here to temporarily seek shelter and catch up on old times and gossip. I wonder why Constable Feng has brought so many people to my Kang Manor and forced their way into my private residence? Seeing Kang Chu so calm, Kang Fu, Kang Shunjin, and the others couldn't help but feel a little relieved. They put away the fear on their faces and cooperated with Kang Chu. That's right. Today we were invited by brother Kang Chu to come here to catch up on the old days. Constable Feng has brought so many people here. Is it against the law to catch up on the old days? That's right. This old man has never heard of any law in the Tang Empire that forbids people from gathering to reminisce about the past. Could it be that Constable Feng thinks that we are from the Kang Empire and wants to bully us wantonly? Everyone forced themselves to remain calm. They wanted to give Constable Feng a preemptive strike so that he would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, they did not know that Constable Feng had come under a death order today. Even if they claimed to be in the right, even if they could say anything, Constable Feng would still arrest them all today. Today, this Feng is under the orders of the provincial governor to capture all of you to the provincial governor's manor. Men, arrest all these people. As expected, Constable Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. He snorted coldly and ordered his subordinates. Yes. When the bailiffs heard the order, they immediately stepped forward and surrounded Kang Chu and the others. Fortunately, this secret chamber wasn't small. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for all of them to stand. Constable Feng, what do you mean by this? What crime have we committed? Please tell us clearly. The authorities can't just arrest people casually, can they? Kang Chu and the others' expressions immediately changed. They didn't expect Kang Chu to indiscriminately arrest all of them. One had to know that they were all respectable people in Taiyuan City. Constable Feng had no reason to not give them face. Kang Chu's gaze darkened as he looked at Constable Feng and argued. This Feng is only following orders. As for whether or not you have committed a crime, or what crime you have committed, The provincial governor will give you an answer when we arrive at the provincial governor's manor. Come, arrest all of them. Constable Feng knew that he was a martial artist and that glib talk was not his strong suit. Therefore he couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Kong Chu and the others. At this time what he needed was a quick and decisive battle. As for the identities of the few people he hadn't met before, he couldn't be bothered to interrogate them one by one. He would know everything once he arrested all of them and brought them to the provincial governor's manor. Yes. The bailiffs accepted the order and rushed toward Kong Chu and the other Kong Kingdom merchants. Most of these merchants were spoiled and pot-bellied. How could they be a match for these lithe bailiffs? Before long, the dozen or so Kong Kingdom merchants were all restrained by the bailiffs. During this process, the Kong Kingdom merchants naturally protested loudly, but Constable Feng and the bailiffs were completely indifferent. It was as if they were saying that no matter what they said, they would kill them all today. The Taiyuan authorities have gone against the law and treated our Kong Kingdom merchants cruelly. Feng Yong, you are helping the evildoers. The Tang Imperial Court will not let you off. The entire Kong Kingdom will not let you off either. Kong Chu was escorted out of the secret chamber by the bailiffs. When he reached Constable Feng, he roared angrily. These were not only harsh words, but also Kong Chu's threat to Constable Feng and the others. Today the authorities had suddenly sent people to arrest so many Kong Kingdom merchants. This move would definitely cause a great shock among the people in the Imperial Court. There were many Kong Kingdom merchants in the Tang Empire. These Kong Kingdom merchants were very rich when they did business outside. Another characteristic was that they were unusually united. Moreover, the 9 families of Jianghu were of the same breadth and branch. Now that the Taiyuan authorities had arrested so many Kong Kingdom merchants, the people of the 9 families of Jianghu in the Tang Empire would definitely not sit idly by. Constable Feng and Provincial Governor Wang might have poked a hornet's nest this time. Chapter 2101. Peng Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jianghu Square. In the provincial governor's office, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. This runner called Peng Shuo had served in the provincial governor's manor for many years like Constable Sunday. Constable Sun trusted him very much, or else he wouldn't have left Peng Shuo here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes. Peng Shuo cupped his fists and agreed to the task. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you going to Jianghu Square? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Constable Feng had acted out of character today and led the state government runners to arrest many important people. That's right, weren't those arrested important people in the eyes of these ordinary runners? Hearing that Constable Feng was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's manor, Peng Shuo couldn't help but be curious. Constable Feng sighed and said, "That's right. There are still 2 people waiting for us at Jianghu Square. Once you're done interrogating them, just send the news to Jianghu Square." Constable Feng didn't specify who they were. It wasn't that he didn't trust Peng Shuo, but he was worried that new problems might arise. With that, Constable Feng waved at Peng Shuo and turned to leave. "Yes. Haha. Lord Tianning, don't worry. Peng Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jianghu Square." In the provincial governor's office, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. This runner called Peng Shuo had served in the provincial governor's manor for many years like Constable Sunday. Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have left Peng Shuo here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes. Peng Shuo cupped his fists and agreed to the task. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you going to Jianghu Square? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Today Constable Feng had acted out of character. He had led the yamen runners to arrest many important people. That's right. In the eyes of these ordinary yamen runners, weren't those people important people? Hearing that Constable Feng was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's office, Peng Shuo couldn't help but be curious. Constable Feng sighed, "That's right. There are still 2 people waiting for us at Jianghu Square. Once you've finished interrogating him, just send the news to Jing and Feng." Constable Feng didn't say who it was. It wasn't that he didn't trust Peng Shuo, but he was worried that there would be more problems. Constable Feng waved his hand at Peng Shuo and turned to leave. "Yes. Haha. Peng Shuo, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jianghu Square." In the provincial governor's residence, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. Like Constable Sun, this yamen runner called Pang Shua had served in the provincial governor's residence for many years. Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have left Pang Shua here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Pang Shua, go interrogate these people and verify their identities. I'll bring some men to Jing and Fong. In the provincial governor's residence, Constable Feng led his men to escort Kong Chu, Kong Songping, Kong Fu, and the others to the prison. Then he instructed a bearded yamen runner beside him. Like Constable Sun, this yamen runner called Pang Shua had served in the provincial governor's residence for many years. Constable Sun trusted him very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have left Pang Shua here to guard and interrogate Kong Chu and the others. Yes. Pang Shua cupped his fists and first agreed to the task. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, why are you going to Jing and Fong? Are there still people to be arrested there?" Today, Constable Feng had acted out of character and led the provincial yamen runners to arrest many important people. That's right, weren't those arrested important people in the eyes of these ordinary yamen runners? Now that he heard that Constable Feng was going to bring people out of the provincial governor's residence, Pang Shua couldn't help but be curious. Constable Feng sighed and said, "That's right. There are still 2 people waiting for us at Jing and Fong. Once you're done interrogating them, just send the news to Jing and Fong." Constable Feng didn't specify who they were. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pang Shua, but he was worried that new problems would arise. With that, Constable Feng waved at Pang Shua and turned to leave. Yes. Haha. Don't worry, Lord Sky Eagle. Chapter 2102. You are just a pitiful dog of the Turks. What right do you have to be so presumptuous in front of this prince? Ever since he was born he had only bowed to 2 people. One was his father and the other was Li Zishuan. Other than these 2 people, there had never been anyone who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Although he was currently imprisoned and kidnapped, who did Shenzhan in front of him think he was? Hearing Shenzhan speak rudely to him, Li Tai narrowed his eyes and used an extremely calm tone to say to Shenzhan, "You are not worthy of my respect. It is true that this prince is imprisoned, but I am not someone that any dog can bully. Do you believe that if this prince wants you dead they will not let you live?" Li Tai's tone was very calm, but sometimes, it was the anger hidden under the calmness that was the most frightening. His last sentence, "Do you believe that if this prince wants you dead they will not let you live?" made Xuanshan's hair stand on end and he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that the little fatty in front of him was not a spoiled prince who had not seen the world, but a ruthless person, who dared to risk his life in order to exchange for the survival of his companions in a desperate situation. Kong Chu, Kong Fu, Kong Songping and the other Kong Kingdom merchants did not know the truth of Taiyuan City's blockade, but how could Shenzhan, who had close ties with the Turk spies, not know? Not only did he know, but he also knew the details of the battle at the courier station last night. Therefore he knew that Li Tai's words were not to scare him, but a fact that could really happen. As long as Li Tai was willing. Just think about it, if Li Tai used the same trick again and used his own life to threaten Shen Yi and Sky Eagle to kill him and Shenzhan, then what would be the consequences that awaited him? Even a fool could think of it. Now that their leader had been captured and their men were surrounded by soldiers, Li Tai had become the only bargaining chip that Shen Yi, Sky Eagle, and the others could use to negotiate with the government. No matter what, they would not allow anything to happen to Li Tai. Faced with such a choice, Shen Yi and Sky Eagle would probably choose to sacrifice Shenzhan without hesitation. Your Highness, please calm down. I know this lowly one had a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness. After figuring out the crux of the matter, how could Shenzhan dare to continue sitting there? He hurriedly stood up and took 2 steps back. Then he bowed deeply to Li Tai. He was scared. He thought about how he'd meticulously set up a plan in Source Peak City and worked hard to help Shen Yi, Heavenly Eagle, and the others. Now that he was finally about to see hope for success, he didn't want to die at this moment. That would be too aggrieving. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He can't delay important matters because of a moment of anger. And Shenzhan comforted himself in his heart. Li Tai's eyes flashed. He looked at Shenzhan in front of him and used the same flat tone as before to ask casually, "Your surname is In? You're from the In Kingdom?" At this time, the surname In was not common in the Central Plains. The person in front of him had the appearance of a Hu and his surname was In. Li Tai could easily associate him with the In Kingdom of the 9 surnames Hu. And Shunzhan trembled and answered instinctively, yes. This lowly one is from the Yin Kingdom. Li Tai's expression changed slightly. Then he said somewhat angrily, humph. The Jianghu 9 surnames have always been independent and focused on business. They don't participate in politics and rarely interact with the Turks. You, on the other hand, are not only in contact with the Turks, but also colluding with Turk spies in an attempt to topple the Great Tang. I just don't know if the king of the Yin Kingdom will tolerate you if he learns of this. Will the people of the other 8 countries tolerate you if they learn of this? And Shunzhan trembled again. When he chose to cooperate with Zhao Dian, he knew that he had already cut himself off from the Jianghu 9 surnames. Chapter 2103. Your Highness Duke of Wei, don't even think about trying to get information out of me. Not to mention that I don't know anything about this matter. Even if I did, I wouldn't reveal a single word to you. In the hall on the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Xianyi unhurriedly poured himself a cup of tea at a seat near the window. After drinking 2 or 3 mouthfuls, he put down the teacup and looked at Li Tai as he spoke in a deep voice. After their conversation last night, Xianyi's impression of Li Tai had changed greatly. Putting aside his status, there were times when he felt that this little fatty before him wasn't a bad person. If not for this reason, given his temperament, he wouldn't have said a single word to Li Tai. In fact, if he felt that Li Tai was talking too much, he would have ordered someone to stuff Li Tai's mouth up. Thus, to a certain extent, the fact that Li Tai could still have such relative freedom despite being imprisoned was entirely due to the little fatty's own efforts. Oh, you don't know? You're one of the leaders of these people, so how could you not know about this matter? Xianyi's words didn't anger Li Tai because he knew that it was already very rare for this fellow to be willing to talk to him. He didn't have much hope of getting any useful information out of this fellow. He was purely bored and wanted to find someone to talk to relieve his boredom. It would be great if he could get some information out of him, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't lose out, right? Xianyi indifferently glanced at Li Tai. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see straight into Li Tai's soul, causing Li Tai's little thoughts to be unable to escape. After looking at Li Tai for a while, he opened his mouth and said, after a while he said, the plans related to Mount Anshuan have always been arranged by the Guard Lord and Sky Eagle. I didn't participate too much. At this point he seemed to be able to predict what Li Tai would say next. He added, don't think about using this to sow discord between us. I'm good at killing people and Sky Eagle is good at managing and strategizing. The Guard Lord has always left such matters to him. Cough cough. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were blocked by Xianyi. The little fatty couldn't help but blush. After a moment of awkwardness, he said in all seriousness, you're joking, you're joking. How could an upright person like me try to sow discord? Mount Anshuan. Li Tai chuckled as he memorized the name, and Shunzhan in his mind. At the same time he began to search his mind for any information related to Shunzhan, but he couldn't find any clues. This was mainly because he didn't pay much attention to the merchants of the Jianghu 9 families in the Great Tang. Otherwise he would have heard of Shunzhan. I advise you to restrain your heart and stop having such crooked thoughts. Although the government is stronger than us, it is impossible for them to save you from our hands. There are 40 to 50 open and hidden sentries outside this inn. As long as any one of them discovers something, I will immediately grab your neck in my hands. Xianyi didn't want to expose Li Tai's little scheme, so he changed the subject and advised him. These words were primarily for Li Tai to completely give up on any thoughts of escaping or being rescued. He also wanted to prevent Li Tai from causing trouble for them. That would be bad for both of them. When did this king have such crooked thoughts? Li Tai glared and feigned ignorance. Besides, the conditions here are much more comfortable than at the post house. This king is living quite comfortably here, so why should I leave? Xianyi glanced at Li Tai indifferently and didn't say anything. He finished the tea in his cup in one gulp, then got up and left. General Li, 15 minutes ago, I saw someone enter Tongfu Inn. Strangely, that person still hasn't come out. The moment Li Junxian entered the turret on the southern wall of Taiyuan City, Bruiser came out of the window and clasped his fist at him. At this time, Iron Egg was still holding a pair of military binoculars made by the Curious Pavilion. It was clear that he had used these to see someone enter Tongfu Inn. Iron Egg felt deep guilt over Li Tai's capture. He believed that his failure to protect Li Tai had led to Li Tai's capture. Due to this sense of guilt and self-blame, Bruiser had been staring at Tongfu Inn since the morning. Fortunately, his efforts paid off and he finally noticed that something was amiss. What? Someone entered Tongfu Inn? And they still haven't come out? Li Junxian immediately realized that something was wrong and hastily asked, do you recognize that person? I've never seen him before. Iron Egg shook his head. He had only been in Taiyuan City for a few days, and in his time here, he had mainly been busy with the construction of the relay station, so he hadn't interacted with many outsiders. But that person doesn't seem to be from the Central Plains. Although he's wearing Central Plains clothes, he looks like a Hu. After thinking for a moment, Bruiser added. Oh. Li Juanxian's eyes focused as he sternly asked, "Are you sure?" Iron Egg thought for a few moments before nodding. "I'm sure that person's face isn't that of a Han. Let me see." Li Junxian took the binoculars from Iron Egg and began to carefully search Tongfu Inn. But even after some time he did not see anyone come out of Tongfu Inn, much less that who that Iron Egg had spoken of. He put down the binoculars and said in disappointment, "It seems like that person isn't going to come out. It seems like that person doesn't intend to come out. There's no doubt that he's in cahoots with the Turkic spies. He's probably afraid of being captured by the authorities, so he's hiding in Tongfu Inn. It seems that the Turkic spies have infiltrated Taiyuan City far more than we imagined. I wonder how many more of them there are in the city? Could that person be a Turkic?" Behind Li Junxian, Fang Gongting had asked this question for no reason, but everyone understood what he meant. Although Zhao Dian and the others in the city were Turkic spies, they were still Han. Since Bruiser had said that this person had the appearance of a Hu, there was a high chance that this person was an authentic Turkic. After all, the Turks could be considered a type of Hu. Iron Egg said nothing, but Han Tianhu shook his head and said, "This old man also took a look. That person doesn't look like a Turkic. His face is fairer than a normal Turkic's, and his lower body doesn't seem to be a martial artist. He probably isn't a soldier." Iron Egg had been keeping a close watch on Tongfu Inn since morning, and Han Lijing had been accompanying him the entire time. Thus, when Shun's Han entered the inn, Han Tianhu had also taken a look through the binoculars. Although Iron Egg had never seen a Turkic before, Han Tianhu had. Not only had he seen them, he had even fought with them on the battlefield during the year of Wuda. Thus, he was certain that the person who had entered Tongfu Inn was not a Turkic. Fair face, not a soldier. Could it be? Li Junxian frowned. Suddenly, he and Fang Gongting seemed to think of something, and the two of them spoke in unison, "A Hu merchant." Seeing that someone had given the same answer as him, Li Junxian was even more certain of his conjecture. He hastily ordered his subordinates, "Call Lin Jiang over." "Yes." Chapter 2104. "General, you were looking for me?" A few moments later, Lin Jiang walked in and cupped his fist to Li Junxian. Li Junxian turned around and asked, "You gave that list to Governor Wang. What is the situation in the governor's residence? Have all the people on the list been captured?" In the morning, when Li Junxian learned that the grain stores in the city were suddenly short on grain, he had ordered Lin Jiang to secretly investigate with 200 cavalry. Of course, the main target of the investigation was the Kong Kingdom merchants led by Kong Chu. After all, the men Li Junxian had sent to monitor Kong Chu had heard Kong Chu tell his wife that he would work with other merchants to raise the price of grain. Thus, when the grain stores in the city were suddenly short on grain, Li Junxian instinctively thought of Kong Chu's group. Once Li Junxian had Lin Jiang find the relevant clues, he informed Wang Liaoyuan and had him send bailiffs to arrest all the suspicious people and throw them in jail. Currently, Source Peak City was in a state of emergency. If they wanted to rescue Li Tai, a stable city environment was a must. Therefore, at this time the government would rather catch the wrong person than miss out. Otherwise, if these unstable elements were allowed to stir up trouble in the city, Source Peak City could easily fall into chaos. "General, I have just received news that Arrestor Feng of the provincial governor's office has arrested all the Kong Kingdom merchants and suspicious officials of Taiyuan Prefecture, as well as the suspicious generals of the Bing Province barracks. Now they have all been detained in the prison of the provincial governor's office, awaiting interrogation. In addition, the governor's residence has put up new notices throughout the city to pacify the people and set up many grain distribution points in the western part of the city. Bailiffs have also been stationed there to maintain order. The people of the city are lining up and no one is fighting for grain. The vast majority of the people who were tempted to fight for grain have also returned the grain to the government." Lin Jiang clasped his fist and bowed. Fang Gongting and Han Lijing were both stunned by Lin Jiang's report. They had not expected so many things to happen in Taiyuan City in just half a day. Moreover, Li Junxian had silently made so many arrangements. It seemed like Taiyuan City really was surging with undercurrents. All the Kong Kingdom merchants on the list have been arrested? So quickly? Li Junxian was taken aback by this news, not daring to believe it. In his opinion, since those merchants of the Kong Kingdom dared to hoard food and incite the people, They must have made preparations in advance to prevent the government from easily finding them. So he initially expected the government to spend a lot of effort to catch Kang Chu and the others, but the final result was somewhat beyond his expectations. Lin Jiang replied, "According to the information we've gathered, the merchants of the Kang Kingdom were all gathered in an underground secret room in Kang Chu's mansion today. They seemed to be plotting something and were caught red-handed by Constable Feng. This is called the evils we bring upon ourselves. We can't live." Li Junxian coldly snorted, and then his eyes focused as he sternly said, "Since all the Kang merchants have been captured, who was that merchant who just entered Tongfu Inn?" Naturally, no one could answer this question. After a few moments of silence, Li Junxian said to Lin Jiang, "Immediately go to the governor's residence and personally interrogate Kang Chu and the others. Interrogate them about their plans and all their accomplices. I feel like that merchant who went to Tongfu Inn today was one of them who escaped the net." "Yes." Lin Jiang clasped his fist and prepared to leave. "Wait." Li Junxian suddenly thought of something and called out to Lin Jiang. "Also, inform Governor Wang that he must strengthen the prison guards. No matter what, he must keep an eye on Zhao Dian. Nothing can go wrong." Lin Jiang was taken aback. Although he didn't know why Li Junxian had suddenly brought this up, he still clasped his fist and said, "Yes, General." Seeing that Li Junxian had no other orders, Lin Jiang turned and left. Chapter 2105. Bam. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Liaoyuan slammed a few confession papers with handprints on them on the table. He was furious and said, "As officials of the imperial court, they are paid by the country. However, they betrayed the imperial court, betrayed the government, and betrayed their own souls for some money from others. What a bunch of scoundrels. They are the shame of the Taiyuan officialdom." Sir Wu, who was standing in front of him, clasped his hands and said, "My lord, please calm down. Advisor Han and Scribe Tan are just rare exceptions. Most of the officials in Taiyuan are still able to withstand the test." As it turned out, after Constable Feng had arrested Kang Chu and the others and thrown them into the provincial governor Manor's prison, he had immediately rushed to Jinggan Square. His main objective was to capture the provincial governor Manor's head scribe Han Xingwen and the scribe Tan Wanqing, who had been sick and recuperating at home for the past 2 days. Their names were on the list that Lin Jiang had given to provincial governor Wang earlier. Wang Liaoyuan didn't believe it at first, but since Lin Jiang was Li Junxian's man, how could he dare to not capture them when Li Junxian ordered him to? At that time, Wang Liaoyuan was thinking that after he caught Han Xingwen and Tan Wanqing and interrogated them, he would release them directly if they were innocent. However, he didn't expect that before he could punish them, they would confess. There was nothing he could do if he didn't confess. Their families had tens of thousands of strings of money. Seeing the 2 red handprints on the confession papers, Wang Liaoyuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The enemy had even bribed the people around him. How could he not be angry? Now that Li Tai had died in Taiyuan City, what awaited Wang Liaoyuan wouldn't be as simple as losing his position as an official. In a fit of anger, Li Tai might even bury his entire family along with Li Tai, who asked him to be a bad judge of character and not be strict enough with his subordinates. A special case? These 2 helped the Turkic spies to create a fake residence, allowing more than 100 Turkic spies to silently hide in Taiyuan City. Bam. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Liaoyuan slammed a few confession papers with handprints on them on the table. He was furious and said, "As officials of the imperial court, they are paid by the country. However, they betrayed the imperial court, betrayed the government, and betrayed their own souls for some money from others. What a bunch of scoundrels. They are the shame of the Taiyuan officialdom." Sir Wu, who was standing in front of him, cupped his hands and said, "My lord, please calm down. Elder Han, Secretary Tan, and the others are only rare exceptions. Most of the people in Taiyuan's officialdom can still withstand the test." As it turned out, after Constable Feng had arrested Kang Chu and the others and thrown them into the provincial governor's office's prison, he had immediately rushed to Jing'an Square. His main objective was to capture the provincial governor's office head scribe Han Xingwen and the scribe Tan Wanqing, who had been recuperating at home due to illness for the past 2 days. Lin Jiang was Wang Liaoyuan city governor Wang's name's Wang of Taiyuan. Wang Liaoyuan didn't believe it at first, but since Lin Jiang was Li Junxian's man and Li Junxian wanted him to capture them, how could he not? At that time, Wang Liaoyuan was thinking that after he caught Han Xingwen and Tan Wanqing and interrogated them, he would release them directly if they were innocent. However, he didn't expect that before he could punish them, they would confess. There was nothing he could do if he didn't confess. Their families had tens of thousands of strings of money. Seeing the 2 red handprints on the confession papers, Wang Liaoyuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The enemy had even bribed the people around him. How could he not be angry? Now that Li Tai had died in Taiyuan City, what awaited Wang Liaoyuan wouldn't be as simple as being removed from his position. In a fit of anger, Li Tai might even bury his entire family with Li Tai, who asked him to be a bad judge of character and not be strict enough with his subordinates. A special case? These 2 helped the Turkic spies to create a fake residence, allowing more than 100 Turkic spies to silently hide in Taiyuan City. Chapter 2106. You bribed the officials and generals of Taiyuan. Apart from manipulating the grain supply and causing chaos in the city, do you have any other motives? In the prison of Taiyuan, Lin Jiang was interrogating Kong Chu alone. He placed the list of crimes that Kong Chu had signed on the table and looked at him. No. Kong Chu replied flatly. He did not take Lin Jiang seriously. It could also be said that he did not even take the prison of the state capital seriously. Because he was from the Kong Kingdom, he had not committed any heinous crimes in the Tang Empire. He had only bribed an official, which was not a serious crime. In the end, they would most likely be handed over to the Honglu Temple of the Tang Empire, and then be exiled back to the Kong Kingdom by the Honglu Temple. In any case, they would not lose their lives over such a small crime. Humph. I advise you to think about it carefully. Lin Jiang did not give Kong Chu a good look. He said with a blank face. Kong Chu was silent for a moment and said, We bribed the officials and generals of Taiyuan and caused chaos in the city mainly to seek justice for the deceased brother Chang. And the officials of Taiyuan treated human life like grass and caused brother Chang and to die tragically. What's worse is that after brother Chang'an died, the officials not only did not allow us to bring his body back to the Kong Kingdom, they even sealed the city gates so that we could not pass the news to brother Chang'an's family. We created chaos to teach Provincial Governor Wang a lesson and let the officials see the strength and unity of the Kong Kingdom's merchants. We want the Tang Empire's court to give brother Chang'an justice. We have already explained the cause and effect of the matter to the officials of the state capital. You keep saying that we have other motives? What are your intentions? Teaching the officials a lesson? You are really arrogant. Lin Jiang's eyes narrowed and he said angrily, This is the territory of the Tang Empire. You are doing business here and have to abide by the laws of the Tang Empire. Not to mention that you are from the Kong Kingdom, even Turkic merchants have to follow the rules of the Tang Empire. Instigating civil unrest and bribing officials, you are really bold. Kong Chu argued, We were forced to do this by the officials. It was the Taiyuan government who tried to harm brother Chang'an first. They did not allow us to pass on the news of brother Chang'an's death to the Kong Kingdom. Since we were trapped in Taiyuan City, we could only resort to this method to force the government to open the city gates. Humph. Then do you know why Taiyuan City was sealed? Lin Jiang said in annoyance. Kong Chu thought for a moment and said, According to the official notice, the city has been sealed for the past few days in order to catch a Turkic spy. But in my opinion, these are all pretenses. The government is trying to cover up their crime of harming brother Chang'an. To prevent the news from leaking out, they closed the city gates. You really think highly of Kong Chang'an and you really think highly of yourself. When Lin Jiang heard that, he could not help smiling coldly. Let me tell you the truth. Kong Chang'an colluded with the Turk spies. Before the matter was exposed, the Turk spies killed him to silence him. At this time, the government already had concrete evidence. Today, I am interrogating you because I want to know whether or not you bribing officials and disrupting public order in the city were incited by Turkic spies. A Turkic spy? What Turkic spy? We are just merchants, how could we know a Turkic spy? Hearing this, Kong Chu's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly shook his head in denial. What a joke. He could admit to the crime of bribing an official, but he could never admit to the crime of colluding with a Turkic spy. Otherwise he might very well lose his life in the Great Tang. You won't admit it? Then that's easy. Men, begin the punishment. Lin Jiang did not have the patience to argue with Kong Chu here. Li Junxian was still waiting for his reply. Seeing that Kong Chu did not know what was good for him, Lin Jiang directly shouted outside. Kong Chu's expression changed and he angrily said, You dare? I am a Kong citizen, you can't torture me. You want to beat me into a confession. I won't accept this. I want to see your provincial governor. Constable Feng had only limited his interrogation of Kong Chu and the others since they were sent to prison. He had never tortured them. This was standard procedure. After all, Kang Chu was from the Kang Kingdom. Moreover, the authorities did not have any evidence of him colluding with the Turkic spies. Logically speaking, the provincial governor's office could not torture him. Otherwise, they would be accused of abusing the Kang Kingdom's people and forcing them to confess under torture. However, Lin Jiang did not play by the rules. He had not even said a few words when he wanted to torture him. Kang Chu did not think that his body could withstand the torture in the prison, so he hurriedly protested. Outside the torture chamber, Constable Feng walked in with 2 Yamen runners. The 2 Yamen runners were holding whips, stoves, and other tools. When Kang Chu saw this, his face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly wanted to turn around and run away, but the 2 Yamen runners standing behind him firmly held onto his shoulders. Constable Feng looked at Kang Chu expressionlessly and did not say anything. Although it was against the rules for Lin Jiang to torture Kang Chu, Wang Liaoyuan had told him before he came to the prison that he should cooperate with Lin Jiang. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Jiang looked at Kang Chu indifferently and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I am from the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry. A large number of Turkic spies have appeared in Taiyuan City this time. Our general has personally come to Taiyuan because these Turkic spies have kidnapped a person of extremely high status. If we do not catch all of these Turkic spies in one fell swoop, His Majesty will definitely be furious. Many people in Taiyuan City will die, and you will definitely not be able to leave Great Tang alive. Thus, let alone torture you. Even if we kill you, the imperial court will not say anything. You, Kang Chu, will also not dare to say anything. Lin Jiang's tone was very calm, but Kang Chu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Lin Jiang in shock and his heart was in turmoil. 100 Cavalry? This Lin Jiang in front of him was actually from the most mysterious army of Great Tang, the 100 Cavalry. And the reason why Taiyuan City was sealed was because the Turkic spies had kidnapped a person of extremely high status as a hostage. As for who this hostage was, although Lin Jiang did not say it clearly, Kang Chu could guess. After all, for the 100 Cavalry to personally come to Taiyuan to participate in the rescue, this hostage was either a high official of the imperial court or a noble. And a few days ago, King Wei of Great Tang had coincidentally come to Taiyuan City. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Kang Chu's back. He finally understood why Lin Jiang did not care about his identity as a Kang Chu merchant. Compared to rescuing King Wei of Great Tang, even if the Prince of Kang Chu was here, as long as he hindered the authorities from rescuing Li Tai, he would be arrested. At this time, Kang Chu finally understood how laughable his previous fearlessness was. I will confess. I will tell you everything I know. Don't torture me. Don't torture me. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kang Chu's heart was filled with endless regret and fear. He quickly spoke. Chapter 2107. Kang Chu worked with the merchants of the Kang Kingdom to manipulate grain, bribe officials and incite the people. On the surface, it was to seek justice for the dead Kang Chang'an, but in reality he wanted to use this matter to raise his prestige among the merchants of the Kang Kingdom and replace Kang Chang'an. The Kang Chang'an who was killed was the brother-in-law of the Prince of the Kang Kingdom, and the Kang Kingdom was the sovereign state of the 9 families of Jianghu. Kang Chang'an had an extremely high influence among the Hu merchants, and all the Hu merchants who did business in the Great Tang treated him with utmost respect. Moreover, the majority of the goods shipped from the kingdoms of the western regions to the Great Tang had to pass through his hands. This involved enormous profits, so Kang Chu was so keen to seek justice for Kang Chang'an. As for his relationship with the Turkic spies in the city, he insisted that he didn't know any Turkic spies, and before this subordinate interrogated him, he didn't even know that His Highness had been kidnapped. In this subordinate's observation, he wasn't lying. Moreover, this person is greedy for life and doesn't have the courage to lie. Around a quarter of the afternoon, Lin Jiang returned from the prison in the governor's residence to the turret on the southern wall and reported to Li Junxian. Li Junxian frowned and said, Kang Chu's reasoning is reasonable, but have you interrogated the other merchants of the Kang Kingdom? Could they have colluded with the Turkic spies? Lin Jiang clasped his fist and said, General, they have all been interrogated and some have even been tortured, but none of them admitted to colluding with the Turkic spies. Li Junxian was quiet for a few moments before asking, have all the people who participated in Kang Chu's plan been imprisoned? Have any of them escaped the net? Lin Jiang hurriedly took out a portrait and handed it to Li Junxian. Yes. Is this person in the portrait? Kang Chu worked with the merchants of the Kang Kingdom to manipulate grain, bribe officials and incite the people. On the surface, it was to seek justice for the dead Kang Chang'an, but in reality he wanted to use this matter to raise his prestige among the merchants of the Kong Kingdom and replace Kong Chang'an. The Kong Chang'an who was killed was the brother-in-law of the prince of the Kong Kingdom, and the Kong Kingdom was the sovereign state of the 9 families of Jianghu. Kong Chang'an had extremely high influence among the Hu merchants, and all the Hu merchants who did business in the Great Tang treated him with utmost respect. Moreover, the majority of the goods shipped from the kingdoms of the western regions to the Great Tang had to pass through his hands. This matter had enormous profits. This is why Kong Chu was so keen to seek justice for Kong Chang'an. As for his relationship with the Turkic spies in the city, he insists that he doesn't know any Turkic spies. Moreover, before this subordinate interrogated him, he didn't even know that Your Highness had been kidnapped. In this subordinate's observation, he is not lying. Moreover, this man is greedy for life and doesn't have the courage to lie. Around 1:15 p.m, Lin Jiang returned from the prison of the governor's residence to the turret on the southern wall and reported to Li Junxian. Li Junxian frowned and said, Kong Chu's reasoning is reasonable, but have the other merchants of the Kong Kingdom been interrogated? Could they have colluded with the Turkic spies? Lin Jiang clasped his fist and said, General, they have all been interrogated and some of them have even been tortured, but none of them admitted to colluding with the Turkic spies. Li Junxian fell silent for a few moments before asking, have all the people who participated in Kong Chu's plan been imprisoned? Have any of them escaped the net? Lin Jiang hurriedly took out a portrait and handed it to Li Junxian. Yes. Is this person in the portrait? Chapter 2108. Commander Shen Yi bad news? On the second floor of Tongfu Inn, a thin man in tight clothes ran up to Shen Yi and cupped his fists. All the entrances and exits within a 1 li radius of the inn have been sealed off by the government. Civilians who aren't residents of those entrances are not allowed to go out. 2 of our brothers were captured at the entrance when they went out to gather information. What did you say? The government has sealed off all the entrances and exits? Before Shen Yi could say anything, Sky Eagle, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but say excitedly. Yes. Right now the entrances and exits are all guarded by soldiers. If you want to go out, you must have your identity verified by the gatekeepers. Those who don't have an identity have all been captured and thrown into jail. The Turkic spy cupped his fists and bowed to Sky Eagle. Motherfucker. Sky Eagle angrily hammered the railing of the corridor and cursed, the King of Wei is still in our hands, and the government dares to be so arrogant? Go chop off one of the King of Wei's arms and give it to the soldiers outside. This daddy wants to see if they will withdraw their troops. Arrogant. Sky Eagle, who thought that he had captured Li Tai, was extremely arrogant. He believed that as long as he could threaten them with Li Tai's life, the government would definitely back down. No. Shen Yi was still rather rational. When he heard this, he hurriedly shouted to stop Sky Eagle and that subordinate. Sky Eagle, don't forget that Lord Wei is still in the hands of the authorities. If we cut off one of King Wei's arms now, they will cut off one of Lord Wei's legs in the next moment. Who can bear the consequences of this? Sky Eagle said unhappily. But if we let the government do this, we will be completely trapped near the inn. We won't be able to find out what's going on outside. Even if the Great Khan sends reinforcements outside the city, we probably won't know in advance, much less cooperate with them to take down Taiyuan City. Shen Yi frowned. That's true, but don't forget that our first mission is to rescue the Lord Guard. And Shunzhan has already bribed the prison guards. When the time comes tonight, the Lord Guard will have a chance to escape from the prison. At that time the government won't have anything on us. Commander Shen Yi bad news? In the corridor on the second floor of Tongfu Inn, a skinny man in a tight suit ran up to Shen Yi and cupped his fists. All the entrances and exits of the streets within a radius of 1 mile from the inn have been sealed off by the army of the government. Civilians who are not the original residents of each street are not allowed to leave without permission. 2 of our brothers were captured by the soldiers when they went out to gather information. What did you say? The government's army has sealed off all the roads around us? Before Shen Yi could say anything, Sky Eagle, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but say excitedly. Yes. Now there are soldiers guarding the entrance and every intersection. If you want to go out, you have to go through the verification of your identity. Those who don't have an identity have all been arrested by the soldiers and thrown into jail. The Turkic spy cupped his fists and bowed to Heavenly Eagle. Motherfucker. Sky Eagle angrily hammered the railing of the corridor and scolded, the King of Wei is still in our hands and the officials dare to be so arrogant. Go and chop off one of the King of Wei's arms and give it to the soldiers outside. I'll see if they retreat or not. Arrogant. Sky Eagle, who thought that by capturing Li Tai he had captured the lifeline of the government, was incomparably arrogant. He believed that as long as he threatened them with Li Tai's life, the government would definitely back down. No. Xian Yi was still relatively rational. Hearing this, he hurriedly stopped Sky Eagle and that subordinate. Sky Eagle, don't forget that the Lord Guard is still in the hands of the government. If we chop off one of the King of Wei's arms now, they will chop off one of the Lord Guard's legs in the next moment. Who can bear the consequences of this? Sky Eagle unhappily said, but if we let the government do this, we will be completely trapped near the inn. We won't be able to find out what's going on outside. Even if the Great Khan sends reinforcements outside the city, we probably won't know in advance, much less cooperate with the reinforcements and attack Taiyuan City. Xian Yi frowned. That's true, but don't forget that our first mission is to rescue the Lord Guard. And Shenzhan has already bribed the prison guards. When the time comes tonight, the Lord Guard will have a chance to escape from the prison. At that time the government won't have anything to use against us. Chapter 2109. Since there's a high chance that Shenzhan has bribed the prison guards, I'll go and give the order for a change of guard. After hearing Li Juanxian's analysis and speculations, Fang Gongting said, don't worry. Since Shenzhan had spent 60 to 70,000 strings of cash, Fang Gongting wasn't sure if the soldiers he had sent to guard the prison would be able to resist the temptation of money. There was a saying that money could make even ghosts turn millstones, and this saying was not without reason. After all, the soldiers didn't receive much pay each month. Even the most loyal soldier would find it hard to resist the temptation of Xuanshan's offer. Thus, in Fang Gongting's view, it was better to switch out the guards than to find out who had been bribed by Shenzhan. Although Shenzhan had a lot of money and could bribe some soldiers and generals, he couldn't possibly bribe all 80,000 soldiers of the subjugation residents, could he? Wait. Li Junxian suddenly spoke up. I feel that we need to be cautious about this matter. While it's possible that the guards have been bribed by Shenzhan, there's still a foreseeable danger to us. If we hastily switch out guards, there's no telling if any of them have been bribed by Shenzhan. On the contrary, if we switch out guards, we'll start to underestimate the enemy and let down our guard, giving the enemy an opportunity to strike. Thish. As Li Junxian spoke, an arrow flew toward the window of the turret, aiming for Li Juanxian's back. Li Juanxian's back was to the window. All of this had happened too suddenly. General Li, be careful. Bruiser was facing the window. He first heard a whoosh and then out of the corner of his eye he saw an arrow fly through the window. The arrow was moving as fast as light, and he had no time to react. He only had time to warn Li Junxian. At the same time, his mind was filled with shock and concern. He was shocked that someone in the city would dare to shoot an arrow at Li Junxian, the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department. He was also worried that Li Junxian would not be able to dodge this arrow and would be injured. Clang. In truth, there was no need for Iron Egg's warning. The moment Li Junxian heard the arrow flying through the air, he had already moved. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist with his right hand. At the same time, he swiftly turned around and swung his sword towards the arrow that was shooting towards him. His series of actions were as fast as lightning and completed in one breath. Initially, his back was facing the window, but it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He knew the position of the arrow, and the moment he turned his body, he was able to wave the sword in his hand and slash at the arrow. The arrowhead clashed with the sword, but in the end the arrowhead was no match for the strength Li Junxian had poured into his sword. The arrowhead was sent flying, but a small gap appeared on Li Juanxian's sword. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Imperial Army Marshal Dugu Xan had already been heavily injured by a Turkic spy. If Li Junxian was also heavily injured, the chances of rescuing Li Tai would become even slimmer. There's an assassin. Protect the general. Seeing that Li Junxian had escaped danger, Zhao Kang sighed in relief, but he quickly realized what was going on and hastily stepped in front of Li Junxian to protect him. As 100 cavalry, if they couldn't even protect their commander, how could they be called 100 cavalry? Whoosh! As Zhao Kang shouted, a large number of saber-wielding soldiers rushed into the room, including 100 cavalry and Fang Gongting's personal guards. They quickly gathered around Li Junxian and Fang Gongting, their eyes on guard. The assassin is over there. Bruiser was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. At this time he was already leaning against the window. He looked into the distance and saw a man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a bow and arrow standing on the roof of a two-story mansion to the north of them. Bruiser was shocked at first because the man was at least 300 steps away from their current position. Moreover, the assassin had shot from a low place to a high place. How terrifying was the archer's strength to be able to shoot with such accuracy? How could such a formidable person have appeared in Taiyuan City? Could it be that this assassin was also a Turkic spy? Many questions surfaced in Bruiser's mind, but he had no time to think about them. He pointed at the assassin and shouted at Li Junxian, Fang Gongting, and the others. After him. Everyone looked in the direction that Bruiser was pointing at and saw a man wearing a bamboo hat. He was about to put away his bow and arrow and escape. Zhao Kong hurriedly called out to the people around him and was about to jump down from the window. Hold on. Li Junxian frowned. He pushed aside Zhao Kong and the others and rushed to the window. A pensive look appeared in his eyes as he locked onto the fleeing assassin. I'll go after him. All of you stand guard here and wait for me to come back. General. You can't. Zhao Kong and the others were alarmed by these words and were about to stop him, but Li Junxian had already jumped out of the window and down the tower. As the northern capital of the Great Tang, Taiyuan City's walls were extremely high. If Zhao Kong and the others had jumped down, they would have been injured, but Li Junxian was a powerful martial artist, so he was naturally unaffected. This was why Li Junxian had stopped Zhao Kong and the others and insisted on pursuing the assassin himself. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. There was an even deeper reason for Li Junxian's decision to pursue the assassin alone. Although the assassin's arrow had been fast, he had not sensed any killing intent from it. After landing on the ground, Li Junxian leaped onto the closest roof and began to fly in the direction that the assassin had fled. After a few leaps and bounds, he and the assassin had vanished from everyone's sight. Let's go. Brothers, follow me to protect General. Zhao Kong stood where he was for a long time before he finally decided to disobey the military order. He roared at the few riders beside him. Stop. Fang Gongting hastily called out, have you forgotten what General Li said just now? All of you are to wait here for orders and wait for General Li to come back. Are you going to defy a military order? Zhao Kang's face was red as he angrily retorted, but if something happens to General, who will bear the responsibility? Even if I have to defy a military order, this Zhao Kang will go and protect General. All of you stop. Fang Gongting frowned and rebuked, do you think that a trifling thief can harm General Li? Given General Li's martial arts, no one in Taiyuan City can harm him. Moreover, the city is currently under martial law, and there are patrolling soldiers everywhere. If General Li catches up to the assassin, the patrolling soldiers will definitely rush to his aid. You won't be able to make it in time and will only make trouble for General Li. He must have his reasons for having you stay here. Just do as he says. Chapter 21:10. At the start, Fang Gongting had been worried that Li Junxian would be in danger if he were to pursue the assassin alone. After all, Dugu Xan had been assassinated by a Turkic spy in the city, and now that Li Junxian was the highest-ranking general in Taiyuan City, there was no guarantee that the Turkic spies wouldn't try to assassinate him again. But when Fang Gongting thought about it, he realized that Li Junxian was someone who would never do something he wasn't confident in. Moreover, there was the lesson of Dugu Xian's assassination. If Li Junxian dared to go alone, it meant that he had already sensed that there was no risk to this trip, so he had ordered that no one follow him. Moreover, although the mysterious man's arrow seemed extremely dangerous, Fang Gongting did not feel any killing intent from it. This sounded very contradictory, but it was the truth. Killing intent might be illusory to ordinary people, but to Fang Gongting, a veteran who had been in the army for many years and even frequently went to the battlefield, killing intent was real and could be perceived. Of course, there was an even more important point. In Fang Gongting's view, if that mysterious person really wanted to assassinate Li Junxian, he could have chosen a better position and a better time to do so, rather than shooting from a high vantage point. While the arrow fired by the mysterious person was naturally difficult for ordinary people to dodge, Li Junxian was still a grandmaster. Dodging the arrow should have been very easy. Thus, the mysterious person's arrow was just for show. At the start, Fang Gongting had been worried that Li Junxian would be in danger if he were to pursue the assassin alone. After all, Dugu Xan had been assassinated by a Turkic spy in the city, and now that Li Junxian was the highest-ranking general in Taiyuan City, there was no guarantee that the Turkic spies wouldn't try to assassinate him. But when Fang Gongting thought about it, he realized that Li Junxian was someone who would never do something he wasn't confident in, especially when there was the lesson of Dugu Xian's assassination. If Li Junxian dared to go alone, it meant that he had already sensed that there was no risk, so he had ordered that no one follow him. Moreover, although the mysterious man's arrow seemed to be extremely dangerous, Fang Gongting did not feel any killing intent from it. This sounded very contradictory, but it was the truth. Killing intent might be illusory to ordinary people, but to a veteran like Fang Gongting, who had been in the army for many years and even frequently went to the battlefield, killing intent was real and could be perceived. Of course, there was an even more important point. In Fang Gongting's view, if the mysterious man really wanted to assassinate Li Junxian, he could have chosen a better position and opportunity to do so, rather than shoot from a higher vantage point. While the arrow fired by the mysterious man was naturally difficult for ordinary people to dodge, Li Junxian was still a grandmaster expert. Dodging this arrow should be very easy. Thus, the mysterious man's arrow was just for show. In truth, Fang Gongting had been worried that Li Junxian would be in danger if he went alone to pursue the assassin. After all, Dugu Xan had been assassinated by Turkic spies in the city, and now that Li Junxian was the highest-ranking general in Taiyuan City, there was no guarantee that the Turkic spies wouldn't try to assassinate him. But when Fang Gongting thought about it, he realized that Li Junxian was someone who would never do something he wasn't confident in. Moreover, there was the lesson of Dugu Xian's assassination. If Li Junxian dared to go alone, it meant that he had already sensed that there was no risk to this trip, so he had ordered that no one follow him. Moreover, although that mysterious man's arrow had seemed extremely dangerous, Fang Gongting had not sensed any killing intent from it. This sounded very contradictory, but it was the truth. Killing intent might be illusory to ordinary people, but to a veteran like Fang Gongting, who had been in the army for many years, killing intent was real and could be sensed. Of course, there was an even more important reason. In Fang Gongting's view, if that mysterious man really wanted to assassinate Li Junxian, he could have chosen a better position and a better time to shoot an arrow from a higher vantage point. Ordinary people would naturally find it difficult to dodge this arrow, but Li Junxian was still a grandmaster. Dodging this arrow should be very easy. Thus, this mysterious man's arrow was just for show. Chapter 21:11. At dusk, it was another day when Taiyuan City was sealed off. Due to the government fully supplying food and arresting the merchants led by Kang Chu who were maliciously hoarding food, the commoners of Taiyuan City did not run out of food. At this time, smoke was rising from the chimneys of every household. The commoners had already begun to prepare their meals. Because the 4 gates of this city were closed, it looked a little lifeless. However, it was precisely because of this smoke and fire that it revealed a tenacious vitality in this oppressive environment. The commoners returned to their homes to eat. When the last commoner in line bought food at the warehouse in the west of the city, the officials and bailiffs also returned home. The soldiers of the Bing province barracks were still at their posts. Those who were patrolling, and those who were guarding the city gates were guarding. They were all meticulous and focused because they had all received Fang Gongting's orders. Tonight, they were to strengthen the security in the city. Yo, old Gao, are you feeling better? Why are you on duty so early? At the southwest side of the provincial governor's office, in a prison cell, a middle-aged man with a face full of pimples and a pair of protruding eyes and a light yellow beard walked in. At the door of the cell, a lean middle-aged bailiff quickly greeted him. This old Gao was the head of the prison, Gao Zheng. The so-called duty was equivalent to changing shifts in the modern world. In fact, Gao Zheng was supposed to be on duty during the day. However, it was said that he suddenly felt unwell during the day and asked his superior to send someone to replace him. He would come back at night when he felt better. Hey, much better. I just ate something bad in the morning. Don't worry about it. We are just rough people. How can we be as refined as the old men in charge? Gao Jing laughed and went forward to hit the bailiff's chest with his fist. He then said, "Besides, the earlier I came, the earlier you could go back to eat, right? Thank you for helping me today. Old Gao will treat you to a drink next time." At dusk, it was another day when Taiyuan City was sealed off. Due to the government fully supplying food and arresting the merchants led by Kang Chu who were maliciously hoarding food, the commoners of Taiyuan City did not run out of food. At this time, smoke was rising from the chimneys of every household. The commoners had already begun to prepare their meals. Because the 4 gates of this city were closed, it looked a little lifeless. However, it was precisely because of this smoke and fire that it revealed a tenacious vitality in this oppressive environment. The commoners returned to their homes to eat. When the last commoner in line bought food at the warehouse in the west of the city, the officials and bailiffs also returned home. The soldiers of the Bing province barracks were still at their posts. Those who were patrolling, and those who were guarding the city gates were guarding. They were all meticulous and focused because they had all received Fang Gongting's orders. Tonight, they were to strengthen the security in the city. Yo, old Gao, are you feeling better? Why are you on duty so early? At the southwest side of the provincial governor's office, in the prison of the state capital, a middle-aged burly man with a pale yellow beard walked in. A lean middle-aged yamen runner at the door of the prison hurriedly came up to greet him. This old Gao was the head of the prison, Gao Zheng. The so-called duty was equivalent to changing shifts in the modern world. In fact, Gao Zheng was supposed to be on duty during the day. However, it was said that he suddenly felt unwell during the day and asked his superior to send someone to replace him. He would come back at night when he felt better. Hey, much better. I ate something bad in the morning. Don't worry about it. We are just rough people. How can we be as refined as the old men in charge? Gao Jing laughed and went forward to hit the bailiff's chest with his fist. He then said, "Besides, the earlier I came, the earlier you could go back to eat, right? Thank you for helping me today. Old Gao will treat you to a drink next time." Chapter 21:12. You're saying that there was a battle on the southern walls today? Xian Yi couldn't help but frown after hearing the report from his subordinate. The Turkic spy cupped his fist and replied, "Yes." At that time, this subordinate was on the tree and saw someone shooting an arrow at the city gate tower. After that, a general on the city gate tower raised his sword and jumped down to chase after the assassin who shot the arrow. Both of them seemed to be top experts. Hearing this, Sky Eagle said, "Does that mean that someone wants to assassinate a general of the Great Tang?" "That's great. Could it be the Great Khan's reinforcements?" Although Sky Eagle didn't know that Li Junxian and the others had been observing them from a tower, he knew that the people standing on the city gate tower were definitely Great Tang soldiers. Someone had shot an arrow at the city gate tower, so they naturally wanted to assassinate a Great Tang general on the city gate tower. The enemy was a friend, and Sky Eagle instantly felt an immense amount of goodwill toward that nameless assassin. Xian Yi frowned. That's not right. Even if the Great Khan received the Lord Guard's letter, he couldn't have read it in such a short time. You're saying that there was a battle on the southern walls today? Xian Yi couldn't help but frown after hearing the report from his subordinate. The Turkic spy cupped his fist and replied, "Yes." At that time, this subordinate was on the tree and saw someone shooting an arrow at the city gate tower. After that, a general on the city gate tower raised his sword and jumped down to chase after the assassin who shot the arrow. Both of them seemed to be top experts. Hearing this, Sky Eagle said, "Does that mean that someone wants to assassinate a general of the Great Tang?" "That's great. Could it be the Great Khan's reinforcements?" Although Sky Eagle didn't know that Li Junxian and the others had been observing them from a tower, he knew that the people standing on the city gate tower were definitely Great Tang soldiers. Someone had shot an arrow at the city gate tower, so they naturally wanted to assassinate a Great Tang general on the city gate tower. The enemy was a friend, and Sky Eagle instantly felt an immense amount of goodwill toward that nameless assassin. Xian Yi frowned. That's not right. Even if the Great Khan received the Lord Guard's letter, he couldn't have read it in such a short time. You're saying that there was a battle on the southern walls today? Within Tongfuin, Xian Yi couldn't help but frown after he finished listening to the report of a subordinate. The Turkic spy cupped his fists and replied, "Yes." At that time, this subordinate was on the tree and coincidentally saw someone shooting an arrow at the city gate tower. After that, a general on the city gate tower raised his sword and jumped down from the sky, chasing after the assassin who shot the arrow. Both of them seemed to be top experts. Sky Eagle said, "Does that mean that someone is trying to assassinate a general of the Great Tang?" "This is great. Could it be the Great Khan's reinforcements?" Although Sky Eagle didn't know that Li Junxian and the others had been using their binoculars to observe them this entire time, he knew that the people standing on the walls had to be Tang soldiers. Someone had shot arrows at the walls, so they naturally wanted to assassinate the Tang commander on the walls. This enemy of an enemy was a friend. Skyhawk's impression of the nameless assassin instantly shot through the roof. Xian Yi frowned and said, "No. Even if the Great Khan had received the letter from the Lord of the Guard, he could not have read it in such a short time." "You mean there was a battle at the southern wall today?" Within Tongfuin, Xian Yi couldn't help but frown after hearing the report of a subordinate. The Turkic spy cupped his fists and replied, "Yes." At that time, this subordinate was on the tree and coincidentally saw someone shooting an arrow at the city gate tower. Soon after, a general on the city gate tower raised his sword and jumped down to pursue the assassin. Both of them seemed to be top experts. Sky Eagle said, "Does that mean that someone is trying to assassinate a Great Tang general?" "That's great. Could it be the Great Khan's reinforcements?" Although Sky Eagle didn't know that Li Junxian and the others had been using their binoculars to observe them this entire time, he knew that the people standing on the walls had to be Great Tang soldiers. Someone had shot arrows at the walls, so they naturally wanted to assassinate the Tang commander on the walls. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, and Sky Eagle's impression of the nameless assassin instantly shot through the roof. Chapter 21:13. Bastard. Are you saying that someone tried to assassinate Li Junxian in the southern part of the city? In the rear office of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Liaoyuan was enraged by the news that Li Junxian had been assassinated. Trying to assassinate an important general of the imperial court in broad daylight, and this isn't the first time this has happened. If we don't capture all these assassins, how will this official have the face to continue being the provincial governor of Bing province? Dugu Xan had been heavily injured and was still bedridden from his injuries. Now someone had tried to assassinate Li Junxian. How could Wang Liaoyuan tolerate this? It was no wonder he was so angry. After all, Taiyuan City was the seat of the provincial government of Bing province, and there had been one assassination after another in the city. Moreover, the assassins were all high-ranking generals of the imperial court. Wasn't this a slap to the face of this local governor? Wasn't this a sign to Li Er that the security of Taiyuan City was very poor? Investigate. We have to find out the identity of this assassin and bring them to justice. Wang Liaoyuan took in 2 deep breaths to calm himself down before giving the order to Constable Feng. Constable Feng had a troubled look on his face. But we don't have enough people. The bailiffs of the magistrate's office have been busy watching over Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies and maintaining order in the city. It's truly difficult to find people to track down the assassin. Moreover, from what Advisor Feng said. Bastard. Are you saying that someone tried to assassinate Li Junxian in the southern part of the city? In the rear office of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Liaoyuan was enraged by the news that Li Junxian had been assassinated. Trying to assassinate an important general of the imperial court in broad daylight, and this isn't the first time this has happened. If we don't capture all these assassins, how will this official have the face to continue being the provincial governor of Bing province? Dugu Xan had been heavily injured and bedridden from his injuries. Now someone had tried to assassinate Li Junxian. How could Wang Liaoyuan tolerate this? It was no wonder that he was so angry. It must be known that Taiyuan City was the administrative center of Bing province. Assassination cases occurred one after another in the city. Moreover, the targets of the assassins were all high-ranking military officers of the imperial court. Wasn't this slapping his face as a local officer? Wasn't this a sign to Li Er that the security of Taiyuan City was very poor? Investigate. We must find out the identity of this assassin and bring him to justice. After taking 2 deep breaths, Wang Liaoyuan calmed himself down a little and ordered Constable Feng. Constable Feng had a troubled look on his face. But we're short of manpower right now. The Yamen runners have been busy guarding Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies, as well as maintaining order in the city. It's really hard to spare manpower to track down the assassin's whereabouts. Moreover, according to Adjunct Feng, bastard. Are you saying that someone tried to assassinate Li Junxian in the southern part of the city? In the rear office of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Liaoyuan was enraged by the news that Li Junxian had been assassinated. Assassinating an important general of the imperial court in broad daylight, and this isn't the first time such a thing has happened recently. If we don't capture all of these assassins, how can this official continue to be the provincial governor of Bing province? Dugu Xan had been heavily injured and bedridden from his injuries. Now someone had tried to assassinate Li Junxian. How could Wang Liaoyuan tolerate this? It was no wonder that he was so angry. It must be known that Taiyuan City was the administrative center of Bing province. Assassination cases occurred one after another in the city. Moreover, the targets of the assassins were all high-ranking military officers of the imperial court. Wasn't this slapping his face as a local officer? Wasn't this a sign to Li Er that the security of Taiyuan City was very poor? Chapter 21:14. Boss Gao, the moon is out. What should we do now? After sending off Constable Feng, Gao Jing returned to his cell. A prison guard approached him and asked carefully. Gao Jing was troubled by this matter. He frowned and said unhappily, "What should we do? What else can we do? Follow the original plan. Now that things have come to this, we have no way out." According to the original plan, Gao Jingben planned to secretly move Zhao Dian out of the cell under the cover of the night and have Bing province barracks commanders Wu Gongquan secretly send him away. But now that the moon was out and the moonlight was very bright, it undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to their rescue plan. Although Shunzhan had bribed a portion of the prison guards and Bing province barracks soldiers, most of the guards around the cell were still loyal to the imperial court. If Gao Jing wanted to save Zhao Dian, he had to find a way to hide it. But, the prison guard wanted to say something but Gao Jing interrupted, "No buts. How about this, you go and prepare some." Gao Jing suddenly thought of an idea. He gestured for the prison guard to come closer and whispered the plan. The prison guard nodded and said, "Yes. I'll do it now. Come. Brothers, you've worked hard guarding the cell. This is the supper that Boss Gao prepared for everyone. After eating, keep your spirits up and guard the prisoner well." As they approached, a jailer came in with 2 heavy wooden food boxes. "Boss Gao, the moon is out. What should we do now?" After sending off Constable Feng, Gao Jing returned to his cell. A prison guard approached him and asked carefully. Gao Jing was troubled by this matter. He frowned and said unhappily, "What should we do? What else can we do? Follow the original plan. Now that things have come to this, we have no way out." According to the original plan, Gao Jingben planned to secretly move Zhao Dian out of the cell under the cover of the night and have Bing Province Barracks commanders Wu Gongquan secretly send him away. But now that the moon was out and the moonlight was very bright, it undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to their rescue plan. Although Shenzhan had bribed a portion of the prison guards and Bing Province Barracks soldiers, most of the guards around the cell were still loyal to the imperial court. If Gao Jing wanted to save Zhao Dian, he had to find a way to hide it. But, just as the prison guard was about to say something, Gao Jing cut him off. "There are no buts. How about this? Prepare some." Gao Jing suddenly thought of an idea. He motioned for the prison guard to come closer and whispered the plan to him. The prison guard nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. I'll do it right away. Come. It's been hard on our brothers to guard the prison. This is the supper that Boss Gao prepared for everyone. After eating, keep your spirits up and guard the prisoner well." As they approached, a jailer came in with 2 heavy wooden food boxes. "Boss Gao, the moon is out. What should we do now?" After sending off Constable Feng, Gao Jing returned to his cell. A prison guard approached him and asked cautiously. Gao Jing was troubled by this matter. He frowned and said unhappily, "What should we do?" What else could he do? Stick to the original plan. Now that things have come to this, we have no way out. According to the original plan, Gao Jingben planned to take advantage of the night to secretly transfer Zhao Dian out of the cell and... Chapter 21:15. The moonlight was bright and the night was as cool as water. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion was quiet. Except for the patrolling soldiers and guards, all the officials and minor officials in the provincial governor's mansion had gone back to rest. Gao Zheng brought the disguised Zhao Dian and his 2 subordinates to the back door of the provincial governor's mansion in a hurry. Since he was here to help Zhao Dian escape, he naturally couldn't walk through the front door of the provincial governor's mansion in broad daylight. Otherwise, the probability of being exposed would be greater. However, the entire Taiyuan city had fallen into a state of emergency. The provincial governor's mansion was heavily guarded by soldiers. The back door of the provincial governor's mansion was also guarded by soldiers. However, compared to the front door, the defense was slightly lax. Moreover, Gao Zheng and Zhu Gongquan had agreed on the route beforehand. At the back gate, Zhu Gongquan had arranged for someone to meet Gao Zheng in advance. As long as he could send Zhao Dian to the Turkic spies in the city, Zhu Gongquan's task was basically completed. The next step was to send Zhao Dian to the Turkic spies in the city. "Warden Gao, you're here. Did Zhu Gongquan bring the person?" A tall and thin soldier greeted Gao Zheng at the back door of the provincial governor's manor. This person was Zhu Gongquan's personal guard, Fan Tingquan. Although Gao Zheng hadn't rehearsed with Fan Tingquan beforehand, he knew how to answer. He nodded and said, "I brought him." Then he waved his hand and the 2 jailers behind him immediately pushed out the disguised Zhao Dian. Fan Tingquan narrowed his eyes and sized up Zhao Dian before saying, "So you're the one who offended Zhu Gongquan during the day. Men, take him away." As he spoke, Fan Tingquan's eyes inadvertently glanced to the right. Gao Zheng followed Fan Tingquan's gaze and saw 4 bailiffs from the provincial governor's manor standing outside the back door. He couldn't help but understand that Fan Tingquan was putting on a show for the bailiffs of the provincial governor's manor. Thus he cooperated and said, "This brat has only been in the prison for a short time and doesn't know the rules here. Today he accidentally offended Zhu Gongquan. Brother, please tell Zhu Gongquan to be lenient on this brat for this Gao Zheng's sake." At this time Zhao Dian was bowing his body, lowering his head, putting on a look of fear and trepidation. In addition, the lighting at night was not very good, so the yamen runners outside the door could not see Zhao Dian's face clearly. Fan Tingquan gave Gao Zheng an appreciative look. Then he coughed lightly and said, "Ahem. This fan will pass on Warden Gao's words. Commander Zhua isn't a stingy person. I believe he'll give Warden Gao face. Gao Zheng cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." Fan Tingquan nodded and then said to the two soldiers on his left and right, "Take him away." Of the more than 1,000 Bing province soldiers under Zhua Gongquan's command, some of them were guarding the key passages inside the provincial governor's mansion, but most of them were still guarding outside the provincial governor's mansion. Therefore, when Fan Tingquan wanted to bring Zhao Dian out of the provincial governor's mansion, the few Yamen runners guarding the gate didn't find it strange. Fan Tingquan's expression was normal as he brought Zhao Dian out of the back door of the provincial governor's mansion. When they were at the gate, he even stopped and nodded to the 4 Yamen runners guarding the gate before leisurely leaving with Zhao Dian. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Dian would really be rescued from the provincial governor's mansion's prison by these people. In that case, Li Tai, who was captured by the Turkic spies, would be in danger. However, the heavens protected Li Tai. The accident came as expected. Chapter 21:16. Evidence? This is the evidence. Lin Jiang coldly snorted as he took out a copper token. This was a token specially made by the 100 Cavalry Department. No one dared to copy it or else they would be hunted down by the entire 100 Cavalry Department. After flashing the token, Lin Jiang looked at the jailer behind Fan Tingquan who was being escorted by 2 Bing province barracks soldiers and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? Raise your head." Zhao Dian's head was lowered, so Lin Jiang naturally couldn't see his face, but Lin Jiang felt a sense of familiarity from this figure. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this prison guard. Zhao Dian's body trembled at Lin Jiang's shout. He had naturally met Lin Jiang before and Lin Jiang had also met him before. Earlier, when Li Junxian had led his cavalry in a fierce battle with his subordinates at the inn, he had met Lin Jiang more than a few times. Almost all of Li Junxian's 100 cavalry recognized him. Thus, if he raised his head he would be exposed. At the crucial moment, Fan Tingquan took a small step back and stood between Lin Jiang and Zhao Dian. He said in a deep voice, "This person is someone that our generals was summoned. Even if you are one of Baiqi's men, this matter is none of your business. Zhoming Xinggong, bring this jailer to General Zhou first." Yes. As soon as Fan Tingquan finished speaking, the 2 soldiers behind him immediately cupped their fists in response, and then they escorted Zhao Dian, intending to go around Lin Jiang and the others and leave this place. I'd like to see who dares to leave. The more Fan Tingquan acted like this, the more Lin Jiang felt that there was something wrong with the jailer in front of him. He bellowed. In an instant, the 3 riders beside him moved and blocked in front of the 2 soldiers from the Bing province prefecture. Fan Tingquan's eyes darkened as he glared at Lin Jiang. What is the meaning of this? This is an internal military affair of our Bing province barracks. Even if you have 100 cavalry, aren't you meddling too much? Don't forget that this is Taiyuan, not Chang'an. Internal military affair? Since when did capturing jailers become a military task of the Bing province barracks? Lin Jiang narrowed his eyes and pressed his right hand on the sword at his waist. He looked at Fan Tingquan and said coldly, "Besides, it's true that this is Taiyuan, but it's also the territory of the Tang Empire. Do you want a rebel?" Evidence? This is the evidence. Lin Jiang snorted coldly and took out a bronze badge. This was a special badge of the 100 Cavalry Department. No one dared to copy it or else they would be hunted down by the entire 100 Cavalry Department. After flashing the token, Lin Jiang looked at the jailer behind Fan Tingquan who was being escorted by the 2 Bing province barracks soldiers. "Who are you? Raise your head." Zhao Dian's head was lowered, so Lin Jiang naturally couldn't see his face. But Lin Jiang felt a sense of familiarity from this figure. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this jailer. Zhao Dian trembled at Lin Jiang's shout. He had naturally met Lin Jiang before and Lin Jiang had also met him. Earlier, when Li Junxian had led his cavalry to fight with his subordinates at the inn, he had met Lin Jiang several times. Almost all of Li Junxian's 100 cavalry recognized him. Thus, if he raised his head he would be exposed. At the critical moment, Fan Tingquan took a small step back and stood between Lin Jiang and Zhao Dian. He said in a deep voice, "This person was summoned by our General Zhua. Even if you are one of Baiqi's men, this matter is none of your business. Zhoming Xinggong, bring this jailer to General Zhua first." Yes. As soon as Fan Tingquan finished speaking, the 2 soldiers behind him immediately cupped their fists in acknowledgement, and then escorted Zhao Dian, preparing to bypass Lin Jiang and the others and leave this place.